Hello. How's everyone doing tonight? Yeah, I'm fucking early. Fuck y'all. Haha. um, FYI, full disclosure, there is an actual press conference going on right now in regards to the Charlie Kirk assassination. Um, what I'm going to be telling you is pretty much going to be pretty brief, or whatever that I saw in a bunch of videos and everything else. That it seems, pretty damn near clear to me. Many things, many details concerning the shooter and stuff. As always, I will wait a few for people to show up. I'm sorry I changed the time, but when I heard that the press conference was coming up, I was trying to skim the time back a little bit to see if I can glean any quick information or whatnot. Yeah, actually, I kind of already did. So, there's like, I don't know, some of this just doesn't. I don't like it. It bothers me even more so than usual. A lot of weird ass fucking details, including the gun, the ammunition, the yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna give everybody time to get in here. If anybody is gonna show up, and then I'll go from that point. I will probably be doing. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure I will be doing another live tonight, where we're going for the part two of the whole boys on the tracks involving the Clinton body count and all this other stuff. I'm trying to find somebody who wants to come on here. You don't have to talk or anything, but you just gotta come on here and have a computer and be willing to play a damn documentary. That's about it. But I'll probably just see if Dan is free. Howdy. But yeah, I don't know. Half of the stuff that I've learned so far, like either by my own like noticing things in videos and everything else of the shooter and stuff, there's a lot of stuff pointing to this might be actually really a professional that did this. Probably. Well, okay, that jumped real quick. But yeah, now it's showing 5 people in here. But yeah, there's quite a few interesting details because at first I thought it, like I said, I'll wait or whatever. It definitely looks professional, but at the same time, there was details about his injuries and everything else that made me not think it was a professional, at least in some sort. And that was he was hit in the neck, the left side of the neck actually, and only 200 yards. I'm not even gonna lie, I could make that shot easily myself. Um, but once I played video of the actual shooting and stuff, I noticed something right away. Yeah, parts of the things he was sloppy about, but then other parts he was very professional. It just doesn't make any damn sense. Yeah, that's the part I don't get. There's a half. He's like half professional, half not, half ghetto. I don't understand what the hell's going on here. And half political on top of that, but doesn't look like the thing he's bitching about. It doesn't make no fucking sense to me. Something's just weird about this whole fucking thing. But this is what I figured out by watching the shooting video itself. When I finally got my hands on it, which I could have just asked several of my friends, they had it. But when I finally did get my hands on it, the reason it hit him in the neck wasn't because that was where the shooter was aiming. That hit was a deflection. He was probably aiming for the center mass like he was supposed to be doing, and the bullet was deflected before it hit his chest, causing it to rise at an odd angle and hit him in the neck. If you watch the video and slow it down, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. It's a weird fucking shaped entry wound right there. It doesn't really surprise me because who expects something like this kind of shit to happen? I mean, if he was even wearing a vest, it would have been one of those white ass, really thin ass ones. But here's something interesting. Even though it seems, at least at the moment, that Charlie Kirk wasn't wearing any Kevlar or whatever, Apparently, the shooter was. Um, Everything I've seen so far, the videos and all the other stuff that I've seen of this guy, he's definitely wearing fucking body armor, like plates and shit. I'm telling you right now, he himself was fully prepared for what was going to happen, and all that. Yeah, yeah. No, it was deflected, dude. If you slow down the shot, you can actually see where the bullet hits something and starts rising a little bit at a weird angle. Yeah, it's crazy. It's badass. Um, when you slow down or whatever, like I said, right before it gets to him, it taps something. Like he was definitely aiming for some center mass. It just, like I said, ricochet. But here's the problem: we don't know if it's a heat. I'm gonna straight up tell you why. Engraved on all the rounds of ammunition, because one round was fired, 3 rounds were still left in the fucking magazine. Okay, on these rounds were engraved words like trans and all this other stuff, concerning woke people. But at the same time, when you get the FBI's like zoomed in view of this guy, this person, for the life of me, that looks like a guy to me. That doesn't look like a trans person. No way, no shape, no how. Straight up through and through guy. Look like me like about 5'10". I agree on that too. That's why I said it seems like this is very much half professional and half not. Well, you got to understand the best nowadays are really small and very tiny. Have you remember watching the show Breaking Bad? Or yeah, Breaking Bad. When the twins bought body armor or a bulletproof vest of that one white guy in the alley. Do you remember there was the white vest or whatever? It would have been something like that, but even more thin. So it is still possible, but it wouldn't have made a difference. Honestly, many people, including police officers, law enforcement, the whole 9 yards, will often just not wear the vest because they've gotten so used to and so accustomed to being in these types of situations that they feel that they don't need to because no one's going to go through that drastic event. But apparently that's not true because it did indeed happen. I have not seen the engraving itself yet. I'm just reporting to you what has been basically told to me. And unlike Luigi, whatchamajigger, and all that other stuff, no, I mean, he wrote stuff on the bullets or whatever, whoever did that. In this instance, the bullets had engraving on them, actual engraving. It was a 30-06. I forget the damn imported rifle from, like, damn near an imported deer rifle with a scope on it. That's 30-06. I forgot the brand itself, but it's if I heard it right now or saw it or read it again, I'd probably. It's a very common rifle, good rifle actually. Not too bad. What? You do realize there's a press conference going on right now, right? Yeah, Mauser. That was it. There you go. I'm only reporting what the press reported, okay? But I will tell you one thing. I have seen video before the shooting or whatnot of him entering the neighborhood that's right next to where the shooting took place. And he had a really nasty limp to him. And I noticed right away, I knew exactly why. And it was because it was obvious since he was wearing pants, the rifle was probably down his pant leg. It's a common like ghetto trick and everything else. They'll take a baseball bat or a weapon or a pole or a lead piper or a gun, as in a rifle, and they'll put it down their pant leg. But the problem is you can't bend your knee once you do that. Because, and I know that's what he was doing, because in the first part of the video, you see him wearing pants with a freaky ass limp like fucking who was that lady that got shot by the dude with the person with the SWAT uniform, Misty Beavers, similar to some situation like that. And he's got a really nasty limp. You can see him. His whole upper body is like twerked in one way, and his leg is not bending whatsoever. then he goes around this little alleyway or whatever, and when he comes back out, he's no longer limping, and he's wearing shorts at that point, and he just hauls ass and is gone. I figure he had the rifle up his pant leg to keep anybody in the neighborhood from seeing it and reporting it to the police, setting off distress signals around the Charlie Kirk thing that's supposed to happen that same day, and then took off the pants, wrapped the pants around the gun, hid it somewhere down that alley, and either had the shorts on or had them in, because at this point he didn't have the backpack on him either. I've also seen video later on, either before or after the shooting, I'm not sure which, but where he's wearing the backpack and all this other stuff. Like I said, he looks about 5'10", 5'11", really slim, dark hair. They almost got his face in some of the footage, but this was also enhanced FBI footage too. So, but actually, they did pretty fucking well. If they did that with you know who, we probably, yeah. What else was there? But yeah, like I said, there's a bunch of weird woke shit like trans and all this other stuff. Engraved. That's a new interesting one there. It was a Mauser freaking 30-06 rifle with a scope on it that apparently was imported from outside the United States. Well, I said imported, so I just assumed. So yeah. Trying to remember what else. So yeah. Even though he was wearing body armor, he was able, and it's usually quite difficult when you're wearing plates and shit, but he was sitting down with everybody at some point and bending forward and everything else. So, you know, that's a little odd with the body armor, but it's obvious that he probably had some on. Yeah, exactly. It just, I don't know, it seems pretty fucking, pardon my French, but this doesn't look, I don't know, I mean, maybe the fascist thing, but this doesn't look like, it's kind of weird. But yeah, if you slow down the video of the actual shooting itself, you can actually see the point where the bullet deflects off of something else. So yeah, he didn't mess up, and he was aiming at what he was supposed to aim at. It just literally, bing. And if I wasn't stuck in one part of my house, actually I'm in the house at the moment. If I was out in the RV or whatever, I could literally pull up everything on the computer or whatnot and show y'all. But like as I said, there's literally a press conference going on at this exact moment, but I have a feeling they're not going to be able to tell us too much. This will not be the last live tonight. I'm not sure when, probably like 11-ish or so. I'm just gonna come back to do the, well, really, I'm more in tune, part two, like I said, of the whole Clinton body count, boys on the tracks, Kevin Ives, Don Henry thing again. Because we got a little distracted at the end of the last one, so yeah. I blame you people. You're always fucking trying to distract me. And also, everybody, I would like you to put your prayers out and all this other good shit for Dieter. Apparently, Dieter's in the hospital and not good shit's going on. So, and she, you know, they are one of us too because she's a subscriber. I'm pretty sure it's a she is a subscriber here just the same. Not clear at the moment in time what's exactly wrong with her and stuff, but I'm sure we'll find out in due time. Seems to be a lot of that going on lately. It's not very good. Yes, I reposted it and stuff myself. So, and yeah, I try to reach out to everybody and know everybody in my subscribers as much as possible. And believe it or not, a lot of them I do. It's just I know Dieter a certain extent from other chats and ours and stuff like that. So. Yeah. I hate hospitals and doctors and all kinds of shit. You gonna hit her up? She's already sick, bro. I mean, gosh, you hit her, she might just like be gone. Seriously, be careful. No, I'm just kidding. Had another message for everyone. What's that? Well, if I remember, I will try to. I'll try to send an email since that's the only way I have of contacting you. So yeah, yeah. I was about to say it sounds like something I would do too. By the way, you guys, fuck you. That's what basically. Yeah, that's something. Sounds like my kind of person. I have friends I flick off. I have friends I'm really nice to. Yeah, there's friends I'm like really an asshole to, but that's just how we get along. And then there's friends that I'm just really nice to. So I would if I had access to a computer where I'm at right now, which I do not. So if one of y'all have magical access to a computer and we want to hop up here, I'll tell you what. Here's the link. Yeah. And it literally just started not long ago too. So and they have the I think the what's her face? What's his face? Patel, the head of the FBI or whatever, is there at the press conference. A week or two in the hospital? Fuck that. Just kill me now. Shit. They were talking about giving me a bone marrow transplant. I'm like, yeah, but how long does that require in the hospital? And they said 3. I'm like, if you say more than 3 days, we're gonna have issues because I ain't doing it. Think I'm gonna go that long without a cigarette? Fuck that. Well, it's possible it's a big story. I'm just literally going about what I'm being told by multiple others. Oh, 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 Lord, that's why she's in there for weeks because she has to wait that long just for the procedure. But don't. That's kind of a weird place to go posting that heavy. I'm serious. There's only like 9 people here. What are the odds of all the people watching from Sneeze Channel and everything else that that particular person would even be here in the first place? I smell a snitch. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Yeah, it does seem kind of weird or whatever they would have that bit of information that quickly, but there's usually a lot of freaking a lot of leaks when it comes to stuff like this because everybody wants a piece of the info as a means of throwing it off. Because, like I said, I saw the zoomed in enhanced pictures of this person, and I tell you what, I don't know. It looks like a slim, straight up guy to me. But at the same time, nowadays you just don't know. So on the DNA button, I wouldn't say that around here, man. There's so many people down with the conspiracy theory stuff that they're gonna be like, they're trying to get our DNA up the like button. I am speculating. That's what I do. It's Charles. Don't have to be. I'm usually right. For one, journalism is totally about for two. Actually, let's reverse that real quick. For one, I am Charles. I am not a creator. I'm just a guy on here that's talking. So I say whatever the hell I want. And if it sounds weird and I feel like saying it, I say it. For two, I know the only main people here are going to be you guys. So, man. And Sir Baldy, don't give me no attitude. Okay? You need to go have a medical procedure to move that stick from your ass. Don't worry. Be happy. You need to go get some of that Canadian weed that you always be talking about up there and shit and just chill the fuck out, brah. I mean, seriously, if I got mad over every little thing, I'd be like, what? No. But I am literally a hypocrite when it comes to that because yeah, I get mad about shit all the time. So. Earlier, I was like, why the fuck am I banned so much? I've been good. That ain't right, yo. But yeah, I literally was just like, and yeah, you can obviously tell. I mean, I don't need somebody to confirm what I said about him hiding the gun down his pant leg and this and that. Watch the footage yourself and tell me I'm wrong. I guarantee that law enforcement already knows too. And really, how many different cases have I magically pulled some creepy little fact out of my ass at this point? I'm getting pretty good at it. Just saying. In the true crime community, there's two types of people. There's people that wait for the answer to be given to them by somebody else, and then there's people that go out and figure it out themselves. Oh, I didn't say hi to everybody. Well, I guess I can do that now. Yay. All right. Apparently, the artist formerly known as Evil House. Yeah, apparently they were here or are here or something like that. Still think it's a male pretending to be a female, just saying. Hi, Peggy. Hi, Dino. Hi, TJ. I'll talk to you fucking much. Hi, Hetty. Oh, cue ball. What's up? Uh, Hi, Gretchen. Uh, hi, Tracy. I was literally about to go. Okay, that's probably no. Somebody has to pop up in the last second. I know I don't need an excuse to make a live. I'm me. I like to hear the sound of my own voice. Apparently, I have the gift of gab, as I keep on hearing from so many people. Like crock of shit. Is that for anybody? Yeah. Just be lucky I'm not busting out with fucking Eric Cartman and shit. Hi, everybody. And look, it's Miss Piggy. I mean, Piggy. Yeah. Yeah, Peggy, you got literally the worst name ever because, yeah, I've already figured out your new nickname. It's everybody, we shall know her as literally Mrs. Piggy. Get it? Miss Piggy? Miss Piggy? Yeah, that's perfect. Reminds me of that joke I heard the one time. What's green and smells like pigs? Kermit's finger. But don't. Yeah, I know I'm going to hell. It's okay. I wouldn't trust y'all either. uh, yeah, really. And yes, if you're talking about how I know it was a Mauser 30-06, I saw the picture of the actual gun itself. Thank you very much. So, yeah, that's legitimate. It was found wrapped in a towel in a wooded area outside where the shooting took place because the shooter jumped off the roof or whatever with it. Once again, confirming that he did not have an actual fucking limp in the other video. No, I've seen the rifle, dude. Straight up, that's fact. I have not seen the engravings, but I have seen the rifle. It's a 30-06 Mauser. I forgot the name for a second, but yeah, Gretchen. I knew if I heard it or read it, I knew right away what it was. But I'm not sure of the whole engraving part because no, they did not, in fact, show us any actual bullets, but they did show us the fucking gun. It's before the limping video is before. I'm telling you, he had the rifle. In my own personal opinion, by my time in the ghetto and everything else, where I've commonly seen these thugs and shit walk around with these same kind of limps when they have a weapon, a long ass weapon tucked into their pant leg, and it makes them not be able to bend their knee because yes, it comes off looking at as a really nasty limp, but in fact, if he's walking around this neighborhood before a very public event carrying a rifle in his hands, you know, plain and simple, it would have set off warning flags left and right. But now it would just be a limping guy. And you can tell this because, like I said, you see him do this weird fucking limp most of the way in the video. Then he goes down this little driveway, kind of like alley like thing, and he goes out of sight from, I guess, what seems like a ring cam or something. But then I'm not sure exactly how long after you see him come out, but now he's wearing shorts, or they are wearing shorts, and he's no longer limping. They are normal. You know what I'm saying? Trans vegan bikers. Listen, bro, it's not October yet. Okay, you're getting ahead of the game here. You're thinking about the trans vegan genius cult fuckers. Yeah, those trials don't start until October, which I'm totally going to be into that shit, dude. Oh hell yeah! The first of the trans vegan killers will go on trial. That would be the one that killed the old landlord guy after he was already attacked and impaled with a katana blade. And if y'all don't know that story, I'll probably cover it again soon, since I'm pretty sure I don't have the episode any longer on my live list. There is a cult. They don't want to call it a cult, as in the bad guys don't want to call it a cult, but fuck it, we don't give a fuck. That are facing charges now in 5 states, 4 or 5. I think it's 5. The story itself is insane. I'll probably do another live on that one entirely very soon, because it's just insanity. Uh, I kid you not, they were all genius in their different fields. One of them, the leader, was a genius in multiple fields, mind you, between either mathematics, computer programming, all kinds of different things. And they went to like Berkeley and those. Well, they didn't go to Berkeley, but yeah, very, very. I think one went to Stanford or some shit. I forget exactly where they went. But they are being charged with, okay, the amount of actual deaths attached to this group that is starting to go on trial in October is 5 murders, and they're not being charged with it, but they're also connected to 2 suicides as well. And as I said, like, they are also facing charges, federal charges and local charges in at least 5 different states: Vermont, California, Pennsylvania. Shit, what was the other one? Was it Montana? Yeah, there's like 2 more states are facing charges with, and 4 out of the 5. Oh, Vermont, if I didn't say Vermont, and then somewhere like Montana, I forget which. It's basically right next to Vermont. But the charges in the last one that I'm not remembering very well are only possession and simple, like much less charges. They murdered the parents of one of their cult members. They murdered the landlord. For all that poor guy did was try to ask for some rent, and they fucking attacked the fuck out of him. And when I 4 of them attacked this dude that's like 80 years old and shit, right? They impaled him through the chest and took out his eye. When I say they impaled him in the chest with a fucking full-size katana blade. I kid you not. And he lived. Not only did he live, pretty sure he shot 2 of them. Killed one of them, but shot 2 of them. So, and he lived through all that. So I'm like, oh, hell yeah, it's a badass. And then the story goes on. And then you find out like a few months later on, he's literally snuck up from behind and stabbed in the throat, or had his throat sliced by another fucking member after that fact. Well, I did say there was an official press conference, and I did say if anybody wants to come up here with a computer, they can literally play it. I have one, but like I said, I still have to put an operating system on that bitch and all kinds of other stuff. Well, of course I paid the report. But yeah, either way, good was do believe if we wait long enough, Diana will be joining us shortly, and I could probably blackmail her into coming up here with a computer or something like that. So, yeah, he jumped off the roof to escape. So obviously the limp was bullshit. That's why I'm saying the most common sense fucking thing. Well, you got to think. He hit Kirk in the neck off a deflected bullet, and like I said, you can see that in the video if you slow it down. At this moment in time, everybody around Kirk is literally carrying away and trying to help him and everything else. So of course he has plenty of time to get away. I mean, this isn't like Secret Service kind of shit, y'all. This is literally like, hired fucking security. And as somebody has done that job, trust me, it doesn't take the cake compared to real like Secret Service shit. Oh, oh Lord. If everybody's gonna talk backwards now, I'm just start banning motherfuckers. Swear to God. Yeah, that's the part I don't get. See, I feel like Elohas has to be someone I know because only people that watch me for a very long time beforehand, even though it's that whole phrase that I run around saying all the time, when people call me an asshole, I literally stop them and I'm like, no, I'm not an asshole. I'm a whole ass. Because it's backwards. Seriously, finally somebody said it. Elohas is obviously a freaking dude. Want to know why? Because I know that for a fact based on the comment they made the other night to one of the things I said. I said to the entire chat, I said, "Oh my God, look at all the pretty lady or the good looking ladies or something like that are all in here." And Eloha said, "I wish you would talk to me like that." Well, I literally just directed the comment to all the ladies in the chat. So for you to make that statement tells me that you're not a lady. That's why the first answer I said was, for one, we haven't identified your gender in the first place, and for two, yeah, I don't know what you look like, even if you were a girl. Period. But yeah. If Gibbo has nothing better to do than sit here and watching my lives and flirting with me, I'm sorry. That just says so much more about him than I need to know in the first place. I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying. Because I could just make fun of him for that for like fucking years. Anything he'd say, I'd be like, "Didn't you want my dick a while back?" I mean, I have literal footage and screenshots of you talking like flirting with me and shit. You're a little homo, aren't you? Uh huh. No, it's pretty well obvious. This is David. I didn't want to think. I think the government was cash. Asylum never mentioned any writing on. Yeah, but they never said there wasn't writing on the casings either. Yeah, at this point in time, the only people that basically watch me is the people that already watch me. Yeah, see. And Elohas did try to tell me at one point that they were Miranda too. But then again, bitches be lying as shit. So for all I know, it fucking is Miranda. And I don't know. I thought it would be like Miranda or Jenny or whatever. Oh Lord. No, I've already stated why I don't think it's Miranda, but I'm not going to say that out loud. So um, that's why my second suspect was much more. How do I put it? Yeah, I still think it's more likely the second suspect I mentioned. Yeah, because they decided to show me a screenshot. I think it was just last night of their ban list, and sure enough, who was on there? Elohas won. It's like, where have you been hiding but able to chat so much that you would literally have to be somewhere where you had to ban Elohas? Who told everyone? Huh? I'm lost. What are you talking about? Are you talking about Dieter? I are confused. Oh, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no. I know Miranda's having a surgery or whatever. I'll text her. 1 second. Be right back. Yeah, I got to go through my list of numbers or whatever again and figure out exactly which one's hers. But yeah, I found Polly's messages. I guess he's pretty mad at me. He sends me these really fucking goopy ass fucking voicemails when he's all shit faced. Like, Charles, you fucking guy, Charles, you fucking guy. For like, I don't know, 30 seconds or so at a time. You can't hear him when I'm so lost again. Yeah, I was trying to find Miranda's number real quick. I gotta look through my actual because I've never saved numbers for anybody, but I have everybody's number basically. Almost anybody that's given it me their number, I have. I just literally have to look at the text messages or whatever going back and forth. And I've talked to her before she went to the hospital, so it won't be too long. But I just didn't want to leave y'all sitting here in silence for too long. So, but yeah, soon enough or whatever. Of course, Paradox knows. That's her love interest. Why do I want to ban it so fucking bad? I swear to God. No worries. I'll think all about banning you every single time I see you. Okay? Okay. And it could just as easily, like I said, be Gibbo, and all he has to do is try to pretend he's talking like Jenny, because he's talked to Jenny. He knows how Jenny speaks because I've heard all kinds of information about that. I know who calls me Chuckles. I know exactly who calls me Chuckles, but literally she has an alibi at the moment, okay? And that's not including people in real life. Because I had the nickname long before that, believe it or not, by people in real life. And I already told you, Miranda. And the reason why Jenny's suspect number two is because Jenny hung out for a while with Miranda because Miranda was trying to keep Jenny away from me, oddly enough, because I'm such a horrible person or something. I don't know. Yeah, Miranda is the only one on here that I can think of that calls me Chuckles. But honestly, I've said it myself a few times, so all they have to do is be around watching when I said it about myself. So yeah, Miranda is the one person on here that calls me Chuckles, and that would mean it's somebody that is around or been paying attention to me while on a different account or something. And here's the other thought: you're missing somebody. Chuckles, 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 Chuckles. I know I'm missing somebody. Is it a male or a female? You don't think it's no? He has better things to do. If it's who I think you're talking about. But he would do it for laughing. So for shits and giggles, he probably would. What you talking about, Miranda and Jenny? No, no, no. Jenny wants my penis, so I don't have to worry about her. Female that calls me Chuckles. Female that calls me Chuckles. That's not Miranda. Hmm. Female that calls me Chuckles. Gotcha. A female. Oh my god. Can you give me a hint, God? It is. Yeah. But common isn't so common nowadays because yeah, it's only been. You mean Dick is short for Richard? You mean? No, no. Dick is actually a shortened actual. Okay, stop distracting me. Okay, Peggy, give me a hint. Damn it! It better not. I'll fuck her up too, man. No, no, she wouldn't. She wouldn't flirt with me in the open. If that's who I think you're. I don't fucking know. I need a hint. Damn it. Okay, it's the internet. I know way too many people on here to remember every single person that calls me Chuckles. Wait, it better not be what's her. Well, technically, if I let Miranda and the other ones back, I technically would have to let her back. So technically, I really shouldn't ban that person, anyways, if that happened to be them. Oddly enough, I haven't heard much about them lately at all, which now makes me start thinking it's suspicious. Now that I think about it, but did she call me that? Peggy, are you talking about the menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood type person? Because yeah, there is one person that I haven't heard. I'm usually giving reports or being given reports about the specific person everywhere, and they usually are everywhere, and they still are everywhere. But I haven't seen them at all in here, which is weird, even for them. I thought actually that was suspect number three, believe it or not. If it's I don't fucking know. I don't want to say the name. It's like Beetlejuice. If you say it enough times, it'll come true. Chuckles, chuckles. Fuck. It's because you're a big pussy. So yeah, that just came out of my brain. My bad. I had the filter turned off because I was thinking out loud. So yeah. Ah. I think I know who it is. Because they're talking like that. I guess if it's that person, I'm not. I don't. No, it's just too simple. It's just way too simple. It's gonna be something else. It's too simple. Because they didn't they say the other night I don't know them at all. Wait, I gave you a house of rent. What the fuck is going on here, Charles? I don't remember doing that. Was that high? That is a very good point, and I shall do that very soon. No, no, they're being way too nice to me. Okay, yeah, but then again, that person like say okay. Oh, it's wait, it's definitely troll. Well, technically, yeah. I mean, I still think you're talking about someone differently than I'm talking about, but it's definitely troll farm or fucko people. But yeah, like I said, I addressed all the women in the chat. I said all the pretty ass ladies are here, and they were like, "Oh, why don't obviously you would talk about me like that?" And I'm pretty sure I just called all the ladies in the chat pretty, so that would mean you're a dude. So obviously you're a dude. Oh, I will find out. I will always find out. The only point that I really haven't done anything lately to even try to figure out who you are in the first place. Because yeah, you haven't done anything that makes me who the fuck gave that person the fucking wrench in the first? I don't remember giving that person a fucking wrench. I really no. Diana be fucking around on my account again, home slice. Who's? Oh yeah, okay. That's who. Oh, I had a feeling. I did think of that person too. I was like, Bossy does call me that, but Bossy doesn't flirt with me. In fact, Bossy kind of hates my guts for the dumbest shit ever. So, but my thought literally was that it was Gibbo. It was either Miranda, Jenny, Mustang, um, Bossy, or Gibbo. Those are my suspects. And the funniest one is fucking Gibbo, because no matter what he tries to say later on, I can still be like, yeah, but you were still trying to get my dick, bro. Just saying. Well, they do think I'm whore, and now I've lived up to the expectations because now they really think I'm a whore now because I've literally pretending well, I could say pretending or whatever, but I've started pretending to be a whore in every chat and all this other stuff. So, but hey, I'm a particular kind of whore. Okay, I only go after the married ones. It's important. I mean, honestly, yeah. Yeah, I don't think Mustang would be able to keep her calm for this long. Plus, the intelligence level is, I will not say who it exceeds and who it doesn't, but it doesn't match up to at least. She's former troll farm. Once it, you know what they say, once a troll farm, always a troll farm. She's an affiliate. Oh, you didn't know Bossy was troll farm? Bossy definitely was troll farm. See, this isn't fun. Bossy is so troll farm, dude. Right. They're pretending to be a female because they're actually a male. That's my guess. But for all I know, and honestly, it just makes up a topic of conversation, so it really doesn't bother me that much. You know, it says more about the person itself because they have nothing better to do because they kind of don't like me. Let's be honest, they don't fucking like me. Um, but they have to pretend they like me to pull this off the entire time. And that's been a lot of lives that they had to sit here pretending to like me. It's probably fucking Polly or somebody like that. Hell, I didn't even. I was thinking the mascot, maybe. You know, like a shaved monkey. Ooh, how about everybody thinks of a good name for our shaved monkey, and everybody puts it out there so we can figure out which one's the best. That's true. But then again, I never paid too much attention to. See, right there, you sound like fucking Mustang, actually. And the reason I say that is because she's infatuated with fucking Doug Carter. One day, you'll know exactly what we know. Hmm. Here's the simple question: what's my middle name, Elohas? Let's see how much you know. What's my middle name? Oh, thanks, Peggy. I appreciate that. So rude. I look better than fucking Mark Cohen. But wrecked. Oh, that's right. Y'all haven't really seen what I look like lately, so yeah, I got to do that soon. Forgot about that. I know. That was a low. Um, yeah, I guess a low blow. So, my bad. Hey, no, I can't ask that. I'll wait till later to ask myself in private or whatever because I don't want to sound like I'm trying to insult anybody or anything. So. Oh well, she does like the. Hey, okay. Your head mod, Luis, has a huge, massive thing for Doug Carter too. She says he's hung like a fucking ox. Like I said, Diana's texted me so far. I've got to respond to her, which I forgot about in the whole blah 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 stuff. I got people texting me. What's up? Because I was hijacked and props randomly yelling weird stuff out in his fucking post and stuff. Wait, who? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna say for sure that I think Doug Carter's crooked or whatever, but I will say there's some strange shit going on up in there, Delphi. Whether it involves the murders or not, I still say wrong set of murders, but that's just me. That's my whole toss up right there. Unless, okay, my weird theory about Delphi being a means of distracting away from Flora were to come true, that'd be just insanity. But if somebody had to say it, I'd rather it be me. Oh, dude, see, now you're just itching to get banned. And right now you're just like a really bad how do I put it? Um um like Super Bowl halftime show. You're here as long as you're amusing, and we somehow can't really peg you to be fucking troll farm. Which, yeah, I can go through the entire list of troll farm in my fucking head. There's so many people that person could be, honestly. So many fucking people. For all I know, it'd be fucking Rudy just fucking around. But not for this long. Curious. See, that bothers me too, because that's another one of my suspects I haven't mentioned either. Just that word specifically makes me wonder, because that's one of my other suspects, and that person is home right now. He's usually still awake at this point in time, and oddly, he wouldn't mind being called gay a bunch. So yeah, and he is awful curious. At first, I would have been like, "Oh, definitely not him," but then the more I thought about it, I'm like, it's possible. Yeah, it's definitely possible. He's definitely heard me say the whole last comment about 1,000 times, and he would get a kick out of coming in here and flirting with me and all of that other shit. So yeah, that really does make sense in its own way. There's so many people on this list that makes sense, and it's like he definitely has the intelligence level and the sense of humor. Hmm. But so does Paradox. Fuck, I gotta stop hanging out with trolls. That's all. I gotta stop hanging out with fucking trolls, man. Uh, I could see him doing that too. Honestly, I really could. Both of them, actually. Y'all couldn't see that? Dan or Paradox literally pretending to be a chick under a weird ass name or whatever for like a month on end, just coming in here and flirting with me just to laugh about it. I totally could see that. Totally. Yeah. No, it's only because it's right in front of my face at the moment in time. So it's like a puzzle. And I'm trying to think back of all the different things that were said and all that. It's like maybe I don't know you, but do I really know anybody? That's the question. And you didn't answer my question. Paradox would do that. Paradox likes to ask me if he can suck my dick and for dick pics and everything else on a regular basis. In fact, the fact that I haven't been asked by Paradox for dick pics or feet pics or to have my dick sucked by him in a month or so, I need to check on him and make sure he's okay. It's like once I figured out and learned that he looks like Jesus Christ, the dirty joke stopped. I'm kind of sad now. Well, see, the person doesn't talk much, so I have to literally take what they type in and like contemplate it being said through the mouth of somebody as if they were speaking it. And that's where I get like someone like Jenny from. You know, they do kind of sound like Jenny speaks. And they did say they were Miranda, which was weird. Why of all people would you pick Miranda? And who would pick Miranda, even though it's not Miranda? If it isn't Miranda, that is. Hmm. It's like a riddle. I love riddles. Hey guys, got a riddle for you. What if you add to a barrel? If you add this to a barrel, it makes no matter what less in the barrel. So what can you add to a barrel that makes no matter what less that's in the barrel? Nobody else suck. Yes, you can add a hole to the barrel. Meaning anything in the barrel would literally uh, be less. If it's just air in the barrel, there'd be less air. If it's water, less water. Yes, it's whole. Whole or holes. Okay, fine. Out of fucking StreamYard. No, I accidentally kicked myself out of StreamYard. Okay, here's my. This one's gonna be a little bit difficult. Don't you fucking Google it either. Okay, and I've got even the harder one after this. So let's see how slick and clever you people are. Okay, what's greater than God, more evil than the devil? The poor have it, the rich want it, and if you eat nothing but it, you will die. I'm always covering true crime. Incorrect. I'm just literally asking a couple of riddles. Calm yourself. What's greater than God, more evil than the devil? The poor have it, the rich want it. And if you eat nothing but it, you will die. Did you hear me that time? I'll slow it down a bit for you. What's greater than God, more evil than the devil? The poor have it, the rich want it. And if you eat it, you will die. Well, technically, Heavy just got it right. There's nothing greater than God, and there's nothing more evil than the devil. The poor have nothing, the rich want nothing, and if you eat nothing, you will die. All right, all right, all right. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Now I'm gonna knock you out of the park, and let's see how real clever my crowd is. Okay. And this one's gonna, yeah. I don't even know if you Google this shit if you're gonna get the right answer if you even Google it, but I know what the right answer is. Oddly enough, this was probably one of the best riddles I actually figured out on my own while stoned off my ass in a group of like 10 people asking riddles. Somehow I figured it out. And well, let's see. Okay. All right. Everybody paying attention. All right, here is the riddle. No, it's nothing. What's greater than God? Nothing is greater than God. What's more evil than the devil? Nothing is more evil than the devil. The poor have nothing. The rich want nothing. And if you eat nothing, you will die. Because that'd be like saying the poor have happiness and joy, but the rich don't, which I'm pretty sure there are some happy, joyful, rich people out there. So that doesn't make any sense. But the answer is nothing. And once nothing is the perfect answer. It fills out every single thing that's asked in the riddle. All right, here's the tough one, guys. And mind you, please remember, I figured this one out all on my own. Okay. Paleontologists were digging near Mount Rushmore. Okay. When they found two perfectly preserved bodies or sets of remains, mind you. Just by looking at them, just looking, no tests, no anything, just by eyesight alone, scientists, the paleontologists, scientists, whatever, were able to tell that these two people that they had dug up were Adam and Eve, 100% without the shadow of a doubt. How? And remember, I actually figured this one out on my own, while stoned. The dude that asked it was so fucking shocked. He was like, "How did you do that?" I'm like, "I don't know." But yeah, just by visually looking at these sets of remains, they were able to tell that these two people were Adam and Eve, the first humans on the face of this earth. How? All right. Paleontologists were digging near Mount Rushmore when they found two perfectly preserved sets of remains of a male and a female, and scientists, just by looking at them, no tests, no uh, examinations, no x rays, none of that stuff, just by looking at them with their eyes, scientists were able to tell everyone there and the world that these two sets of remains belong to Adam and Eve, the first humans on this earth. How? Like 100%, without a shadow of a doubt. I'm pretty sure that there have been couples that were missing a rib and not missing a rib and stuff like that. So that wouldn't be 100%. Remember, this is 100%. I'm pretty sure that somebody's cracked a rib or something and died after that. And you could dig them up, and they'd be missing that same rib. So that's not 100%. Nope. I'm pretty sure once again people have died with missing toes. Remember, the scientists are able to look at them with just their eyes and know 100% without a shadow of a doubt that these two were Adam and Eve. Okay, you fucking Googled it, asshole. That's all you did. I hate Googlers, fucking assholes. No, he got it. It's fucking. They had no belly buttons. Why do we have belly buttons, people? Why do we have belly buttons? Think about it. What used to be where the belly button was? An umbilical cord, correct? That was attached to our mothers in the womb, correct? So how would you look at these two bodies and know that they were the first two people on Earth, aka Adam and Eve? They never had belly buttons because they were created, not born. They didn't have belly buttons. That's the point. Everybody has a belly button because we're all babies at some point. So if they didn't have belly buttons, They weren't born. You get what I'm saying? But think about it. Is it not 100% way of telling that these people were far different than the rest of us? Right? They were created. They weren't born. They were created. That's why I specifically said it was Adam and Eve, the first two humans on this earth. And I clearly stated that for a specific reason because if you know the story of Adam and Eve weren't born, they were created by God. Yeah. Hey, don't give me an attitude, cue ball. Seriously. I'll make you the new mascot. Shibby shall be known as Elohas now. Okay. Yeah, that you haven't heard about them finding bodies all the time that are perfectly preserved. It happens all the time. Wasn't it not too long ago they found a caveman that had been murdered from Triassic or some shit fucking times, but he was found frozen solid in a fucking block of ice, and they were actually able to prove that he had been murdered by some other humans at the time that he died, and it was like a 16,000-year-old body. So yes, you can have a perfectly preserved body for multiple reasons. It could be lodged in amber, it could be lodged in ice, it could be lodged in all kinds of different shit. I know, right? People make fun of my gray hair, but I tell you what, at least I'm not a fucking hairy motherfucker. Thank God. At least I'm not bald, and at least I'm not hairy. So it's just right to be right in the fucking middle. I wouldn't call the mummies perfectly preserved because basically they were swapping out the internal organs and bodily fluids with incense and fucking herbs and kinds of shit like that, and it usually dried out the skin and all kinds of other stuff. But at the same time, you could still tell a being didn't have a belly button, so I guess it would kind of work. And technically, you can have a mummy that's not supposed to be a mummy. Like most people think of mummies as someone whose internal organs and all that are removed, and people, as a way of embalming. But no, you can create mummies naturally. All you need is a dry, I forget what else place, or a dry place lacking moisture and everything else. And body itself has to literally dry out, often in places of massive amounts of ice or like desert type areas. It's a naturally occurring thing. Are you talking about the Iceman that I was talking about? Because if you're talking about the Iceman, I think he was like between 16,000 to 19,000 years ago, something like that, or some shit. But yeah, if we're gonna, for one, if we're gonna do the whole um, Clinton thing or whatever, we're gonna have to kidnap Diana, force her on stage, and have her start playing the documentary, or start a new live and then repeat the process I just said out loud again. Nobody didn't find Noah's Ark. It's next to Jimmy Hoffa. Everybody knows that. That's literally what I tell. Well, we started part one of the Boys on the Tracks. We didn't get too far into it, but Dino wanted to watch. everybody to watch the whole Clinton thing that talks about their connection and the body count and everything else. They didn't find the proof of anything. They found a big piece of rock that looked like it was in the shape of an ark, but that is nothing. Fake news, fake news. Are we talking about the ark still? I don't even know what's being talked about. No, they didn't find the ark. Nobody found the ark. They can find specific landmarks that were in the Bible, correct, but they have not found said ark. I know there, but you got to understand that those things are usually invented by the History Channel or whatever to, pizzazz. If you also watch the History Channel, they will tell you that mermaids are fucking real. Who's making trans jokes? I'm so lost right now, it's not even funny. Because it's a big rock that kind of looks like in the shape of an arc, but it's a rock, so yeah. It's like they try to make you think that it's like some sort of arc or whatever, but it's like you guys do realize we have ways of X-raying that fucking rock and seeing exactly what's in there. You know that, right? And they never get to that point. They're just like, we're gonna keep pretending like we don't know what's in it because we want you to keep watching until the very end. And they're like, well, we finally took an X-ray of the blah blah blah, and it turns out it's just a rock. I don't remember anybody making trans jokes. I said trans was being reported as one of the things written on engraved on the bullets. That's all I said. And we did say it could be Dan or Gibbo pretending to be a chick to come in here and flirt with me. I mean, I wouldn't call that a trans joke either, but I find lots of stuff very interesting. I mean, think about how much I know of murder and understand that's literally not one of the topics I know most about. So there's many topics, including world history and everything else, that I know far more than I know murderers and serial killers and everything. Like as much as I know about murder and serial killers, I probably know as much about the cartels, if not more, for reasons. I know quite a lot about fucking biker gangs, also for reasons. What else do I know about? I know a lot about the Civil War for reasons. I don't know a lot of. I know a lot of. I'm basically the king of useless information. Oh, are you talking about Tutankhamun? I'm pretty sure it wasn't a virus. I'm pretty sure it was like a parasite or something, wasn't it? Also, there was a chair. Um, Everybody that sat in the chair for the longest time or owned the chair died a very violent, ill death. I think that is also the chair that Napoleon owned before he lost at Waterloo. When you just asked me the other night, literally, how did I know and did I Google how to figure out what a pronoun is? I'm more sad that y'all don't know what a pronoun is, seriously. Oh, I got a fun question for everybody, just to see, like your didn't it? I'm pretty sure they said Napoleon sat in the fucking. No. I said there's a chair that was owned by many famous people that still exists to this day that's in the museum. that was owned by many people that died. Many, many fucking people. Far more than the ones killed by Tutankhamun and the curse. Okay. And one of the people that sat in this chair, it was a hooded chair. Basically, it had a thing over the back or whatever that comes up over your head and stuff. And Napoleon himself was one of the ones that sat in this chair right before he went to the Battle of Waterloo. And we all should know what happened at the Battle of Waterloo, right? What? Are you saying I'm wrong? Here's a fun question. Everybody knows. Okay, here's a really. It seems like half of this question is going to be really easy, but the other half might not be. Now remember, do not Google. Okay, I'll know. Trust me, I'll know. Who were the presidents? That was plural. Presidents during the Civil War in the United States. See, most people will easily be able to tell you who the president of the North was, but most people tend to not actually know that there was a president of the South, too. Incorrect. Robert E. Lee actually is my great uncle, and he was the general for the Southern armies. So, appreciate you bringing up my relative, though. Oddly enough, I live in Lee County, where Robert E. Lee was banished to after they took away his properties and stuff in Virginia. But no, he was just a general. Oddly enough, my family would probably be a lot higher up than what they are. I mean, we're already related to King Charles, the present one. We're related to Robert E. Lee. No, it's not Ulysses S. Grant. I mean, I gave you a big hint. I was literally like, both sides had the president. So it's very easy to figure out who the president of the North was. Most people don't even realize that there was a president in the South. You have two belly buttons and three nipples. Congratulations. Dino, did you fucking Google it? Don't lie. Tell the truth. Sherman, I don't even think you're in the right war, homeboy. I'm just, TJ, I had to think you're way off on that one. But okay. Yeah, I'm calling cheater on that one. I know who it was, but we know how Charles is a freak, okay? Actually, believe it or not, I mean, it is very common knowledge because there's a massive story that involves the Civil War and the ending and everything else that concerns Jefferson Davis and all that stuff and the missing Confederate gold and all kinds of other stuff. So it's not too hard to figure out um, the guy's name or whatever. Once you know it, it's pretty easy to remember. Jefferson Davis was a general also before all that shit, kind of like Washington was or whatever, in the time period of like the War of 1812 and shit. Yeah, it's Jefferson Davis. At the end of the Civil War, he was on the run, and he had the massive amount of fucking gold that was sent to them. Oh, was it by France? I'm pretty sure it was by France or England or somebody, but they had a massive fucking fuck ton of gold. Solomon Grundy. Why do I fucking know that name? I'm horrible with names, but I'm trying to remember why I know the name Solomon. Wait, that's a Batman character. What the fuck are you on? Ain't it? Pretty sure that's a bad guy in fucking Batman, but not even in the movies. It's a bad guy from Batman, the TV, like cartoon. Well, I do know he's a Batman character. That for sure I know. Hmm. Can anybody name the most well-known and really the only kind of known serial killer that had? I how do I put this? That came out of Scotland, I think. Oh, I know all about it. Do you know? No worries, my friend. Just because if I'm asking the question, trust me, I already know. There's a very famous serial killer that came out of, I believe, Scotland. No, that's not Scotland, TJ. That is freaking the Whitechapel, aka the United Kingdom, aka England. We're talking about Scotland. And until recently, there was really one massive serial killer that a lot of people know the names of. Um, and believe it or not, there was a movie about him. But if I tell you who played the guy in the movie, oh, I know who the Reno brothers are. The Headless Horseman? You're so close, you have no idea. You have no idea how close you are in your own way, okay? Because a person that played in the movie that you just mentioned also played that person, if I remember correctly, in his movie. Paul Revere, do I even need to speak of? He ran around. The redcoats are coming. The redcoats are coming with the lantern and blah 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 blah. We all know that person. Hey, Peter. Oh yeah, I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think. Yeah, Solomon Grundy is a freaking is a character from fucking Batman. I'm almost certain that's a damn fucking character from Batman. I'm telling you. A little short, goofy looking Frankenstein looking freak monster looking thingy. Yeah, I hope you're feeling better, Dieter. Hello, cultists. We're just randomly asking weird trivia. Apparently, we went from riddles to random trivia at this point now. Hmm. Here's a fun question that everybody should get, and I don't know, I'm gonna judge you if you don't get this correct, okay? Who killed Billy the Kid? But then again, is this such a simple question? Depends on who you ask. Well, he couldn't be still alive. He'd be like 200 and something years old at this point. But I know what you're saying. No. See, there's some people that believe Billy the Kid was never killed by this specific person back in. Uh, there we go. Somebody got it. Sheriff Pat Garrett was supposedly the one that killed Billy the Kid. But everybody thinks Billy the survived means Brushy Bill Roberts would have to be Billy the Kid. But I'm sorry, if you look into the research, it just doesn't check out. In fact, his best friend was the fake Jesse James, oddly enough. Yes, just like Billy the Kid, there was a someone pretending to be Jesse James too, saying he was still alive as well. And I know what you're thinking, but he had all these signed affidavits by people that were famous saying that he was Billy the Kid. Um, Look at the dates in some of those affidavits. Some of those people were like 4 years old, and they're swearing that they knew Billy the Kid back in the day and verifying it for him. It's called bullshit. Yeah. Plus, there's actually some badass YouTubers on here who have literally gone through the massive amount of evidence and debunked the whole Billy the Kid thing. Roscoe P. Coltrane, really isn't like the guy from Dukes of Hazard or fucking Smokey and the Bandit? Why do I know that name? And it's not from actual history. It's from a fucking movie, ain't it? I knew it. I fucking knew it. Damn it. I knew it too. I was like, it's one of those old ass 70s/80s fucking TV shows or movies where fucking, yep, I knew it. I just fucking knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. And I can see that fat chair. My name is Roscoe P. Coltrane. My stepdad would have got a kick out of that shit. He would have known right away. He'd be like, oh, that's Dukes of Hazard. Charles, remember about 4 years ago, you said you were going to take me treasure hunting? Yeah, you want to go treasure hunting? We got to go to St. Augustine, but I'm down. I can take you to shipwrecks and everything. I am a actual certified scuba diving instructor. And I don't do it for money, though. It's just for fun. But since I'm certified and an instructor, I can literally take up to like, I think it's like 12 people with me at a time. No, I didn't joke. I'd actually take it all. I really would. I love scuba diving. It's one of my most favorite things in the world. And honestly, it seems like it would be a scary thing until you finally do it the first time, and then you will not think about anything but it. Not really. I just I get bored often, and I'm the kind of person that how do I put it? There's nothing I can't do. I refuse to be. Yeah, there's no way in hell that I would ever admit defeat that I couldn't figure out how to do something. And it's not hard at all. Seriously, it's not hard fucking at all to learn how to scuba dive. I mean, even at this moment, without having any actually training and all that, I could still pass the entire test just based on memory alone. Um, yeah. Anybody know what the vest portion of a scuba diving set of gear is called? I'll take the three-letter word or the actual full name. Either one works. I've had many different careers. I actually trained at like a culinary arts school to be a fucking professional cook, and I was a professional chef or whatever for a fucking while. I just got bored of it, and I was a massage therapist for a while. I actually had the training. I computers. I still kind of work in computers quite a bit actually, but I had to take also a class for that. I took psychology and shit just to learn more about criminals and never have used it in a actual way to make money at all. For a while there, I thought I was going to be a professional football player. Another part of me, I really am not going to say that I thought I was going to be a fucking famous rock fucking band person or whatever, because I never expected that to even occur. In fact, I never expected to win the contest at all in the first place. I literally, I'm not with the CIA. Maybe if you knew my IQ, it would help you figure out why I'm very good at doing stuff. But I'm not going to tell you my IQ because you're not going to believe it. So there you go. Just assume that I'm dumb. It makes things a lot easier for me. And like I said, there's a lot of people who he's a fucking liar. He's this and he's that. I'm sorry. Anything and everything I've literally said, I can prove without touching a computer, a cell phone, or anything. Whether it be like make some amazing fucking dish that most people don't even know how to make, or every single entire piece of suit and equipment and gear and all that for a scuba diver is. I don't need any list or anything to read off of. Why am I not in the CIA? We all know why I'm not in the CIA. Because I don't like cops. I was given IQ tests and all kinds of other stuff. I'm not going to get into the IQ test part of it because I don't believe in those fucking things. And the results to me seem fucking highly illogical, but whatever. But as far as reading, math, and comprehension and English and all that other good shit, in the state of Florida, was ranked in like the top fourth percentile, if you understand what that means. I tried to tell you the secrets to Fireball. You never fucking have time to hear them. It's not really a secret of anything. It's literally because if I'm if I wanted to, I could rig the actual entire machine very simply enough. But then that wouldn't really be like a trick. Now would it? That's 100% guaranteed win. That's cheating. Wouldn't do that. No, no, no. In the top fourth percentile would be out of the entire population of the state of Florida. I was in the top 0.04% of the smartest kids, literally. So it's more you're 99.06% or no 99.94 or 96 of the rest of the fucking kids in Florida are dumber than you. Basically, it was what they were saying. Yeah, exactly. And to be in the fourth percentile, that's not the 4%, that's 0.04. And honestly, like I said, it doesn't make a difference no matter how smart you are or how well you can process things or how high your IQ is and all that other shit. Um, yeah, none of that matters because in the end, it's what you do with it. And I've done absolutely fucking nothing. Yeah, 0.004. That means whatever's left, they were trying to, of my age range, they're basically saying I'm smarter than the rest. Yes, I know a psychologist did her IQ test. And I've also told you all the stories about how I used to fuck with lots of psychologists and everything else. There was a few of them I made think that I was a schizophrenic. There was a few of them I made think that I had dissociative identity disorder, which at the time was called multiple personalities. It's just I get too bored of doing the same thing for a long period of time, so I switch into doing something else, or I just do it for money. If it's going to pay more, I just do it that fuck it. Um, and I'm not even sure how it equates in my memory itself equates into that whole intelligence thing either. As far as I'm concerned, I just have a really dirty cheat that most other people don't have. Like most people, like a mechanic taking the entire engine and everything or entire car apart and set the pieces on the ground and put it all back together again or whatever if they're really good. I can do that too because I don't forget where the pieces went. You know what I'm saying? In fact, My mom swears up and down she hated buying me anything for Christmas and stuff because I would literally play with it for the first day, disassemble it the second day, and then just keep taking it apart, putting it back together, taking it apart, putting it. And this was at like 4 years old. I taught myself how to read because nobody else was going to. And believe it or not, and I don't know, this is going to make me sound weird, but I'm going to agree. It is weird. Um, do y'all remember how many cases I said that I've researched in my life since I was 7? Because I was researching the Zodiac Killer and Jack the Ripper and many others back in when I was 7 years old at the public library. And we'll see what I do with a box of like stuff that you're supposed to make, like bake or whatever, like that. I never look at the instructions. I usually can tell by the texture and all that other stuff if I'm doing it right, or the taste, or whatever it happens to be. And they were all yellow. I hate that fucking song. Fucking Coldplay. Don't get me started on how much music I know. Oh my god. I've forgotten more music than most people fucking know. But the ones that actually listen to any music I listen to, I'm like their best friend in the world. If they're really into music and shit like that, because all the time I get random hits up on email and everything else, like, Charles, I need new tunes. And I'm like, okay, what the fuck you want? What do you mean? Like, just tell me something you really like or love or this, that, and the other, and I'll give you something that's pretty similar to that. And that's it. Boom. Oh, you mean the true crime thing? Oh, yeah. The reason I'm really weird about those kind of stuff, I got my own reasons. So, but don't get me wrong. I was a little freak before those happened. So, straight up, as I said, the events that really defined me as far as true crime and all that's concerned happened when I was 15. I was already studying serial killers at 7. Have you ever watched that documentary about called Cropsey? That's another really interesting like true crime thing too. I think it was like New York or Pennsylvania or some shit. But they believe it's the origin of the story, like the couples and the making out in the lovers lane, and they find a hook on their door because they keep hearing scratching on the car and all this other shit. Oh yeah, that was some good shit, wasn't it? That was interesting as hell. They kept finding these little kids' bodies all over the place and shit, and they shut down a mental institution, and it turned out one of the psycho patients that used to stay there was returning there or some shit, if I remember right. Or if you know anything about heavy metal, you've probably heard of the band called Children of Bodom. But what most people don't know is there's an actual true crime case that's still unsolved to this day, linked to the whole thing of the band Children of Bodom. As in, it's a place called Lake Bodom, I think it's called, where I think two or three people were seriously, violently fucking murdered. And I think there was one survivor, and they tried to blame him for it, but it made no sense because he was damn near murdered himself. So it's kind of crazy. But yeah, sadly, I'm not really that much of a weirdo. I just don't forget shit. I guess that makes me a different kind of weirdo. I think it was Mary Lou Henner or somebody else. She has 100% perfect eidetic memory. I do not. Mine's pretty good though, but I think basically at my best, I think I had like an equivalency of like 40%. But this lady, she was an actress and all this other stuff, but she had a 100% perfect recall. You could give her a specific date, no matter how far back it was, and she can tell you what day of the week it was, what she had for breakfast, and the whole 9 yards, and everything that happened that day. I cannot do that. Now, don't get me wrong, you can bring up certain events and shit that happened to me, like say 20 something years ago and stuff, and I'll know exactly what the hell you're talking about 100%. I think it's because I smoked too much weed and my brain just got a little retarded. But when it comes to like true crime and shit, oh no, I never forget that shit. Mm. Why is she deleting comments? Sure. Totally doesn't sound suspicious at all. I mean, it's not like everybody in here has a fucking wrench. Who the fuck gave Elo has a fucking wrench? Was I high? Why would y'all let me do something like that? Seriously? Y'all are the worst support motherfuckers ever. Who heard me say, I'm going to mod the Elo house? And was like, that's a good idea, Charles. Because whoever did, you're fired. Okay? This is why I tell everybody, no, I'm not highly intelligent. I'm a fucking idiot. I do dumb shit all the time. I think I've made my point. Did Dino's phone die finally or what? Yeah, we were supposed to like kidnap somebody and force them up here to play the documentary or whatever. Diana! Don't act like you ain't there. I know you're there. I can smell your fucking hairspray and shit from here. Yeah. I have learned the easiest way to have people think that you're dumb is just to make typos and just say, fuck it. I'm too lazy to fix it. That's all I got to do. I told you she was here. You need to come up here. Well, is Dino still here? Because if he's left, well, fuck him. No, I'm just playing stuff. Do I really got to scroll up to see if he's still here or not? Oh my god. Diane, I get it. Oh, yeah, he's still here. So, Diane, yep, you got to come up here. Because I want to watch the documentary about the Clintons. And that means I need a magical possessor of the computer. Yeah, I got to put an operating system on mine, seriously. Oh, gotcha. Okay, Dino, hopefully soon enough, she might be back, unless somebody else would like to help. But I'm sure y'all don't, because y'all are a bunch of assholes. But I am seeing one thing that's irking the fuck out of me. I gotta give Dieter a wrench, so that's gonna happen soon. So yeah. Did you, girl? You got 2 of my phone numbers, my like 7 of my email addresses, my Discord name. Oh my god! I try to tell y'all I'm not fucking smart. Nobody fucking listens. Y'all just no, he's fucking this and that. No, he's not. He's a fucking idiot. right now I'm trying to figure out where the link to click to put into the chat so people. Fuck. Why is it missing all of a sudden? It's usually always there. Oh, be right back. Most have. Bro, you want to see some? Yeah, okay. Finally, somebody mentioned something I actually cannot do for the life of me. Yeah, I can't. Fuck. There's no way in hell that I'll ever be able to ride a skateboard. I swear to God, it's just impossible. I've tried. My what's my balance or whatever the fuck it is, center of balance or whatever. It's just not happening. You mean my dog, right? I mean, you did technically give me the male one a long ass time ago, so I mean, technically one of them's mine. Damn it, no. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. See, that's the difference between a smart person and a person with a cheat. There you go. Albeit, I have smoked some pretty good weed tonight, so and I am troll, so I like to pretend I'm dumb often. So, oh, as I was saying before, um, by my last count of how many I know, I've researched over 200,000 fucking murder cases, right? Every case that I've researched, or at least every murderer I have researched, I have a book I wrote for each one. Seriously. I have like three or four about Delphi that I wrote before they even made an arrest. And damn near like I'm gonna say it's like the Idaho 4 thing. Damn near I'm gonna say 80 to 90% of it ended up true. 200,000 cases, yeah. 200,000 different murder cases, yeah. Because most of the time I like to work on the cold ones or the unsolved ones. So most of the time, those are the ones you hear. You'd be amazed at it. Serial killers alone, I know at least a few thousand, at least. You usually can name a country in the world, and I could probably tell you some of their infamous serial killers. And no, I don't have to look it up. Right now, I'm just sitting in a room with nothing but my phone. And if you try to leave StreamYard to open a tab up, you're just gonna get knocked the fuck out. It's gonna kick you off of fucking StreamYard. Like like I was saying before, soon I'm gonna be doing some cases, starting worldwide cases, believe it or not, that are mixed between like unsolved murders. Some are solved with weird twists that are not necessarily solved at the same time. I I literally said the books I wrote had nothing to do. It involved everything detail wise that I was able to figure out. See, people seem to forget and they hate when I bring it up, but I was the one that figured out Bridge Guy's hype for one, and the only one that did it the right fucking way in the first place. I think that they just, I hate to say it because it sounds mean. There was a particular creator that had put a lot of faith in another person, and that person was just using two pieces of plexiglass as a way to measure out Bridge Guy. And I'm just like, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my fucking life. Like, you do know that we have certain versions of math that are perfect for these exact fucking things right. But apparently nobody knew that, because whenever I bring it up to most people who aren't in the community, they're just like, huh? And I'm still stuck here trying to explain it to a bunch of people, and like they all look at me like I'm fucking weird. And a lot of y'all are fucking smart. That's why I don't understand it. A lot of y'all motherfuckers are smart. It's like I I want to teach y'all like trigonometry, because I know you're smart enough to know it. And then once you know it, then I can have a conversation with you, and then you can do the stuff. You'll be like, oh shit, he's right. Oh yeah, because I've been able to have this conversation with 4 separate people, 4 only, and yeah, we're not even talking about Richard Allen. Why are you talking about Richard Allen? Seriously, nobody said his name. You are more smarter. Oh, you am more smarter. Sure, I'm dumb as a rock. I have a cheat. I don't think I'm smart. So, I mean, if that's the case, then everybody here is smarter than me. I have a cheat. And it's also a curse, because think of a great superpower, but also it's a curse that haunts you. Because imagine that you can go back through your mind through your entire life and remember every amazing thing that's ever fucking happened like it was yesterday. Sounds awesome, don't it? Now, at the same time, imagine every horrible thing that's ever fucking happened in your life, and you can remember those even better. So yeah, it's awesome, but yes, at the same time, it's fucking it's a curse. Okay, one day you're gonna have to actually explain this dumbass fucking person holding a pencil bullshit, but I'm probably not gonna care when you finally do go to explain it, so I'm just gonna pretend I do at the moment, but really I don't. If that makes any sense. Oh yeah, Mr. Brown, because yeah, heavy. It still doesn't. Yeah, the person holding a pencil thing doesn't make any sense. I mean, I know what I used the pencil for, that I mostly remember, and that's when I stabbed the dude in the neck. But don't worry, he was a friend. Congratulations. Because Charles hates emojis. So, in fact, I wanted to set my Discord up to have like all these specific serial killer and movie monster type things. Turquoise is like a blue green, right? I guess I can allow it since my eyes turn that color at some point. Oh, how about that? That's another cool thing about me. Um, my eyes, they change colors quite often, actually. They go from what's the name? They go from blue to green to hazel, and another color like a blue green, and then they go right back to all over again. My mom tells me it's because I'm Native American, but then other people tell me it's because part Irish or some shit. So I have no idea why the fuck they do that, but it's pretty awesome that they do. And honestly, if there were a ton of pictures of me that existed, which there aren't, but you can still start seeing the difference, because it's like every single picture I have has a slightly different color eyes. Like when I was born, they were just like all completely blue. And then they had a picture of me when I was at 1, and I got a first haircut or some shit, and they were green in that. But that is probably the one thing about me that would never change, because it's the one thing everybody seems to be very content with, and that is lies. I used to wear glasses, and I look like Jeffrey Dahmer, so I literally just stopped wearing glasses, and my eyes found a way to fix themselves. I have a feeling it involved me in steroids and stuff, but yeah. Fucking yeah, you didn't hear last night either, did you? Um, I don't know what's going on because I hate watching the news because there's always bad shit happening on there. But I go to walk up to the store because I like to walk up to the store, you know, good exercise and shit, right? So I go to walk up to the store, and I know it's been raining for like I don't know 2 hours or so. No biggie. It's Florida, you know what I mean? And I get ready to go and shit, and I start walking up there, and I shit you not, um, all over the sidewalk. Imagine you're walking down the sidewalk where you live at. Well, where I live at, if you're on the sidewalk, mind you, which is higher than the actual street itself, um, it was above knee deep in water. And I took a video, but it's really hard to see because it was really dark out. But the I was sitting there. I'm like, you know what? People ask me often, do I have to go far to find a beach in here in Florida? And I'm like, well, no, you don't actually, because apparently in Florida, if you can't find a beach or it's not close enough to you, the beach will find you. And then I took a slight video of the road and the sidewalk, and it's massively covered in water. But the funny part was they were doing sidewalk work before that, and I learned a valuable lesson that apparently they didn't finish the job at the time. And as I'm trying to walk forward, and I see the cones and everything, but of course I'm Charles. I don't fucking care. I don't pay attention to that shit. And I go to step in what I believe to be a sidewalk, and I just dropped. I'm lucky I didn't just end up swimming in this fucking thing. And the above knee deep water quickly became damn near at my waist. Now I'm 6'4", so you do with whatever math that you need to. But I'm going to say in that spot right there at that moment in time, it was probably about 3.5 feet deep at least. And no, as far as I know, it's not some massive hurricane or a tropical storm or some bullshit. As I know of it, it was just like a couple hours of some, heavy rain. That's it. I hate fucking Florida. And by the way, it's been raining all fucking day too, and it's still not as deep as it was yesterday. Right back, guys. I gotta grab my charger and shit where this phone's at. 1 second. But yeah, I figured out the easiest way to like piss Polly off even worse while he's doing these dumb voice shows and shit and talking shit. Other times, I'm killing him with kindness, and I think it's hilarious. But at the same time, I'm like, dude, you wouldn't believe it. On our channel, we have this, and this. And I'm like, oh, and by the way, I'm surrounded by a bunch of hot ass females. And if you understood the Polly story, that he must be so pissed off just hearing that. You have no idea. Know thy enemy. Well, actually, I wouldn't even call him an enemy. As I said a million times before, the only people that think they're my enemies are people that really just want to be my friends. Or they were my friends and they're just crazy now. No, I'm not implying that directly towards a specific person. Maybe. Uh, yeah, that'd be Polly Walnuts, aka Michael Myers, aka Jason Voorhees, aka what's that other account that he was using lately, like Raleigh or something. Okay, when you see those weirdos pop up in my chat and other chats, there's usually like four of them. I can't remember what account to use, but yeah, it's the same four people. I don't know who two of them are, but I'm sure I can figure it out really quickly. Yeah, Polly Walnuts is apparently 6'7", fucking dirty Italian. Stupid phone. Something. What people do? The four people. I don't know who two of them are, but you're talking about nobody knows anybody in real life at all. I mean, you can say hypothetically, like, oh, Peggy, there you go. But yeah, Paulie has never met anybody in person, from what I know. He has a tendency to like uh, to threaten people and say he's coming there on a visit, but he never shows. I usually warn him. I'm like, guys, you won't have to worry. If you see a 6'7" tall, dirty Italian in front of your apartment, then you can worry. Until then, you're fine. Well, hello, Peggy.
Hello.
How are you?
I am well. How are you?
I'm great. I'm having a fun time.
What do you need help with?
Well, I needed somebody basically just to play a documentary about the Clintons.
What is it called?
Dino, tell me the name. I know it's Clinton. I think it was Collateral something or other in it or whatever.
Clinton Collateral?
No. You could probably try typing in Clinton body count on YouTube. It might give
Oh,
you a.
geez.
Oh yeah, we're going for a
I
topic on
mean,
this one.
rumor is I got the FBI
There we go.
behind me, and now you're gonna have me put Clinton body.
It's called the Clinton Chronicles.
Okay.
Yeah, and this would also involve the boys in the tracks and everybody else,
Okay.
and it's pretty fucked up.
1994, The Clinton Chronicles, full documentary.
Sure, yeah. I know it was from the
By
90s.
Larry Nichols.
Yeah, some guy
Okay.
that's probably dead now. He's probably on the list too.
All right. Let's see what I can do here.
No, I'm trying to figure out. Are you going to be able to share screen?
No, I haven't tried to share yet. Just
I was trying to think to myself, no, because I think me and Diana were having that problem the other night, and we were trying to figure out how to do it because I'm a StreamYard and this and that and the other, and I'm like, well, honestly, I need to start. Where's Dan at? Dan, get your ass up here. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Yeah. I processed that for a second.
Okay. So let's see.
I can tell you what buttons to press that are supposed to share screen.
No, I know, but I just want to make sure I'm getting the right tab. So let me move things over.
Oh no, it's just
Okay, let's try it again.
yes. Drive safely, Diana.
Okay, got it. All right.
All right, she got to do.
I think you have to approve it or something. Be nice to Polly.
I am nice to Paulie. You should see my text messages. He says all these horrible things about me. I'm just like, love you, bro. I am a new and improved. I don't know about improved, but I'm a new Charles. Damn it. Well, actually, I'm more actually like the original me. That's a better way of saying it.
Okay, I think you need to approve my screen share.
I got you right now. As soon as you
There we
said,
go. Okay,
I think
awesome.
you need to, and I was like, oh, I got you.
All right. So if everyone can let me know how the sound is doing and if it's echoing or anything like that. I was having an issue the other day. So let's try this.
Well, you sound pretty good, so.
There's no sound yet.
There are no sounds heavy. Shh. It's a little quiet, but it seems like
Okay.
it's okay. Yeah, so if you can like turn it a little bit, that's what I'm saying. It's a little quiet, but from what I hear, it sounds good. I can't hear it.
Is that better?
On January 20th, 1993, William Jefferson Clinton.
Perfect. You're the bomb.
President of the United States. At the time, most Americans were not aware of the extent of Clinton's criminal background, nor were they aware of the media blackout, which kept this information from the public. As State Attorney General and later governor, Bill Clinton in 12 years achieved absolute.
All right, I'm going to mute and see to get rid of like any background sound. Tell me if you can still hear it. Can y'all still hear it?
I really Clinton, but I didn't know if it was just a quiet part.
They had open volume. They had open.
See, now it sounds good. I think when you muted it, you might mute it too. You're like yourself.
If it's found. While he was there, they remained unpicked. And I'm sure that sparked an ambition in this young man.
They're saying it's no sound,
He apparently can
but there's like a 10-second delay.
I think they were saying no sound at the same time that you had yourself muted, which I think you muted the episode thing, which was basically what I was saying. Brandon, you need to be the blows.
And then he was able to take that position and catapult himself into the governor's office 2 years later and started building this foundation.
When you think about Bill Clinton's aversion to the truth, you wonder if this is because of the lackadaisical moral that he's had in this.
No audio.
I'm going to do a new share because there seems to be an issue. Let me try to do.
Okay.
Let me pause it. All right. Because usually it asks you, do you want to share volume as well? So
Does it? Whenever
yeah.
I shared screens, I always pick like the whole screen.
Audio. Look for share audio checkbox next to window.
Yeah.
Okay. Some screens let you share audio. Look for share audio checkbox. Okay. Oh, I have to do it in tab mode. Okay, I got it. All right. This will be better, everyone. Hopefully I'm sharing the right tab. All right. Let's check. Let's try this. Let me know if it's better, everyone, please.
And then with morality.
I first met Bill Clinton in the mid to late 70s. He was an up and coming politician. There were a group of us, Tucker, Bill Clinton, Sheffield Nelson, and myself. And we kind of ran around and palled around with each other. It was from that point that I did a lot of projects for Bill from a marketing perspective. In 1988, I went to Bill and said, I need a job to kind of relax, mellow out. Bill Clinton and Betsy Ross. They suggested that I go to work for a place called the Arkansas Development Finance Authority. And they said my talents could really be used there. It was the best kept secret in Arkansas.
Do y'all want me to rewind
After
it
about 2 weeks, I went to Wooten Epps.
I think I'm just going to leave it alone.
I think I've got enough background on this that we can start marketing it. Now, what is the criteria for loans? He said, whoever Bill wants to get a loan. To go back, though, to that moment in time, I'd been there about a month, and I realized that I was in the epicenter of what I'd always heard about all my life. What most people have heard about is the machine. I was literally working, sitting in the middle of Bill Clinton's political machine. It was where he made payoffs, where he repaid favors to people for campaign support. I was in an interesting seat, and I knew it. We had a board meeting. In that particular board meeting, I was sitting at the end of the table. James Brannion, who was chairman of the board at that time, was sitting at the head of the table. James Brannion stood up in a public restaurant, and he hollered at the Beverly Enterprises guy, Bobby Stevens, and said, "Did you get the $50,000 campaign contribution from the client that you're introducing the loan for?" He said, "Not yet." He said, "Well, then hold up the loan till we get it." I stood up, went up to James, and I said, "James, don't yell stuff like that. You don't need to be yelling it in a restaurant. That sounds real bad." He was just burly and arrogant. He said, "Who cares?"
Bill Clinton sold the concept of ADFA to the people of Arkansas as a vehicle for creating jobs and assisting churches and schools. In reality, millions of taxpayer-guaranteed dollars were being channeled to Clinton's election campaigns, to his inner circle of friends, and to his wife Hillary's law firm. This may explain why ADFA had been drafted in such a manner as to keep its decision-making procedures secret.
If you needed $1 million, you had to get your application handled by the Rose Law Firm, pay them $50,000. There were 5 other companies in the state of Arkansas that were actually more qualified in bond structuring and applications, but Rose Law Firm got them all. I started checking around, and I kept asking, well, one thing's bothering me, to the comptroller, Bill Wilson, how do people make payments on these loans? He looked at me and said, they don't. He thought I knew. Well, that blew my mind. And this is about 2 months in, and it was getting tough then. So I started gathering the documents. After everybody left, I would stick around as if I were working on the annual report. That would give me access to all the documents, and I make copies of them all. For about 2 months, I watched accounts accumulate money. At the end of the month, they zero balanced. They're laundering drug money. There were $100 million a month in cocaine coming in and out of Mena, Arkansas. They had a problem. They were doing so much money in cocaine, $100 million. You create a problem in a little state like Arkansas. How do you clean $100 million a month? ADFA until 1989 never banked in Arkansas. What they would do is they would ship the money down to Florida, a bank in Florida, which later would be connected to BCCI. They would ship money to a bank in Atlanta, Georgia, which, by the way, was later connected to BCCI. They'd ship to Citicorp in New York, which would send the money overseas. And there was an interesting one, a bank in Chicago. That bank, by the way, is partially owned by Dan Rostenkowski. Dan Lassiter would get the bonds. He would become the broker for the bonds. He would transfer money back to ADFA. He never sold a bond. The money then would leave ADFA, go into one of the various banks for the specific bond loan, and they would zero it out. When they zeroed it out, they were giving it back to Lassiter, less their handling fees.
During the Lassiter investigation, we had numerous witnesses for the federal grand jury, had extensive testimony. People that was connected with Lassiter and drug use and everything else. His cocaine use become used as a tool for sexual favors and also for business deals that influence people. And that's when Mr. Lassiter became quite flamboyant with his cocaine use, and then ultimately led to his arrest and conviction.
Dan Lassiter, who was best friend of Bill Clinton, who went to jail with Roger Clinton for cocaine. And by the way, let me explain something. He didn't sell cocaine. No, they were giving it away. Huge piles of cocaine in his office. Ashtray upon ashtray full at the parties, and they would give it to young girls. That's sick. I mean, they were giving a highly addictive drug to young girls.
One particular one comes to mind is a 14-year-old cheerleader out of North Little Rock She was a virgin, and ultimately he ended up sending her to a physician of his. The physician put her on birth control pills. He used cocaine in order to ultimately she lost her virginity, and she got addicted to cocaine. And the last I heard of her, when we had her subpoenaed back to the federal grand jury, she was a hooker in Lake Tahoe.
Dan Laster contracted to launder the money. Now, in addition to his contract to launder the money and the system that he and Bill Clinton had set up to do it, probably what he did is he took advantage of some of the cocaine. That's why he could give it away. Shoot, you have $100 million a month in cocaine. They wouldn't care if you took a bucket full a day.
After Laster was indicted, I started to receive quite a bit of harassment from my own department, Arkansas State Police. And I knew the reason behind it because the affiliation with the state police and the governor's office with Dan Laster and his business associates.
Mr. Lassiter's cocaine involvement at times was very heavy, then at times he was very cool, calm, mediocre. He was very careful, as all of them have been for quite some time.
Once he was convicted, he went to a minimum security prison, a holiday hotel, we call them. He spent, I think it was 6 to 8 months, and he got out. Unbeknownst to anybody, Bill Clinton, the day after he got out, granted him a full and complete pardon. So if you think he's tough on crime, think about a man that pardons a man that gives cocaine to kids.
Fear of violence is robbing our children of their future. We must take away that fear and give them hope. We must give Alicia and all our children back their childhood. Working together, we can.
Do something now. Call 1-800-WE-PREVENT.
Your president, the president of the United States, not only was a part of a system that was laundering millions of cocaine dollars, your president signed off on it. He can't deny that he did. You see, because of that, there's one little catch. Every loan that ADFA made, Bill Clinton himself had to sign off on it. More than Bill Clinton, you better identify the people in the loop of the drug running. You better identify the people in the loop for money laundering. And what you'll find there is those people go straight to Washington. Act 1062, if you look at it, it says that ADFA was developed and created to provide low-interest bond loans for churches, schools, colleges. So now look what happened to our legislature. They voted on a bill creating ADFA, thinking that they were getting money to colleges and schools to buy books and so forth. What better way to run thousands or tens of millions of dollars, launder it, clean it up, and use the cover of a state agency to do it. The first loan made at ADFA was made to Parkometer, a company called Parkometer. Seth Ward was the owner. As I started looking, I found out that the Secretary Treasurer was Webb Hubbell. Then I found out Webb Hubbell was Seth Ward's son-in-law. Guess who drafted the legislation creating Act 1062, which created the Arkansas Development Finance Authority? Webb Hubbell. Guess who introduced the legislation to our legislators and got it passed through our House? Webb Hubbell. Guess who got the first loan? Webb Hubbell. Imagine this. Guess who did the audit and the evaluation of the application? Rose Law Firm. You guessed it. Who signed it? Webb Hubbell, Hillary Clinton. You see, that's against the law in Arkansas. You can't investigate yourself when the good faith and credit of the state of Arkansas is involved in a bond issue. He broke the law. Good Lord willing, creek don't rise. Mr. Hubbell will be serving some time in the pen for that one.
Ironically, Webb Hubbell, a senior partner at the Rose Law Firm, was chairman of the Conflicts of Interest Committee at Rose. In 1988, he successfully advanced the Ethics in Government Act, which required Arkansas legislators to report governmental conflicts of interest. Incredibly, this law specifically exempted Governor Bill Clinton, his appointees, and his relatives. Clinton's appointment of Hubble to the U.S. Justice Department exemplified the administration's total disregard for legal ethics. Hubble's hasty resignation in March 1994 for overbilling of Roe's clients was merely a ploy to remove Hubble from the limelight before extensive criminal charges could be brought against him.
Let me tell you about Parkometer. The first loan was $2.85 million. Never was a penny of that paid back. As the newspaper people started inquiring about the Parkometer loans, what they found was that Parkometer was actually building retrofit nose cone compartments that were being shipped to MENA. We find out that the nose cones were actually being used to smuggle dope back into the country. And what is scary, what's so scary, it's the same cast of characters. Webb Hubble, the Rose Law Firm, are guilty, I say to you, of conspiring to defraud the state of Arkansas, the federal government, and conspired to solicit the sales and the laundering of money for illegal drugs. This is your president. This is his circle of power. These are the people, when he got elected president, he did not pass go. He took them straight to Washington with him. And all things holy, I think he was planning to set up and do the same thing in Washington.
In 1982, cocaine trafficker Barry Seal set up one of the largest drug smuggling operations in the United States in Mena, Arkansas, under the approving eye of Governor Bill Clinton.
Barry Seal had a bunch of planes and supposedly had pilots. Barry Seal was a drug smuggler. Now, he tried to set it up in his home state of Louisiana, but they wouldn't let him. He had to come to a state that had a sleazy governor hooked on cocaine, and everybody knew it. Yeah, Bill Clinton was hooked on cocaine.
I lived in Little Rock, Arkansas, okay? And I worked at a club called the Bistros. And I met Roger Clinton there, Governor Bill Clinton. So a couple of the state troopers that went with him wherever he went. Roger Clinton had came up to me and he had asked me, could I get him some coke, you know, and asked for my one hitter, which a one hitter is a very small silver device, okay, that you stick up into your nose and you just squeeze it and a snort of cocaine will go up in there. And I watched Roger hand what I had given him to Governor Clinton, and he just kind of turned around and walked off, and that's one specific.
Dr. Suen, S-U-E-N, doctor at the medical center here in Little Rock, has taken care of Bill Clinton for his sinus problems, which may indeed be drug related to cocaine use as they destroy the sinus passages. Governor Bill Clinton was taken into the hospital, I believe it was the medical center, on at least one or two occasions for cocaine abuse and overdosage, in which he actually had to be cared for at the hospital.
It led to toga parties. And if you're not sure on what a toga party is, I've had to clarify this in the past. Toga party is where you wrap yourself in a sheet most of the time. The people at the toga parties were Governor Clinton, now President Clinton, Attorney General Steve Clark. Okay, he was there a few times. Members of the Arkansas State Police, you know, along with Roger and, you know, other people. They began to dance around, do the cocaine in one room, have sex in another room, because in the Coachman's Inn, the rooms were adjoining, you know. And to be quite truthful, you end up with somebody in particular, and you 9 times out of 10 end up having sex. And there was cocaine there. I know I'm I'm the one that made sure it was there.
I've talked to the manager, the assistant manager for the apartment complex where Roger Clinton used to live. They've all said Bill Clinton did drugs. They saw him. I've talked to a lot of other people who have all, just like the people at the apartment complex, said, hey, John, get us to a congressional hearing. Yes, we'll sign sworn affidavits. These people want to be sure when they come forward that something's done about it because they fear for their life, but they really want the truth to get out.
I was there, we're coming there with Roger one night, and back in the back part of the mansion there's kind of like a living quarters type thing, and we would all get together out there and do cocaine, you know, and no, Miss Clinton wasn't there at the time.
In 1983, I was made aware that Sheriff Hadaway and one of his auxiliary deputies, Terry Capehart, were investigating a smuggling operation going on at the Mena Airport. They had an inside source of information.
Mr. Seal, it was our understanding, was the one who had brought the operation into the Mena Airport, and that had initiated the beginning of the money laundering and the illegal activity.
He said 1983 was his most profitable cocaine smuggling period ever. Said that the airplanes that he had placed at the Mena Airport, there were 4 of them, a couple of Senecas and a couple of Panthers, and 1 or 2 stragglers here and there, different airplanes. He said they were purchased solely for the purpose of cocaine smuggling.
There was, in my opinion, more than enough evidence to prosecute a number of people for crimes regarding the Barry Seal case at Mena.
I snuck around, crawled through the bushes, thinking that I'd really have to hide to see them unloading the dope. Didn't have to. You could walk right up to the airport and they'd unload it right in front of you. They would unload it. They'd offload it. They didn't care.
A certain degree of money laundering had taken place among these people that were associated with Barry Seal.
What had not been done was to connect the dotted lines to ADFA. Because once you connected the dotted lines to ADFA, you had actually connected the dotted line to Clinton.
In addition to the operations at Mena, small clearings in other parts of the state were used as drop points for money and cocaine.
They had special cargo doors installed in the side without FAA permission so that these doors could be opened in flight. They'd pull in, slide back, and cocaine could be dropped out of the side in flight.
When you have a public which is aware of an ongoing criminal enterprise, when you have an international cocaine smuggler who is high profile, and a lot of people know that they are operating in a small area. A lot of people knew about the money laundering. It was common gossip on the street because it was so blatant. And they see investigations ongoing for several years. And they keep watching for indictments. They know grand juries are convening. They know that witnesses are supposed to be providing evidence to a grand jury, yet year after year after year, no indictments are returned. People lose confidence in the system.
Clinton had integrated a number of corrupt cops, judges, and politicians into high-level positions to ensure the continued success of the drug smuggling, money laundering operations. All was going well until a fateful night in the fall of 1987.
On August 22nd, 1987, Kevin had spent the night with his friend Don Henry. They left Don's home around 12:30 or 1:15 on the 23rd of August in early morning hours, and the next thing we knew, they had been run over by a train. There seems to be a small airstrip in the area. There have been sightings and reports of small airplanes flying very low with lights off in the area. I believe they saw something they shouldn't have seen. 3 weeks later, their deaths were ruled accidental by the state medical examiner, Fahmy Malik, and we disagreed with that ruling because we thought the evidence pointed to homicide. At that point, we had a lot of questions and no answers, and the facts didn't add up to what he was telling us, so we decided to get a second opinion and met with resistance from all fronts, both with our local law enforcement, with the state crime lab, with everybody that we turned to. We obtained court orders, requesting samples of everything that the crime lab had for a second opinion. And Fahmy Malek resisted court orders. He refused to obey them.
Ultimately, it was proven that Don Henry had been stabbed in the back and Kevin Ives' skull had been crushed prior to the placement of their bodies on the railroad tracks. However, Malek stood by his ruling that the boys had simply fallen asleep on the tracks. Malek had been kept in office at the insistence of Governor Clinton for a number of years, despite vigorous public outcry to have him removed. As long as Malek's rulings pleased the governor's office or state police, they were left to stand, no matter how implausible. Malek's obvious lack of medical knowledge reached a pinnacle when he ruled that James Milam, who had been decapitated, had died of natural causes. Yet Clinton, who had the power to remove Malek from office, insisted he stay.
There were allegations of tampering with evidence in murder cases. There were allegations of perjury in different cases. It didn't seem to matter what Malek did. Clinton protected him. He made excuses such as he's overworked, he's just stressed out, he's underpaid. They gave him a $14,000 raise, which was an insult to my family as well as a lot of others in the state who to this day are struggling with asinine rulings and the deaths of children and other loved ones. I was outraged that protecting a political crony of Clinton's was more important than the fact that 2 young boys had been murdered.
Dan Harmon was just a local attorney in the town of Benton, Arkansas. And after Don Henry and Kevin Ives were killed and their bodies placed on the tracks and run over by a train, he approached Linda Ives and the Henry family about trying to help them. He's a manipulator. Gives a great closing argument in court. He's been trained for years to play the game. He knows how to do it. He's very good at it. Mr. Harmon can win your confidence and make you think he's the greatest guy in the world. He did that to Linda Ives. He helped lead them down a path that absolutely led to nowhere on this case. I got involved in the case, and immediately Harmon tried to discredit me without even knowing me. Couldn't figure it out. I run across a young lady named Charlene Wilson who told a horror story that I didn't really believe at the time. So I started searching for evidence to substantiate just part of what she had said. Harmon went ballistic. Called, he threatened me, threatened Sheriff Pridgeon, threatened Captain Gene Donham, the chief deputy. All because I talked to this one woman.
The people at the track that night, to my knowledge, were Dan Harmon, Keith McCaskill, Larry Rochelle. I do know that the boys were watching the drop site, okay? And they got curious as to what was being dropped there.
The fact is, we know who killed these kids. The whole reason this case has been slowed down, stopped, wherever we're at. They can't do anything with it as long as Clinton's in office, because it tracks right back to Bill Clinton being involved in the cover-up. He took care of everybody that ever covered anything up in this case. Everybody got promoted.
A number of people approached the police with information about Don and Kevin's murder.
Charles, you there? Should we talk about this, or do you just want to like play this whole thing
You
through?
can at any point you want. You were facing literally what I faced myself many years ago. And my guy, I did say it in the chat, but I will say it again out loud for everybody to hear. Everything I've seen so far in this documentary that I have seen before is all 100% fact so far.
I do know the boys on the tracks, like when I
Yep.
was looking into that, there was a lot of corruption that at that time. Something with the coroner or the medical examiner.
Medical
Is
examiners, law enforcement, the sheriff, the assistant district attorney, every one of them were fucking assistant district attorney Dan Harmon. You were just seeing him in a picture and all that. He was disbarred after this. And don't even get me started on the whole grand jury thing. I'm waiting to let you hear it on the thing because it's crazy. But he was disbarred and he was arrested multiple times as a felony on drug charges and trafficking and I think what is it, the ringleader charge or whatever? You know what I'm talking about, right? A RICO Act.
Yeah, I remember that too.
Yeah,
That's coming back
the
to me.
assistant district attorney.
Because
Literally.
this was like a drop area, right? There was like private planes or something.
See, what happened was they were waiting for the pilots to land, and then they were going to pull over the planes, and then they'd get busted with the drugs, right? So Barry Seal had an ingenious, fucking amazing idea. Well, fuck it, I'm just not going to land. I'm going to load up a bunch of extra freaking fuel in the back of my plane and load up the rest with cocaine, and we're just going to drop that shit and let our guys on the ground pick it up. It seems so simple, but it worked so fucking perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they were just waiting.
What do you think? I don't know where you are with covering this case. I didn't catch your live the other day, but like, did you go into the entire like why the boys type of scenario? Like
why the boys?
How it into this?
Okay, here are the scenarios, and I don't mind going a little ahead of the game. It doesn't bother me. These are the most plausible scenarios and why the boys happened to be murdered. One, they saw something they shouldn't have, as in they saw the guys going to pick it up or somebody else being killed or something along the lines, or just Dan Harmon himself, because every witness seems to say Dan Harmon himself, the assistant district attorney, was at the murder scene.
Mm-hmm.
Other people, and technically there's three scenarios that are most plausible. Other people say that the boys knew already about the drops and went there and stole some.
How old were they at the time?
16 and 15, I think, or 15 and 14. Very close to Libby and Abby's age. Very close to Libby and Abby's age. And the third plausible route is they had seen it finally for the first time, and what was it explained to me? Like, just for seeing it, they were killed. Seeing something else that they could have been killed for that, and the third was basically they tried to steal some of it. Which I don't care about either three of them. That doesn't make them, they don't deserve to fucking die. Roger Clinton, Bill Clinton. Okay, Bill Clinton was the one who put the massive amount of money into the Mena, Arkansas airport, which literally became the drug hub. So all this is set up using political and taxpayer money or whatnot to do this well in advance. Like when he put that money, I think it was like $700 million into the Mena, Arkansas airport, which was right next to the tracks. You get my drift?
The Clintons lived in Arkansas, though, right? Too, right? That's where they're from.
Which one? Yeah. He was the governor of Arkansas.
Yeah. Okay.
Trust me. I know this seems crazy, guys. I know, but as I tell you with everything else, go check into it yourself and you'll be fucking shocked because it's far worse than what you're hearing. Because this was in 1994 that this came out. I'm not even going to tell you how many witnesses were found dead, murdered, missing, and everything else. Like I said, 80%, 90% of the witnesses in the murders or the events.
I'm trying to remember when Clinton was president. Was it 94?
Was it 98 or 96? No. I remember we had an election in 2000, so it would have been 96, right? Yeah. 96.
That might have been his re-election, right? How many terms did he do? Two
He
or
was-
one?
Oh yeah, this documentary is in '94, but when did the murders occur? I think it was like 1980 or '88. Yeah, remember, this documentary comes out in '94, not necessarily when the crimes took place.
But yeah, but would be like right before he got elected, though, right?
Elected in '92, to be honest.
Okay, so midterm. Okay, I'm just trying to
Then he
understand.
was elected in 2000, so it makes sense that from '92 to 2000, he was probably served 2 terms as president, and that's when he had to leave because he couldn't serve any more terms. That makes perfect sense to me. I could be wrong, but it just. In fact, I'm going to go check real quick, actually, because that irks me.
Okay, so 92 to 2000. Mm-hmm.
I am back. It was 1993 to 2001, so I was really fucking close.
He was elected in 92, right? But like that he was sworn in 93.
Mm-hmm. And in January, whatever, '93, he was sworn in as president and all the other good shit. But it was the actual time he spent as president was '93 to 2001. No. Bush, you don't understand what we're saying. Elected is not when you're elected, you're not the president. I'm talking to the chat, not you. Like if there's an election in 2000, you might get elected, but you won't be the president in 2000 till 2001. You catch my drift?
Mm-hmm. January 20th. Yeah.
It's right on Google. It'll tell you January 20th, 2000 or 1993 to something 2001. And yes, Bush was elected in 2001, but he didn't take office until probably like 2002 or some shit.
That would be the second Bush, right?
Yeah, because the other one was 90s with the
whole Persian Gulf War and shit.
Yeah,
I remember
it was Gulf something. Iraq.
I shouldn't say it like that because a lot of people served. I shouldn't like undermine it. It was just kind of.
No, I'm not insulting. Yeah, I would never insult soldiers or whatever, because even if I don't believe in the things that they're fighting for, as in the crooked ass government, I will not hold it against them because they're still doing the right thing as far as they're concerned. So I'll never put those people down.
I agree with Trial Junkie. I think not the 90s were good years as well.
They're good for fucking music, I'll tell you that much. But
yeah.
Oh, you
got,
just said
I'm a Bulls fan, so got lots of championships.
I was a Knicks fan, and fuck all y'all. Okay, so yeah.
Oh, you had like what is his name? Irving.
We had Patrick Ewing, we had John Starks, we had
Starks was the shit.
we had Allen Houston, we had lots of people. In fact, we were literally like in the running all that time.
Mm-hmm. I think he made the playoffs a couple
It's
times, right?
a crazy myth or whatever that we cheated to get Patrick Ewing in the draft, and that's why we've been cursed for horrible fucking never getting to the. How can it be such a huge team out of New York and they never win the fucking title? I mean, I was safe. Like in baseball, I picked the Yankees. It was a safe call, and I was amazed at how well that worked out. Because I always got to look cool because I'm like, I'm a Yankees fan. But then I picked the Knicks for the same reason, and then what happens? Oh, fuck. Yeah. You get no championship for 40 years, motherfucker. That's basically what it is.
Hey,
I mean,
you don't even have to tell me that. Like, I've been a Cubs fan my whole life. So, I mean, finally, they won, right? But like, we had the whole goat curse. Did you hear about the goat curse?
Yes, I know. Somebody brought a goat to the Chicago Cubs thing or whatever, and they were kicked out or whatever because the goat and the person was kicked out or whatever. It supposedly killed the fucking team. Yeah,
Do you remember
I
Bartman with the? Oh gosh, I wonder what that guy's doing. Like, I would not want to be him. I heard he had it really rough. Like, people were threatening
I
to kill
think he's
him.
dead
What's
by
his
now.
name? Steve Bartman or something?
Well, honestly, I'm horrible.
He
One
was
of
the
the worst.
dude that went to go catch the foul ball in the
Mhm.
fans, and that could have been
Oh,
like an
that
out.
asshole! That
Yes.
asshole! Ooh, there's so many of them assholes in the World Series. He reaches his hand out to catch a foul ball that the outfielder or whatever was about to catch, which would have made it an out, which would have made the game over, which would have made them win. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I think
instead,
it happened in the 90s too, if
oh,
not
that
like
happens all
the
the time.
early 2000s.
Yeah, if you
But
just
other
look up,
than that, the 90s were awesome.
I like the '90s, although it was a more violent time, much more violent. Tupac was
Yeah,
murdered.
that's the whole
Small
crack
was
thing
murdered.
too, right?
Yeah,
Crack
crack.
thing.
Well, crack really started popping up in the '80s because the
Yeah,
CIA,
yeah.
us, you know.
Yeah, but there was some crack in the early 90s. Crack,
Oh yeah, see,
crack Bill.
believe it or not, it was in the '70s, I think, when John Holmes was freebasing the shit.
All right. Do y'all want us to stop talking and you want me to press the play button?
Oh, honestly, they're probably finding it interesting.
Oh, Elosa won that vote, so we have to hit play. Okay.
And consequently were murdered themselves.
Shortly before Keith McCaskill was murdered, he knew that he was fixing to be murdered. He told his family goodbye, he told his friends goodbye. The night of elections in 1988, he took 2 pennies out of his pocket and threw them on the bar there at the wagon wheel and said, "If Jim Steed loses this election, my life isn't worth 2 cents." And he was murdered that night. Jeff Rhodes was a young man from Benton who was murdered in 1989. Shortly before his death, he made a phone call to his dad in Texas and told him he needed to get out of Benton, Arkansas, that he felt he knew too much about the boys on the railroad tracks and the death of Keith McCaskill. A couple of weeks later, Jeff was found dead. He'd been shot in the head. They'd attempted to cut off his head and hands and feet, set him on fire in a dump.
A total of 6 people with information about the boys' murders were eventually murdered as well.
Well, Jean Duffy was the head of the 7th Judicial District Drug Task Force. She was leading a team of narcotics investigators into a drug trail in Saline County that led her right straight to Dan Harmon. This information she shared with the 1990 federal OCDETF team that was investigating and targeting corruption and drugs in Saline County in central Arkansas. From her involvement in that, she was literally threatened, forced to leave the state of Arkansas and go into hiding.
I had no idea just how dangerous certain elected officials thought me to be until a brutal media campaign was launched against me. For months, there were daily allegations of everything from misspending funds to ordering illegal arrests. Every attempt was made to keep me from running the drug task force. We were even shut down completely for several weeks during a bogus state police investigation. In spite of crippling disruptions, the task force was making significant discoveries about drug trafficking in central Arkansas, some of which led to the very people who were conducting the massive media crusade against me. We discovered that drug trafficking in Arkansas was linked to government officials in frightening proportions. A great number of people came to me with testimony about astonishing criminal activity of very high-level public officials. Many were willing to testify before the federal grand jury.
Robert Govar and Chuck Banks were the U.S. attorneys for the District of Arkansas at that time. I was subpoenaed to testify on behalf of the drug trafficking and the cartel, more or less is what it was, that had to do with Dan Harmon and what I call company, because there are a whole there's a whole bunch of them that are involved. I was asked quite in depth about the drug trafficking that went on with Dan Harmon, Mr. Clinton, Roger Clinton.
Although there was an abundance of evidence and word kept reaching me from members of the grand jury that they were ready to indict, no indictments came. Mr. Govar also insisted that he was ready to prosecute at least 2 key figures, but the holdup was his boss, U.S. Attorney Chuck Banks, who repeatedly delayed requests for indictments.
Harmon had paid a visit to Chuck Banks, the U.S. District Attorney, who was in charge of that district. It's recorded, he signed in. He was there approximately 30 minutes, and up until that time, everything appeared to be running fine with the grand jury.
Then, in November, Banks removed Govar from the case, and I was fired from the task force. From this point, the ordeal turned really ugly. In January 1991, one of the key targets of Govar's investigation, Dan Harmon, took office as the 7th Judicial District Prosecutor. Harmon immediately called a state grand jury to investigate the allegations against me. To avoid being jailed in Hot Spring County, which would have put me in serious danger, I left the state. In the meantime, Banks, who had taken over the federal investigation, attempted to give the appearance of carrying the investigation forward while systematically destroying it. He harassed witnesses, suppressed evidence, and finally announced in February of 1991 that the investigation had disclosed no credible witnesses or evidence against any public official.
I received a phone call, and they told me that I had made a very big mistake. And I was assured by the U.S. Attorney's Office that my name, that my testimony, that my statements, that the people that were on that witness list would never, ever be revealed. Well, you know, someone in the U.S. Attorney's Office had given Mr. Harmon a list of the affected witnesses. You know, some of them witnesses over a period of time have came up dead and or missing or have never been heard of again. That don't give you a very good feeling. I'm scared of these people. I'm very scared of them.
Guess who arrested her? Dan Harmon. The very guy that she says turned her on to drugs now has her arrested.
Dan Harmon, he walked to me, handed me what was supposed to be a search warrant, and he said, "Bitch," excuse me for saying that, "I told you if you ever brought my name up or brought anything up about the past dealings that we've had, that I'd take you down." He said, "You're going to prison. I'm going to put you in prison." He did. I'm here.
I mean, I've watched second, third offense people walk around with probation on top of probation on top of probation. Not this lady. First time she's been arrested for drugs. They allege that they found in her home. She gets 30 years. Sure, everybody ought to be able to see through this. This is a man that told Linda Ives for years, "We're going to get to the bottom of your son's death." Yet when I start making progress, it looks like the people I talk to starts getting time in the penitentiary. Linda says it's business as usual in Saline County, justice as usual in Arkansas.
There aren't any words in the English language that can describe how it makes you feel as a parent or as a citizen of Arkansas to see what our officials are capable of doing. You know, I think we were just kind of naive, common, ordinary people. Got up and went to work every day and came home and went to bed and assumed that everybody else did the same thing and tried to do what was right. And I think Kevin's death has been the rudest awakening that anybody could ever have. to see what really goes on.
I can provide information that has tentacles to Governor Clinton's administration. It is apparent to me that a congressional investigation is the last hope, not only for the people of Arkansas, but for the people of our nation who are now vulnerable to the powers of a president who has left in his wake implications of illegal activities and serious improprieties.
Meanwhile, Welch and Duncan's investigation into the operation at Mina was about to derail.
We'd been so busy investigating, just concentrating, focusing, that it took a while to register that nothing was going to happen.
We could not understand what was happening. Neither Mr. Welch nor I were ever subpoenaed to testify before the grand jury and present massive amounts of evidence of wrongdoing by associates of Barry Seal. No indictments were ever returned against any of the individuals. And I can tell you there was extensive evidence.
There definitely was some suppression of evidence and definitely a cover-up of an investigation. And somebody should be held accountable as to why that happened.
Not one major cocaine bust was ever made in Arkansas out of Mina, Arkansas. Now imagine that, 10 years nearly in its running. Never one truckload ever got caught.
During the 1992 Attorney General's race in Arkansas, a member of Clinton's staff had approached Winston Bryant and had asked him to stay away from the Mina affair or the Mina matter.
I've done quite a bit of investigation in the Mina Barry Seal case myself, and quite frankly, it is a federal problem.
After Winston took office, Bill told me that he was no longer allowed to discuss the Mina Airport investigation from the Attorney General's office.
The Attorney General's office is not like most Attorney General's offices across the country. We do not have the authority to convene a grand jury and initiate criminal prosecution.
A lot of people have said that the Mina operation stopped in 1986 when Barry Seal was gunned down. It's not true. Covert operations are still going on in Mina, Arkansas today. Now, if you stop and think, back when Bill Clinton was governor, he was asked about Mina. He said, well, that's a federal problem. I'm not going to get involved in it. Well, he's not the governor of Arkansas anymore. He's the president of the United States. We still have operations at Mina, Arkansas. This is his golden opportunity to take care of it. My question is, why doesn't he?
I've always thought it was a wonderful thing to be able to serve your country as a federal law enforcement agent. And for 15 years, I did not encounter anything like the corruption which I encountered after the Mina investigations began.
President Clinton's verbal commitment to a war on drugs has been negated by his actions. During his first weeks in office, Clinton revoked random drug testing for White House staff members. He eliminated 121 positions at the Office of National Drug Control. And he appointed Jocelyn Elders as U.S. Surgeon General, despite her well-known desire to legalize drugs. One of Hillary's investments, under the direction of Tyson Foods counselor James Blair, netted almost $100,000 on an initial $1,000 investment, a nearly impossible feat using legal methods.
I can't read their minds or speculate, but I had absolutely no reason to believe that I got any favorable treatment.
Coincidentally, Governor Clinton enacted a number of state regulations allowing Tyson Foods to grow into the largest industry in Arkansas.
Don Tyson put in $600,000-$700,000 all told in all of Bill Clinton's campaign. Guess what he got out of it? He got $10 million. Guess from where? The Arkansas Development Finance Authority. And he never paid a dime for it.
I had heard rumors of Don Tyson and his allege cocaine use and distribution. And I went through the intelligence files and come up with enough that I thought was sufficient amount of evidence to launch an investigation on Mr. Tyson simply out of the Arkansas State Police intelligence files has been accumulated for years.
A great deal of criminal investigation files were surfacing with Don Tyson's name mentioned in there as being involved with some drug and narcotics trafficking activities. So I interviewed some of the investigators who worked on the Tyson case. Most of them felt that Tyson should have been indicted, but the investigations were always sabotaged, oftentimes from within. One particular undercover narc agent told me that another criminal investigator in that department named Doug Fogley was furnishing Don Tyson with photographs of the undercover narcotics agents that were working on his case.
Donald Smaltz was actually hired to look into the allegations that Tyson had given bribes to different people, specifically to the Secretary of Agriculture, Mike Espy. Now, what came out of that investigation was very remarkable. Drug abuse, drug distribution, money laundering, even murder for hire. Now, Smaltz collected all this stuff. He compiled it, he put it in proper order. And he approached Janet Reno and said, look, you know, I need to broaden my investigation. I'm finding more here than just simple payoffs. What do you think happened? Well, by now, most of you already know. He was turned down. Just exactly what we expected to happen happened. I mean, Tyson already hired lobbyists, attorneys, who all approached Congress trying to get everybody to stop Smaltz. Why is it in this country today that if you got a little money, you walk away? Why is it you can create the pressure to stop investigations? And I promise you, Janet Reno has stopped this one. You look at these and you wonder, how could this happen? You know, how does someone elude prosecution with reams of investigative reports? How does it get stopped? Some say it's Bill Clinton.
Don Tyson was in the middle of the cocaine just like Bill Clinton, just like Dan Lassen, just like Roger Clinton, and all the others. So you see, all of this incest, and all of this drug running, all of the trafficking of drugs, sending them all over the nation, came out of Little Mena, Arkansas.
That's crazy.
Right under the nose of little Governor Billy Clinton. I went to Bill, and I said, Bill, you've got 2 weeks to tell the truth, or I'm going to tell it. You're breaking the law, and I can't be a part of it. You made a mistake. I'm not one of your buds, or at least I'm not that big a buddy.
When Larry Nichols made his disclosures, made them public, the Clinton spin doctors treated him unmercifully. It shocked those of us who had been kept in the dark through the years in Arkansas politics. The Arkansas news media had done little, if anything, to uncover anything derogatory about Bill Clinton. And for these disclosures to come out of the blue was so shocking that the spin doctors attacked the messenger rather than tried to answer the charges that Nichols had made. And they did such an efficient job that it caused me and others to look with less than favor on Larry Nichols as an individual, because all we knew about him was what they were telling and the press was printing.
One of the neatest things about Bill Clinton is how he handles the media. You see, Bill Clinton's an attorney. And when a witness comes out against his client, what's the first thing an attorney does? He tries to discredit that witness. They accuse me of everything under the sun, day in, day out. Every week, there was some new scandal in the paper that I was involved in. 6, 8 weeks later, they print a retraction. Wasn't me. But to this day, people in Arkansas think that I'm some evil person.
As a result of that, the boy had to pay a high penalty. In his credibility, he had to pay a high penalty in his acceptability. And then when the new evidence came out that supported everything that Larry Nichols had said, he finds himself, I think, probably in the position of knowing that he had been exonerated, but he has not been exonerated in the minds of the people generally, in my view. And he finds himself probably in the position of wondering where he goes now to get his good name back.
A lot of people wonder how Bill Clinton could control a state the size of Arkansas with the absolute authority that he did. It's not hard. You see, after 12 years, after kissing the people that have the money, Bill Clinton controlled the legal system. He controlled the judges. He controlled the attorneys. He controlled the banks.
It's just a small state, a one-party state. What tends to happen in small states like that, I think, is the longer the person remains governor, that I think the greater the abuses are. And I think the abuses were very, very widespread under Bill Clinton.
One thing that's very difficult for people to understand, Bill Clinton doesn't care about money. He cares about power. All he needed ADFA to do was to channel money to the big players financially. I got tickled when the reporters during the campaign came here. They were looking, trying to find out where Bill Clinton profited. He didn't. He profited by putting money into his friends' pockets.
The way they were doing these bond issues and just the whole political atmosphere, quite frankly, was a scandal. But that's the way things had historically been done in Arkansas.
But imagine this. Imagine the power this man has in Washington, D.C. Imagine what he can do to this nation if he gets that circle of power going there, as he did here. Nothing I can do, nothing you can do can stop it. Because he'll have the absolute power, and believe me, he will use it to have you investigated, to have you arrested, to have your company audited. No, that's what'll happen when his circle of power is complete. When I worked at ADFA, it was not uncommon for Bob Nash to call me up and say, hey, Nichols, the governor needs about $5,000 transferred to his travel account so he can go see his ladies. And we would at ADFA transfer $5,000 to $10,000 for him to go see his girlfriends in either L.A. or New York. He'd used so much travel money to go see women out of his regular travel budget, he would even have to borrow money from ADFA, not to mention the fact that ADFA's budget was not quite as scrutinized as the governor's budget. But he literally used money, ADFA money, the people of Arkansas, taxpayers' money, to conduct liaisons.
During the 1990 Arkansas gubernatorial race, Larry Nichols, in a last-ditch attempt to alert the public, boldly filed a lawsuit against Bill Clinton. As expected, the lawsuit was eventually quashed, sealed, and illegally dismissed by a Clinton-appointed judge. What Nichols didn't expect was a complete media blackout of the facts he presented.
Back in 1990, after all the damage they had done to me, I did something that most people wouldn't do in Arkansas. I sued Bill Clinton. Now, it's very important to note that in that lawsuit, I brought out the names of 5 women. On October the 19th, the only press conference I've ever held in my life was on the Capitol steps of Arkansas. Every news organization in Arkansas, newspaper, TV, radio, were there on the steps. I read the names of the 5 women. I read and talked about ADFA. No one had ever made such a cold, callous statement against Bill Clinton where he named the women. When I got through with the press conference, I went through the center door and I walked out with the camera crews with me, and I walked all the way to the end to the governor's office. And I left the press release right on the governor's secretary's desk. Not one bit of the press release made it into the local TV or the local newspapers anywhere. It didn't show up anywhere. The reason I tell you that is because in those days he had the circle of power complete in Arkansas.
Eventually, every allegation stemming from Nichols' 1990 lawsuit and press conference would prove valid regarding Clinton's taxpayer-financed sexual liaisons, his drug usage, and his criminal activities relating to ADFA and Whitewater. Gradually, the women who had carried on adulterous affairs with Clinton began to emerge. The first was Jennifer Flowers, who, like all those close to Clinton, was faced with a decision. Either keep quiet and receive a government job, or go public and face character assassination in the press. Betsy Wright, Clinton's former chief of staff, admitted she had been hired to conduct media smear campaigns against anyone planning to tell the truth about the governor's sexual habits.
Okay.
Oh, no, I control the video. All I have to do is click this button right here and say kick from stage and it's gone. But I'm not an asshole.
Go on with your bad self, Charles.
Well, I'm just saying, somebody's in there talking shit. I'm like, no, bitch, I control it. I don't need to control the play buttons and shit. I control
Okay,
either.
but you don't have no damn video, Charles.
Well, you said you were going to pause it. That's not my fault.
Okay. So we don't need to pause it.
Now
I'm starting
you
again. I'm
do you get
a
it
little bit woozy.
disturbed, aren't you?
Uh-huh. All right,
You're
let's do this.
disturbed, aren't you, right? Yeah, this is literally why I don't fucking vote.
Word.
She was prepared to go after at least 26 women who had the
She's
potential of destroying Clinton's chance at the presidency.
During the 1992 presidential campaign, I was getting bludgeoned by the media because Jennifer Flowers had come out of my lawsuit. A man called me on the phone on a Monday. His name was Gary Johnson. He was an attorney. He told me that he felt bad because I was being bludgeoned, and he wanted to talk to me about handling my case. Well, I was craving an attorney, any attorney to help me.
You know, I saw Larry out there doing battle, so to speak, on his own, and I felt like he needed some help.
I met him on a Tuesday. He was a special attorney. I didn't even know it. You see, he lived next door to Jennifer Flowers.
For security purposes, Gary Johnson had installed a video camera near the front door of his Quapaw Tower condominium.
Looking at someone in front of my door, it got a perfect shot of them in front of Jennifer Flowers' condominium. And it wasn't my intention ever to take pictures of Bill Clinton going in to see Jennifer Flowers. I could care less who Bill Clinton goes to see. But it just so happened she lived next door to me, and I mounted the camera there.
Guess what he caught on tape? Bill Clinton walking into Jennifer Flowers' apartment on numerous occasions with a key.
I actually saw him go into her condominium. It wasn't that I was standing there looking out my peephole, watching Jennifer Flowers' condominium. It had nothing to do with Bill Clinton. It's just that I got the camera. I had the camera before Jennifer Flowers moved in. And when she moved in, she just happened to have some very interesting house guests.
Go back to 60 Minutes when Bill and Hillary were loving kisses. They stood up and lied, and Bill said that he had never been to her apartment, that he had only called her once from the kitchen and from his office. That's an absolute lie, and these tapes proved it.
The 60 Minutes interview had been designed specifically to save Clinton's campaign, not necessarily to get to the truth.
And they came to us because they were in big trouble in New Hampshire. They were about to lose right there, and they needed some first aid. They needed some bandaging. What they needed was a paramedic. So they came to us, and we did it, and that's what they wanted to do. When I told Tim Russert that I was persona non grata at the White House, he said, "Why?" I said, "The Jennifer Flowers interview." He said, "You got him the nomination." I said, "I know that." As far as I know from the conversations I've had, Bernie Nussbaum knew that, Gergen knows that, Lloyd Cutler certainly knows it because Lloyd had a hand in his coming on there that night. You know, it was strong medicine, the way I edited it. He was a very sick candidate. He needed very strong medicine. And I'm not in the business of doctoring candidates, but he got up out of a sickbed that night and walked to the nomination. And as I said to Mandy, you know, if I'd edited it your way, you know where you'd be today? You'd still be up in New Hampshire looking for the nomination. He became the candidate that night.
When the Jennifer Flowers story broke, that story was 100 times more creditable than the story that literally knocked Gary Hart out of the campaign.
I had been Jennifer Flowers' neighbor. I knew that Bill Clinton wasn't telling the truth about that. Bill Clinton, I think, would do just about anything to save his political hide.
He got threatened phone calls. He asked me, he said, will they hurt me? I said, well, they hadn't hurt me. I don't know why I didn't worry more about that.
Basically what they said was, you mind your own business. And all it did was made me mad. I never thought in a million years that anybody would follow up on it.
We filed the request for the subpoenas on Thursday. Saturday morning, we found Gary Johnson beaten and left for dead. And without getting into gory details, both elbows were dislocated, his collarbones were broken, his spleen and his bladder were ruptured with holes the size of $50 in them. His nose, his sinus cavities were all crushed. He had been beaten by Clinton's people.
Were they very large?
Yes. Yes, they were.
Did they say, where's the tape?
Yes, they asked me for the tape.
And what's sick is the man gave them the tapes. And then they went and broke his elbows, punctured his spleen, punctured his bladder.
They looked like state troopers, I'll say that. Clinton can be a very dangerous individual in the state of Arkansas.
In my lawsuit in 1990, I named the lady Sally Perdue as having an affair with Bill Clinton. Sally had an apartment in Little Rock, and the Clinton security guards would drop him off at her apartment and go park in the woods. When Clinton got through doing his business, he was flick their porch light and they'd know to come and get him. She started coming out, started talking. Well, believe it or not, before she could talk, Clinton's people got to her and offered her a federal job or break her legs, whichever one was the best.
Sally Perdue, former Miss Arkansas and radio talk show host, carried on a sexual relationship with Governor Clinton between August and December 1983. State troopers in government vehicles were used at taxpayer expense to shuttle Clinton back and forth to Sally's home. Perdue, who today supervises a home for people with Down syndrome, was offered a $60,000 a year federal job to keep quiet. She refused.
And you see, that's illegal. You can't offer a federal job to get someone to hush.
Following her attempt to go public, Miss Perdue lost her job and started receiving threatening phone calls and letters. Live ammunition was found on the seat of her car, and the rear window of her vehicle was shot out. Even though a number of witnesses have corroborated her story, the American press has refused to print it. During the 1992 presidential campaign, interviews with ABC and NBC, as well as an appearance on the Sally Jesse Raphael show, were taped, but were never aired.
She had actually been on the Sally Jesse Raphael show right after the New York primary. Did you know the TV stations around the country blacked out that program and wouldn't show it?
In December 1993, former bodyguards of Bill Clinton came forward with detailed information regarding the governor's sexual encounters with a number of women. Larry Patterson and Roger Perry, both veteran Arkansas troopers, boldly spoke on the record. Two other troopers who initially spoke off the record were later identified as Danny Ferguson and Ronnie Anderson. In April 1994, a fifth trooper, L.D. Brown, came forward and corroborated their stories, adding that Clinton's sexual partners numbered over 100 during the period he was employed by the governor. The troopers' official duties included approaching women to obtain their phone numbers for Clinton, driving him to rendezvous points in state vehicles, guarding him during sexual encounters, securing hotel rooms, and lying to Hillary about his whereabouts. Phone logs and other corroborating evidence fully back these reports.
I saw on several occasions Bill Clinton engaging in sexual acts while I was either blocking the road or working security at the governor's mansion. I saw them with my own eyes take place. So it's not a rumor, it is firsthand.
The entire conversation inside a vehicle in a 2-hour drive from one point to another would be totally about sex and women or jokes. He would actually ask people how they performed oral sex on women in cars. I'd been in that conversation.
That's like Burt Reynolds.
He would ask if you had ever had 2 to 3 women at one time in one bed. Things like this. Bill Clinton was obsessed with that.
The first or second time that you're with him and you're alone and you see some attractive woman, he would say, "Hey, Larry, what would you like to do to her?" And, you know, this is the governor of the state of Arkansas.
The majority of his off time was spent trying to figure out ways to be with women that he wanted to be with. He was more discreet during a campaign year than he was in a routine year as governor, an off year.
We were required to work overtime so we could sit outside someplace and block the road or sit in some driveway or sit at some, apartment complex while he went in to take care of his female friends. State money was utilized.
He had certain troopers that he used for certain women. And Larry Patterson and Danny Ferguson were used for 2 women in particular.
He would tell you, "Larry, see the blonde-headed lady in the green outfit? Go get her name and her telephone number for me." He would say, "She has that come hither look." And that was verbiage that he used quite often. And on several occasions, I have gone out into the crowd. I never had one of the females to refuse to give me her name and her address.
On one occasion, it was a Christmas parade of 1989 in a small town in northeast Arkansas. And he picked a lady out of the crowd and asked me to find out who she was. He just carried on about how beautiful she was, how good looking she was, how big her breasts were and things like that. And I found out that she was interested in a state job. And she gave me her name and number, and I said, "Well, maybe the governor will call you, or can I call you?" And when we got in the car, I gave the governor her name with her phone number. And I said, "You'll like this. She's interested in a state job." And he said, "Oh, good, 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 good." The next time I saw that lady, she was working for Bill Clinton in his presidential campaign the night he announced his candidacy for president.
I was told by Bill Clinton that this was part of my job, to keep people from finding out about his affairs.
Most of the women that Bill Clinton had sexual affairs with were well taken care of. They have good jobs, or their husbands ended up with good jobs. They were well taken care of, and the actual time spent trying to cover up these affairs while he was governor was nothing like it was when he announced that he was running for president.
In an attempt to silence the officers, the Clinton administration launched an elaborate counterattack, which included urging Ferguson to change his story and levying false accusations of insurance fraud against Perry and Patterson.
When Larry Patterson and Roger Perry came out, Clinton's security guards, they substantiated everything that I'd alleged in the lawsuit. These people were there, they were his bodyguards. But watch what happened. The same thing that happened to me, they planned to do to them. They roasted them in the media. They said they were committing insurance fraud.
The evidence of that these state policemen have brought forward relative to Clinton's womanizing, it's being questioned by the spin doctors as not being credible. Yet it is more credible than the evidence on 90% of the people who are confined now on death row across America.
Is this fair? Did y'all see the papers saying that the troopers were telling the truth and were found innocent? Here too, the stories they were telling have a basis, since they're not the scumbags that the spin doctors for Clinton tried to make them out to be.
These two have had the courage to come forward, and the evidence that they have presented has not only been credible, but it's been overwhelming. And the truth is, I'm convinced that it's just the tip of the iceberg.
On May 8, 1991, Paula Jones, a state employee with the Arkansas Industrial Development Commission, was working the registration desk for the governor's Quality Management Conference at the Excelsior Hotel. Governor Bill Clinton was to be the main speaker.
I was approached by one of Bill Clinton's bodyguards named Danny Ferguson, and I was given a number. And I asked him what it was. I held out my hand, and he said, it's a number to a hotel room that the governor would like to meet with me. Well, I was surprised, and I kind of talked it over with my coworker, and we didn't have any reason to believe that we couldn't trust him, so I agreed to go on up to the room and meet with Mr. Bill Clinton. I got to the room, and Governor Clinton, he opened the door to meet me. It was a room that did not have any beds in it. It had couches and stuff like that. It was more like a meeting type room. And he had asked me about my job and how I liked it and who my boss was. And I told him, and he mentioned that he liked the way that my curves were on my body, and he liked the way that my hair went down my back, the middle of my back. And then he tried to lean over, and he started to put his hand up my leg, which it happened so fast. And he tried to kiss me on the neck. It happened so fast, but he tried to bend over and kiss me on the neck as he was putting his hand up my leg. And I backed off. I said, I don't want to do this. And I said, I think I need to be going. And then he got up before I even knew it and dropped his pants. And Bill Clinton asked me to perform oral sex on him, which I declined. And I jumped up, and I told him I needed to go immediately. That's when he went to say, if you have any trouble whatsoever, Dave Harrington, your boss, contact me immediately. And I said, well, I'm leaving. And I started to proceed down the hall to the door, and he followed behind me. Said if we could try to keep this between ourselves. And I went down the elevator, went back to my registration desk, and I told Pam the whole story.
I can't understand how somebody can take advantage of somebody like that. And then they have the audacity to drop his pants. I mean,
I'm not going to dignify this by commenting on it.
Paula gave the exclusive to the Washington Post, and Mike Isikoff, we were going to be as open as we could with the Washington Post. And Mike told Paula that as far as he was concerned, that he believed Paula and that he thought the story should be told. And Mike said they were ready to put the story out, and they were going to go to the editors and present the story to him. We heard that Mike got suspended from the Washington Post, and there was a big fallout between the editors of the Washington Post and Mike.
Paula Jones filed a lawsuit against President Clinton, claiming sexual harassment. The same day, a massive media smear campaign against Paula Jones was launched.
Think about a man that has no more regard for women than Bill Clinton does. They're just sex things. I don't understand the feminist movement being behind Bill Clinton. He hangs women on his wall like trophies.
A number of women who have had sexual relationships with Bill Clinton have allegedly been given major career boosts in exchange for silence. Beth Colson received a judicial appointment to the Arkansas Court of Appeals from Clinton. Regina Blakely landed a job with CBS National in Washington covering the White House. Likewise, Deborah Mathis secured a lucrative job with the White House press corps. Susan Whitaker was made the liaison between the Arkansas State Capitol and the White House. Elizabeth Ward obtained a position with the Clintons' close friends, Hollywood producers Harry Thomason and Linda Bloodworth Thomason. And Joe Jenkins was given a high-level position with AP&L. One of the most harrowing stories of Clinton's attempt to keep his promiscuity hidden involves Jerry Parks, a private investigator and former chief of security for Clinton's campaign headquarters.
My father was Luther Gerald Parks, a.k.a. Jerry Parks. He was the head of Clinton's security for Clinton's inaugural campaign whenever he was running for president. My father was brutally murdered at Chenal Parkway and Arkansas Highway 10 in one of the most elite parts of Little Rock, Arkansas. Someone pulled aside alongside of him and started shooting at him. They cornered him, stopped him on Highway 10 as he was turning left onto Highway 10 off Chenal Parkway. They stepped out of the car after blocking his path. He was shot 5 times, once in the leg, once in the arm, 3 times in the chest. My father had a file on Bill Clinton's infidelity and his affairs that ran from approximately 82, 83 to somewhere between till about 90 to 91. The file consisted of pictures, time, dates, places of where Bill Clinton was at, where Roger Clinton was at, the type of drug use that Bill Clinton and Roger Clinton were involved in. I was the only person that would ever go with him when he would do his private investigative work. And I remember 4 to 5 times that I was with him, and that's what he was keying on. I saw Clinton with a lot of different women, a lot of different types, sizes, shapes, colors, one of them being Jennifer Flowers. You know, I was just like, wow. It was more neat than anything else that, you know, somebody that is this famous, this bigwig can get away with this. This just blew my mind.
Shortly before Jerry's death, the phone lines at his home were cut, the security system was disconnected, and the Clinton files were stolen.
I believe my father was assassinated because he was the one link that could actually close everything and completely shut Clinton down. I feel that Bill Clinton had my father killed to save his political career. When I did contact Little Rock Special Investigative Services, they told me that they'd been pulled off the case 3 weeks prior to that. That just blows my mind on how when I hear they're making progress, all of a sudden they're pulled off the case. Something's not right there.
Bill Clinton has been the way he is ever since I've known him. He hasn't changed. He will not change. People inside the White House today tell me that he's running sexcapades in and out of the White House like have never been there before. It's a disgrace to America.
If we had known his background, the people of Arkansas would have never elected him governor of this state. And I charge the media of this state for not doing their duty and exposing these things that have since become matters of fact.
He's a womanizing, dope smoking, liar, and a draft dodger. I don't remember those being in the Constitution. It's exactly the model qualities we want in a president.
I think the media has been part of the covering up of the actual true story of and character of Bill Clinton. I believed with all my heart that the American people had the right to know what they had been sold. Bill Clinton is not the person that they voted for.
Voters who depend on the media for unbiased information regarding political candidates have been betrayed. Much of the information concerning ADFA, Whitewater, and Clinton's sexual promiscuity was known by the media as early as 1990, yet was kept hidden. The media's heavy pro-Clinton bias prior to the 1992 election was best summed up by Newsweek when they candidly stated, "Truth is, the press is willing to cut Clinton some slack because they like him and what he has to say." In May 1994, Newsweek added, "The national press has been restrained in its accounts of Bill Clinton's private life, and with good reason. Most of those who have made charges against him have been despicable people, jealous and stunted sorts."
What an indictment about the media. You knew the truth about Bill Clinton. He just didn't like George Bush. I know Bill Clinton probably as well as anybody. We used to train him on how to look straight into a camera and lie through his teeth. And you see, part of Bill's pathological lying is the fact that we've taught him how to believe the lie that he's telling. And once he believes the lie, then he can sell it to you as the truth. The world is at risk when the commander-in-chief of the United States of America is a man that will look at another government who will make trade deals and lie through his teeth.
Clinton could get us involved in a hopeless quagmire.
Yeah, what, NAFTA,
easily,
right?
In Europe, in Africa, in North Korea, in any number of places, because not only of his ineptness and his lack of understanding, but his contempt for military things. This goes back at least as far as the 60s in his college days, when he not only attended and participated in anti-American rallies, but organized them. Back in the, and incidentally, those were not anti-war rallies. Those were anti-American rallies. He has no loyalty to this nation. He has no loyalty to its fighting men. He has not enough integrity to have any loyalty to its population. He knows how to say the right things, but he's lied for so long that I really don't think he knows the difference anymore between the lie and the truth.
Bill Clinton was dishonest on a daily basis. I mean, there's more dishonesty in his life than there is honesty. I mean, it's maybe being a politician in these days and times, you have to tell one group of people what they want to hear and another group what they want to hear. And if the truth conflicts, then so be it.
The media has not been able to ascertain today that there's a human being sitting in the presidential chair of the United States of America that lies with everything he says. They still believe somehow in the office of the presidency, they still believe there's some integrity there.
Attempts to keep the criminal activities of Whitewater concealed from the public were largely successful prior to the 1992 election. After that, however, the raging Whitewater Rapids could no longer be contained. What the Clintons claimed as a simple money-losing investment was in actuality a series of complex business transactions and cover-ups, ultimately costing the American taxpayer more than $60 million.
When this is all over, it's going to be the same story we've been telling for 2 years. We made a bad investment, we lost money, and there's really not much more to add to it.
We have enforced higher standards against ethical conflicts than any previous administration.
Whitewater may have begun as a legitimate real estate venture, but it came to be used to skim, directly or indirectly, federally insured deposits from an S&L and a small business investment corporation. When each failed, the United States taxpayer became obligated to pick up the tab. 2, the family of the former governor of Arkansas received value from Whitewater well in excess of resources invested. 3, taxpayer guaranteed funds were in all likelihood used to benefit the campaign of a former governor. 4, the independence of the United States government's regulatory system has been flagrantly violated in an effort to protect a single American citizen.
People should not be able to raise questions and erode people's moral authority in this country.
It quickly became obvious that Whitewater would engulf the Clinton administration if ignored. A twofold counterattack was put into action. The first was to win sympathy from the conservative populace, who were among his chief critics. Clinton embarked on a series of appearances, heartily promoting himself as a born-again Christian who supports and practices traditional biblical family values. While the uninformed may have been fooled, those who realized what was happening were outraged at the blatant hypocrisy.
This is a place where I have come to seek divine guidance and support and reassurance.
You know, after Bill Clinton was in office for 2 days, he signed 5 executive orders, shedding more innocent blood, the blood of innocent babies. Then he went on to try and get homosexuals in the military. He put Jocelyn Elders in, trying to distribute condoms to our kids. Christine Gebbe, his AIDS czarina, promoting all kinds of vileness. This is an affront to heaven.
The second phase of the counterattack was to appoint Robert Fisk as special prosecutor to head up the investigation into Whitewater. That same week, the Rose law firm began shredding documents.
The lady came to me scared to death, wanted to come out and tell the truth. I said, what's the matter? She said, they're shredding documents at the Rose law firm. Well, I tried to tell the media. The media said there was no way that could be going on. Well, in came a journalist from a Washington newspaper. He goes over, investigates what I told him. And you know what? The very week he investigated, guess what they were doing? Shredding documents right there at the Rose law firm.
They had his initials pretty much all over it. Everything from the box to the manila files to, I even saw his signature on one of the Rose firm letterhead.
You see, all of the Whitewater documents, they're getting rid of. They're getting rid of them as fast as they humanly can. It's the nerve and audacity that those two people, Bill and Hillary Clinton, have to shred documents, to destroy evidence in a federal case.
That is why we're here in front of the Rose law firm, because of the works of darkness that have gone on. Documents have been shredded here. What else has gone on here? I'm telling you, there are people inside this building that right now they're saying, if they only knew, if they only knew.
During that same week, there was also a fire at the Worthen Bank building.
Now, this fire was on the 14th floor, and supposedly it was started by a space heater. I want you to look at this footage and tell me if you think it was an accidental fire by a space heater. This is a CPA firm, and the documents that were in this office were important documents relative to Whitewater. If you go back to Arkansas and you look at the Secretary of State's office, anybody that's ever run for office in recorded history, you can find out who their major campaign contributors are since day one, except for one person. Bill Clinton's records at the Secretary of State's office disappeared. You see, they did it then. They'll do it now. All the information pertinent to Whitewater, any notes left by Vince Foster, any personal documents that would lead anywhere to any type of criminal activity, they're just going to be destroyed.
Fisk's initial assignment was to quell rumors regarding the alleged suicide of Vince Foster. Foster was a senior partner with Hillary Clinton and Webb Hubbell at the Rose law firm prior to his appointment as White House deputy counsel.
In fact, he was handling the Clintons' personal legal matters while he was in the position of assistant to the president, in violation of a conflict of interest at that time.
From the outset, the investigation into the death of Vince Foster has been marred by controversy. At Bill Clinton and Attorney General Janet Reno's insistence, responsibility for the investigation was turned over to the Park Police, even though Foster's death fell within the jurisdiction of the FBI. Not until his death had sufficiently developed into a full-fledged scandal 7 months later would the FBI be allowed in. The results of the FBI's investigation, along with the findings of the Park Police and coroner, were incorporated into a report issued by Special Counsel Robert Fisk. The report, released June 30th, 1994, confirmed suicide as the cause of death. However, a careful examination of key pieces of evidence taken directly from the report itself indicate a number of alarming contradictions inconsistent with the report's own conclusion that Foster took his life. The official coroner's report depicts a large gaping 1-inch exit wound located 3 inches below the crown of Foster's head. According to Fisk, the area surrounding the body at the park was meticulously searched to a depth of 18 inches, but no brain tissue or skull fragments were found. An FBI analysis found none of Foster's fingerprints on the gun, despite the fact the gun was found in Foster's hand. However, the FBI did make one extraordinary discovery. One latent fingerprint was visible on the underside of the right pistol grip, approximately 2 inches from the base of the grip. This print did not belong to Foster. No attempt was made to determine the identity of the person whose print was found in the gun's hand grip. Gunpowder was found on Foster's clothing, which did not match the gun found in his hand. Fisk speculated that gunpowder of a different type was accidentally blown onto Foster's clothing by an exhaust fan in the Park Police laboratory. However, once again, Fisk was not able to support this theory with any evidence. One of the most crucial pieces of crime scene evidence, the fatal bullet, has yet to be found. A thorough FBI search of the area, which even uncovered artifacts dating back to the Civil War, yielded over 70 pieces of metal, including 12 modern-day bullets. Yet, none of them matched the gun found in Foster's hand. Against standard police procedure, not one resident living nearby was ever contacted during the investigation to find out if a gunshot was heard. Even though Fisk insists that Foster killed himself, leading forensic experts from around the country now agree it is highly unlikely he pulled the trigger himself. Within minutes of the verification of Foster's identity, the Park Police issued orders to seal Foster's office at the White House. David Watkins, Clinton's administrative assistant, assured the police he would take care of it. He lied. Immediately, high-ranking members of Bill and Hillary's staff began ransacking Foster's office, removing important and possibly incriminating documents. The people entering the office included Bernard Nussbaum, counsel to the president, Patsy Thomason, White House administration director and former assistant to cocaine distributor Dan Lassiter, and Margaret Williams, Hillary Clinton's chief of staff.
Patsy Thomason was the top aide for Dan Lassiter when he was running his company and doing all the dope. You can only say that she was there taking care of Dan Lassiter's interest in the White House.
As mentioned earlier, the Arkansas Development Finance Authority had been laundering its drug money through the Bank of Credit and Commerce International. BCCI collapsed in the early 1990s. Millions of depositors and taxpayers lost billions of dollars, making it the worst banking scandal in history. Heading up BCCI was former Defense Secretary Clark Clifford. The overwhelming criminal charges against Clifford were eventually dismissed by President Clinton. The attorney for Clifford and BCCI was none other than Robert Fisk. Fisk knew that a thorough investigation of Whitewater would eventually lead to ADFA and his former client, BCCI. Fisk also knew he would never be able to complete his investigation since it is illegal to prosecute a former client. Fisk was not selected by the Justice Department to investigate Whitewater at all, but to simply subpoena documents and testimony, making sure they never see the light of day.
The investigation of Whitewater is being handled by an independent special counsel whose appointment I supported. Our cooperation with that counsel has been total.
Now think just for a moment. If there are papers that prove you did nothing wrong, then why would you destroy them so that they don't come out? Why would you hide behind subpoenas in the cloak of secrecy? No, see, Bill and Hillary Clinton have something to hide. And only through a congressional hearing does this nation have a snowball's chance of that truth coming to the light of day.
That's the reason it's so imperative that the Congress of the United States rise to the occasion and meet their responsibilities to hold public hearings relative to this matter during this period of time, or justice will never be done.
There are lots of people that come to me that want to tell the truth. They come to me, but they're afraid. They're afraid of losing their jobs. They're afraid of family members or themselves being hurt. Don't be afraid anymore. Bill Clinton doesn't own the world. He doesn't scare me. He shouldn't scare you. I wish all of y'all would do what I've done. Stand up. Stand up for the country. I want my daughter to know that if you stand up and tell the truth, you're okay. Right now, all she sees, if you stand up and tell the truth, you'll be destroyed. If you're a pathological liar, lie through your teeth, every breath, hurt people needlessly, you'll get to be president. You don't want that. I don't want it. If I had anything to say to Bill Clinton, you know what it'd be? It's bound to be a great burden to walk around lying from one thing to another, to never tell the truth. Bill, tell the truth. Come clean. All you may not get to be president, but the truth will set you free. It'll set all of us free, and it'll save the nation.
I've still not been accused of anything wrong. because I haven't done anything wrong. And I'm not going to do anything wrong.
Although the documented information contained in the Clinton Chronicles continues to be reported in England and other countries, here in America, the media blackout continues. On July 14th, 1994, copies of the Clinton Chronicles video were hand-delivered to every member of the United States Senate and House of Representatives. On July 25th, documentation supporting the film was presented to Congress at their request. Whitewater hearings were scheduled to begin the next morning. However, the then House and Senate majority leaders, plotting with Robert Fisk to withhold evidence, refused to allow any of this documentation to be admitted. In addition, eyewitnesses willing to testify under oath who could confirm Clinton's involvement in the Arkansas drug smuggling money laundering operation were flown into Washington, but were barred from giving any testimony. Once again, the Constitution of the United States was undermined and the American people were not allowed access to the truth. That same day, a massive media smear campaign was launched against the Clinton Chronicles. Time magazine, Newsweek, U.S. News and World Report, and major newspapers around the nation simultaneously published false information about the video in an attempt to diminish its distribution. Nevertheless, members of Congress point to the Clinton Chronicles as playing a major role in bringing about the firing of Robert Fisk, as well as the reopening of the investigation into the death of Vince Foster. On August 3rd, 1994, Larry Nichols was arrested on false charges of writing 2 bad checks and failing to obey a yield sign 7 years earlier. The American media reported the arrest. When the Arkansas police admitted that the checks and traffic violations were fabricated, charges were dropped. Yet the media failed to report it. Nichols has suffered 3 attempts on his life since the release of the video. Federal agent Bill Duncan, a 15-year IRS veteran with a permit to carry a gun, was arrested for carrying a weapon, then handcuffed to a pipe in the basement of the Washington, D.C. police station, and later released. This incident effectively brought the MENA drug smuggling money laundering investigation to a halt. Duncan was later instructed by his superiors to lie to a federal grand jury regarding the results of his investigation. When he refused, he was forced to resign. Arkansas State Police investigator Russell Welsh nearly died after being poisoned with military-grade anthrax, a poison available only through the United States government. Arkansas State Police investigator Dr. Lauder, who successfully led the investigation against cocaine distributor Dan Lassiter, was forced to resign after attempting to reopen the cocaine trafficking investigation into Don Tyson. John Brown, Saline County homicide detective in charge of the Ives Henry murder investigation, was removed from the case after providing Congress with information linking the Clinton administration to drug trafficking in Mena, Arkansas. Brown was forbidden by his superiors to discuss Clinton's connection to the Ives Henry case, and after his refusal to do so, was forced to resign. In February 1994, veteran journalist L.J. Davis was beaten in his Little Rock hotel room. His attacker tore pages from his notebook which contained information about the inner workings of the Rose Law Firm and the Arkansas Development Finance Authority. In March 1985, Wayne Dumond was castrated and subsequently imprisoned for allegedly raping Bill Clinton's 17-year-old cousin. Even after evidence had proven that Dumond had been falsely accused and was completely innocent, Clinton blocked his release from prison. To date, every case which would link Bill Clinton with any criminal activities have been effectively shut down by various governmental agencies.
The one office that all of us universally look up to, irrespective of what party or political philosophy we espouse, is the presidency of the United States. Since the election of Bill Clinton in 1992, we Americans, with sadness, have learned week after week to have different stories come out from around the country pointing up the reality that we have in the White House today, a draft-dodging womanizer who is a pathological liar. It's a very dangerous thing for America and a dangerous thing for the world. I can only, conclude that the responsible course for the House of Representatives to do is to introduce a resolution of impeachment against Bill Clinton. It is with sadness that I make this statement because this action will introduce something that we Americans don't want to see in our political process. But we can't continue down the course of what we see unfolding before our eyes almost every week or almost every day. And the best thing for all of us is to get it out in the open and go forward and let the chips fall where they may. Under our Constitution, the House introduces a resolution of impeachment, and the U.S. Senate is a place where a trial takes place. And I think for the good of the country, for the good of the peace and tranquility of the Western world, this is the course that Congress should take.
So is it still going? I can't remember. It's been a long time. I think that
Hello?
might be the creditor.
Okay.
Yeah, is it? Yeah.
This is
And
it?
remember this. This was in '94, guys. Ever since then, we also had Hillary running on for office and all kinds of other shit. So it's not like this stopped. Sure, a lot of it they got in trouble for, as in it had to be hidden, but the body count got higher and higher and higher. And
That's
it all
crazy.
depends. Hmm? What did you say, Peggy?
No, it's just crazy. Did they name Elizabeth Warren? Did I get that right?
I thought I heard that name.
It's like a person that was involved in an affair or alleged to be involved in an affair.
Possibly. Why? What's up?
I thought I seen that. I was just like, what?
Bill loved the ugly ones. He loved the fat ones. He loved the skinny ones. He loved them all, man. Bill was a thoroughbred fucking pimp. And like I said in the chat, man, if you don't think he was a chomo, well, Jeffrey Epstein would tell you differently if he was able to.
Grand
You'd be
Chomo.
surprised.
Grand Chomo wizard.
Yeah, literally. In fact, last time I checked, Epstein's probably on the Clinton body count now too.
You think?
Mhm. Oh, for sure. Who else has the money, the resources, and the pull to do all that done if it was a murder? But the Clintons.
Good night, Heather.
Night, Heavy. Thank you for coming. Thank you for
Trial
coming.
Junkie says how many bodies in total?
My last count, and I haven't checked in years, mind you, was over 320. People that either went missing, had a very suspicious death, or off their self in a really fucked up, nearly impossible way. Like I was explaining last night, with like a shotgun blast to the back of the head was ruled a suicide, but the gun was 3 feet away from the victim. You get what I'm saying? You know, behind the victim. You know, take your arms, put them behind you, and try to do that to your imaginary shoot yourself in the head. Don't seem very There was another lady or a guy who got stabbed like 30 something times in the back. Also a suicide.
Wow.
Yeah, my point exactly.
What is the Waco involvement in this? It looks like there's some people in this list. One of them, two of them, well, no, 4 of them. C. LeBlue. If I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, I'm sorry. T. McKeon, R. Williams, and S. Willis. And it says official cause of death, gunfire during raid on Waco.
Okay, I can't remember what year it was. I think it was 90, maybe 94 actually. 93? Okay. 1993, everybody knows the Branch Davidians, aka David Koresh's cult of kitty diddlers or whatever. I forget what state it was in or whatnot, but was raided by the federal authorities and the FBI and whatnot. Everything went crazy. A bunch of federal agents were killed in the process. I'm guessing about 4, as we just heard. And David Koresh and quite a few of the Branch Davidians were also killed in the process. Whether that, whether or not technically that has to do with the Clinton body count, it all depends on how you see it. Now, if these people knew too much and the Clintons wanted a way to make them shut up, it's a pretty good way to make them do so.
Okay, John A. Wilson, Washington, D.C. councilman preparing to expose Clinton suicide. Oops, sorry, Charles. May 19th, 1993. Paul, let's see. Well, I can't, it's spinning now. I guess like we cut off the end, or I cut off the end of the video where it has all the names.
Oh, there's
That's
a
what I'm
bigger
reading off of. Huh?
Tomorrow or the next day, there's a bigger documentary we're going to do just specifically on the Clinton body count. Like I said, I do believe there's an updated one that collects Hillary's too. Or at least I can get an actual list to show everybody. And like I said, it's fucking massive. Pages. And the list itself, if I remember right, from where I got it from, which was a site, included their causes of death and means and everything else. And once you start going through this fucking list, you're just like, what the fuck is going on here? You know, sure, there's a possibility that's just all just over exaggerated or whatever, but no. I refuse to believe that they didn't murder anybody on that list. I don't think it's possible. You heard about Foster. And Roger Clinton and his involvement with the Mina cartel, the Dixie Mafia and fucking Colombian cartels, the Ochoa brothers, fucking Pablo Escobar, and possibly Griselda Blanco. Yeah, Vince Foster. I just call it Foster because I'm really bad with names, so it's easy to just. Yeah, I had a feeling it was Waco, Texas, but usually y'all pick on me if I get something wrong. So just say it's much easier just to be like, I don't fucking know. But
Trial
yeah,
Junkie is mentioning of Vince Foster, and if the cartels are still around.
as in what? The Dixie Mafia? Yes. The cocaine trafficking cartels. I mean, they're different cartels run by different people now, but yes, there's still more cartels out there. When a cartel goes down, it's just replaced by one or more cartels.
Right, like this all like family, right? Different families.
Not even really family. When the power vacuum occurs, someone will always be there to step up into it. Like if Sinaloa goes down, which they pretty well damn well might soon, because all their leaders are in fucking prison or dead. And if they go down, then CGNG steps up and becomes the hierarchy. And then the smaller cartels step up and then new ones begin all over again. And also there's cartels, the Mexican cartels, which are the most violent of them all. And then there's the cartels out of Colombia and shit like that, and Peru and stuff. Anywhere where there's a place that you can grow coca leaves and stuff, there's massive criminal organizations protecting it, and they're routes. Now Mexico.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
There's a big thing with avocados. Do you know about that?
In
like
Mexico?
Yeah, well, yeah, with the cartels too.
Yeah,
like,
you did know that I have direct family members that are members of Sinaloa cartel, right? My brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm serious about that. I can get him. Well, technically, he's a member of the Mexican Mafia still, and the Mexican Mafia is in turn with the Sinaloa cartel. They live in the northern mountains of Mexico half the year, and they live here the other half at my mom's house. Good dude,
Sure,
though.
they're really happy for you to announce that online.
I'm not worried about it. That just tells him. Okay,
I don't know this guy. I've never met him in my life. I'm just here for the ride.
Peggy. Half of my family is cops. The other half of my family is white fucking organized crime bikers. Now, my married family is Latino fucking gang cartel members. I'm pretty sure I'm safe to go. Where yeah, as long as I'm either up there around y'all or in my little spot here, I'm pretty safe. I can go to Mexico freely, anywhere. And I've been there. I've been to Mexico like 6 times. It's awesome. You can get a trash bag full of lab grade fucking marijuana in Mexico. And think of a trash bag. We're talking about a 50-gallon trash bag, y'all. 50 gallons of marijuana. Good shit. For like $120.
Sounds like a Cheech and Chong movie.
No, actually, my sister, whenever she goes back there, she buys a whole huge bag of it. And she just sits there toking on it because she's a big fucking pothead. I swear to God. And sometimes, like, if they want to go back to the United States early or whatever, because you can't make much money unless you're cartel members and shit down there. And they're construction workers now. They don't want to do the bad shit anymore, which is fine because they lived in a respectable way. So they come here to make as much money as they can for 6 months, and then they go back to the mountains of northern Mexico, and that's where they live. They have a 3-story house that they built. Nice place. Actually, Sinaloa outlawed the sale of fentanyl by any of their members, and it was punishable by death. And they are the only cartel that has done so. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
No, I'm looking at the chat.
Oh.
Junkie saying that Sinaloa does all the incorrect. You need to look up CJNG, the new Jalisco Generation Cartel, run by El Mincho. He's the main runner of fentanyl and methamphetamines. Like I said, if there's anything I know more than serial killers and everything else, it is the cartels. Literally, my brother-in-law, who lives on the same road, will be up in like, I don't know, a couple hours or whatever. They do not do all of it. Would you like me to pull up about 100 different news articles that counteract what you're saying? Because I can do that. What do you mean about getting over the border? You do know how the cartels work, right? That each cartel controls a certain route in and out of the United States, right? And in this process, Sinaloa controls the majority of it. The second majority is controlled by the Gulf Cartel and CJNG. Now more so by CJNG, El Mincho, who's also having family members get arrested too. I'm telling you. Hey, you still here, Peggy?
I'm not Googling the cartels.
No, I was just going to tell you to type into YouTube, if you could. Sinaloa makes fentanyl illegal.
I have no idea what you just said. Can you repeat that?
I'm going to type it into the chat, okay?
Okay.
Makes fentanyl sales illegal. Now, of course, there's easier ways and more information on Google that'll tell you a ton more, because there's a massive news organization in Mexico that tells you everything you need to know about the cartels, but you'll have to switch it from Spanish to English. That's the border sheet, I think it's called, in Mexico. What were we just talking about? Sinaloa may have connections and ties to the cartels or people in the cartels in the United States, but they don't have that grip. That I swear, some people just seem to be making stuff up sometimes. Because this was outlawed by the Sinaloa cartel, damn near.
I mean, this is all coming from China anyway.
The ingredients come from China. You can produce them and cook them anywhere.
Right. Do you ever see like there was this one lady that was following like the whole supply chain of it, and they actually let her. I don't know what was up with that, but finally they got to like the lab. So like it went from off of a like a vessel somewhere either in the obviously probably the Pacific, right? Unless it goes through like the Suez Canal or whatever. But anyway, in the Pacific, and then they pick it up and it has like this whole supply chain, right? And then finally when they're producing it, like by pills or whatever, like they use absolutely no testing. It's like a guy, the one that I seen, like this dude was just like, okay, this is enough. I could tell. I forgot what he used his basis. It was like one of his senses. Like, I don't know if it was like a taste or a smell or something. And that's basically their quality control.
Believe it or not, yeah, that's actually true. Back when I used to have a bad problem concerning, I took fentanyl, so for like 20 years, and I've almost died from it a bunch of times. I stopped doing it about 4 years ago, or whatever. And got completely clean off everything. Now, very often you get used as a lab rat, and because you're so heightened to the taste or whatever it is, and all this other stuff, because it always tastes the same. And I know there's YouTubers that pretend or think that they're talking about the cartels, but they're just reading the stuff off of the border sheet. I guarantee I already know who they all are. There's some weirdo that's always wearing a mask who claims to live in Mexico. FYI, he does not. Claims to live right next to the Sinaloa cartel. FYI, he does not. These are people who are a bunch of bullshit, actually. I think his name says Ninja or something, if I remember right. I learned it's much better to not rely on these bullshit YouTubers who want to scare people. Instead, you go right to the damn source and to that border sheets. It'll tell you unabridged every murder, every crime, all that shit. You'll be shocked. I mean, nobody seems to know about the feminicides in 3 different states of Mexico when I did a lab on it. We're talking about fucking 50,000 fucking women murdered just because they were women. So what are the cartel people, what are these YouTubers doing if y'all don't know about that? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And Ciudad Juarez and Chihuahua. 50,000 women since 1994. Well, like I said, I asked Peggy to look up the thing I said about Sinaloa and
Going through it, I put that in, and I'm not seeing anything that sticks out with what you had me type in.
Type in Sinaloa fentanyl death. Just or death sentence, basically, is what they call it. Like we call it death sentence. Anybody caught in the Sinaloa cartel selling or making fentanyl will be executed.
They did that with the avocados too.
Mm-hmm.
They go and take over businesses in tourist spots.
No, that's what I'm saying. See, they told their members it's bad business when our product is killing our buyers, which is common sense. So in a way, they use business sense to literally save a whole bunch of people's lives, because people are going to buy that shit no matter what. Let me be the one to tell you right now, as I used to be one of them. By them telling their members if they are caught selling or making it, they will be killed. And quite a few were, mind you. It's probably saved a whole shitload of people's lives, and they're the only cartel to have done so.
Yeah, it's bad for your business. That's for sure. Yeah, I'm not finding anything, Charles. Like here, I'll present my screen and you can guide me through here because I'm not seeing it. Just a second.
And when was it? I just told you it was about 5 years ago they made it outlawed.
Okay, you have to approve it. Oh wait. Hmm. It's just like about America stuff, like the deadly truth about fentanyl. Could convicted drug dealers soon be facing the death penalty? Oh, here we go. The cartels enforce a death sentence for selling this drug in Mexico.
2023, the then leaders of the Sinaloa cartel have passed a ban and announced a death sentence on any member making or selling fentanyl. It's literally the first thing that pops up when I type it into Google.
Oh, good. There you go.
And I did say it was around 5 years ago. Well, it was 2023. Close enough. That's almost 3 years ago. So yeah, if you heard of some cartel guy saying it or whatever, okay, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. The whole point is they are the only. How do you know? Oh Lord, there are no members, no active members. In fact, whenever they come in here, if the feds notice them, they bring them down immediately. There are small little groups. I think there was 9 taken out in New York or Boston or some shit recently or whatever of a Sinaloa cartel. There was a few busted in, a few leaders, the biggest ones, taken out of El Paso, Texas, like last year or some shit. You're thinking of gangbangers that are usually MS-13, the Latin Kings, et cetera, as cartel members. That's not the same thing. They can run around and throw up their gangs. They can't run around getting protection from the cartels. You know what I'm saying? They have a limited ability when it comes to the actual cartel itself. And it sounds crazy, but I would probably have more fucking pull than the gangbangers would. Because blood is everything. Well, I nobody's disagreeing with that. Because the cartel can't see what they're doing over here.
No, it's coming up. We can look at statistics as far as how much fentanyl is found.
Yeah, but can you compare them actually directly to Sinaloa and not some other cartel? It's a problem. Or China.
Hold on. I'm going to do it.
Like to argue with me or whatever, and I'm sorry, I know what I'm talking about. I can't talk about what I've seen, but I've seen what happens with fentanyl and what they do to you. Okay, trust me when I say it's literally crime punishable by death. There's videos of it literally being done. Go to WikiLeaks, something like that. You will find videos of people, members of the Sinaloa cartel, being murdered by the leaders for doing exactly that. Now, the problem is, in a whole other country, it's a lot harder to contain what your members do. I get that too. But when the cartel itself isn't producing or selling or putting out fentanyl from the source, you eliminate so much of the product that's not even funny. Which is the whole point of the matter. For once, they didn't care about profit and stuff. They literally decided it would be best to not get the U.S. government on their ass by killing off a bunch of people. And honestly, it's our bodies. The shit should all be legal, period. It was legal when the doctors prescribed it to me. So why shouldn't it be illegal when the fucking cartels are handing it out? Make that make sense. How come it's illegal for the doctors to hang out oxys and, fucking doctors to hang out oxys and fucking Adderall and Xanax and all this other shit that people die every year from? But when the cartel does it, oh no, sir, that's bad. I hate to be the one that also inform you, the cartels do not cut their shit. So if anything's cut or laced with anything else, that's your street dealers. It's not, no, all I was saying was, look, at least one of them tried to do something better than it was. That's all I'm saying. And it doesn't bother me or whatever. I took drugs to not think. It's just, if I explain something to somebody, and I don't mean to sound this in a mean way or whatever, I don't know, I expect them to turn around and say, well, I think he's full of shit. I'm going to go check. Yeah, we just had that long discussion. We didn't have to, do if somebody just go and check what I was saying. That's all it is.
Well, I got some statistics up here.
Yeah, go for it. But yeah, it's like a fight for a simple subject. See, not a fight.
I mean, I don't care. I found something pretty cool.
Sorry, I was talking to TJ.
I don't think they're arguing with each other.
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to argue with anybody. I apologize. It's just, how do I say it? You ever tell somebody something you knew for 100% that was fact, and they just didn't want to listen to you? It gets a little like.
Yeah, I have kids. Trust me, I know.
I'm not saying your kids are either, TJ. She said that, not me. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm just saying it's just like, I'm not telling you to take my word. Just go ahead and type it in.
Can you approach my
Oh, that might. Well, at the time I thought I could just pull it up myself, which I did, so I didn't realize.
All right, so I'm on CBP, so Customs Border Protection.gov, and there is a drug seizure statistics. There's like a dashboard here, and you can sort. So, for example, this is comparing 2024 to 2025, and by the way, the government's fiscal year starts in October 1st. Just anyway. Okay, so then here is the different information. So we were talking about fentanyl, right? So we're almost in October, right? So because 2026 fiscal year is going to start October 1st. And it looks like, I mean, it's cut in half, fentanyl, between 2024. So in 2024, it was, what is this? Oh, these are in pounds. 21,889 pounds. And so far for fiscal year 2025, which ends in 28 days? No, I'm off. 18 days. My bad. Anyway, something like that. I don't know what I'm doing. But 10,189 pounds. So 10,189 divided by 2.2046. That's how much is in a kilo.
Now, when you're done with that real quick, I want you to Google how many territories does the Sinaloa cartel control? And we pull that up on the map too. And you'll see why it's dramatically dropped by over half.
So 10,189 divided by 2.2046. That's 4,621 kilos. But see, we don't know where this is coming from. I think you can dig
That's
further
all together.
here.
Yeah.
So let's see. All right, here we can go southern border.
That would be from Mexico, but we still don't know who made it and how it got in there or who brought it in, but we get at least a better idea of how much came through Mexico as a whole.
So southern border, 9,000. Oh, now they put it in kilos? No, 1,000 pounds. Okay.
They went up. Yeah, that's how it goes.
All right. And then anything gone up? Okay, look at this. Cocaine's gone up. So fentanyl went down. Cocaine went up. I would think that heroin would go up since fentanyl went down.
Oh, definitely not. You want to know why? Fentanyl is so much cheaper compared to heroin.
Yeah, but if people are not producing fentanyl, because like that isn't that a supplement for heroin?
Listen, no. Fentanyl is its own hybrid synthetic opiate. It's
right. They're in the same family, right?
Yeah.
Heroin's an opiate.
Yeah, it's an opiate, but it's a completely synthetic one. Yes, that is true. It's a designer drug, is what they call it. If I remember.
I'm curious about northern border because all these tariffs with Canada are like Trump gave Mexico a break, but they didn't give Canada the same break.
You'd be surprised.
Oh, look at this.
Most people don't even know that the terrorists from 9/11 didn't come here in Mexico. They came here from Canada.
So fentanyl, I know this is not a lot, in my opinion, to substantiate all these tariffs. Because like the tariffs are implemented through the IEEPA, which is like a emergency. It's usually used for like acts of war.
Right.
So anyway, it's like called like illicit drugs, whatever. I don't know. But anyway, 75 pounds of fentanyl through the northern border, and the year prior, 43.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
Because of Sinaloa's literal making it outlawed of the product and its trafficking through their territories, since they control the most territories in Mexico, like I said, if you actually look up the territories controlled by Sinaloa or all the cartels, perfect idea of what I'm talking about. Sinaloa.
Okay, so what border crossings would this be? So we have here Big Bend sector, Del Rio, El Centro, El Paso, Laredo.
Loa.
Okay. Laredo. That's the other side of Laredo is what? Which one's Browns? Is that Brownsville? No. That's El Paso's Brownsville. Laredo is let's see it. Texas crossing. Oh, what is it called?
My sister would know like nothing. Yeah, that's another thing.
All right, I'm gonna click both of them. San Diego. How about San Diego or Rio Grande?
I do believe that's the Gulf Cartel, but it might have changed since then, or it might be CJNG, New Jalisco at this point.
Where I'm just leaving El Paso and Laredo.
I'll check while you're doing that, and I'll tell you about the which ones are Sinaloas and which ones aren't. Sinaloa border crossing areas that are basically controlled by the Sinaloa cartel. All right. Yes, we don't think that we directly control the United Kingdom pup. All right, it's answering me as a city or a state inside of Mexico. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, the fucking cartel, asshole. Yeah, when you look this up, it's going to be telling you about the state of Sinaloa, but that's not the Sinaloa cartel. I'm not even sure if you hear me or not. Where is it? Also, I got to remind you that when you're looking up Sinaloa, there is a state in Mexico called Sinaloa too.
Well, isn't that where they're from or no?
Technically, it's where they're from, yes, but it doesn't cover anywhere near the ground that they control. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Sinaloa itself is not even on the border.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to do this.
It's easier just to type in cartel after Sinaloa. I forgot about that. My bad. Okay.
Well, they have a whole thing here. Frontline against fentanyl.
See? And from what I just saw on Google, I think it's around 20 different states, which there's only like 50 total, and there's not cartels in every single one of them, mind you, but there's like 50 cartels total too. But Sinaloa controls over 20 of the states. But as I was saying, it's hard to control the cartel members or whatever else when they're in America. They have to rely on loyalty, and trust me, that's a reason why they're still in America, because they know if they go home, they're going to be executed by the cartel. The cartel knows what's going on, and the cartel's not stupid. But rather than face the backlash of placing more bodies and shit in the United States, that's going to be directly linked to them, they'll just wait till your ass gets there. And mind you, I suggest you never, ever, ever look this up. If you ever want to know how the cartels deal with certain things, and I suggest you never do this, just look up Funky Town. That's all I got to say. Don't do it, but that'll tell you that they make ISIS look like choir boys.
Well, 2023 was really bad.
I told you, a lot of people died that year. That was that massive year or whatever where they were talking about it, sending in armed forces from the United States into the fucking Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
They had explicit reasons to do this, and honestly, it's just smart business. In my opinion, yeah, it's just smart fucking business. You can't make money off a dead person. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And if the gangbangers or whatever had taken more care and not fucked up as much in their production of the stuff, there wouldn't have been no problem. But the problem is they can't tell who's selling what fentanyl from which cartel. So Sinaloa literally was like, you know what? Fuck it. We're tired of being blamed because we control the most. Any of y'all do this shit again, you're dead. Okay. No. They control over
What is
20.
this?
Hold on. I'm explaining something to TJ.
Oh.
In Mexico, like what you would call like counties or slightly bigger than counties are also called states. Like Chihuahua, El Ciudad, Juarez, these are all states within Mexico. They demand loyalty, and that's why these motherfuckers are hiding in the United States. They know they're fucking up. And if the cartel comes up here, some of them do get dealt with up here, mind you. They're pretty careful about it, and they don't do a bunch at one time. But they really, just to keep things hassle-free, they have, they will send for that person. That person will be brought down, and they will be lit. Like I said, don't ever look up that thing I said. Unless you were ready to see some serious shit. Because I've seen the crime scene photos of all those cases I talked about. That video, that 30-second video, gave me nightmares of what they did to that guy, and he was still alive. So while
Anyone
I say,
hear of this drug before?
huh?
Khat, K. I'm probably pronouncing this wrong. Khat. Cat. Cat.
It's cat. Cat.
What is it? What is it?
Between
What
two.
the hell is that? I mean, I
Is
see
it?
what it's saying. It's like a plant.
Oh, it's
Shrub?
cat. Oh, okay. Cat. Cat is mephedrone. Mephedrone is bath salts.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Well,
it's originally.
apparently
Yeah,
it's on the rise here.
Yes, it's already big in England and shit, and it's now moving out to the U.S. It's a designer drug made from partially a plant, but at the same time, most is synthetic that you can snort, shoot, pop like a pill, eat. Any way you can do any drug, you can do fucking cat, and it's like a synthetic cocaine.
Big increase.
I hate the violence too, TJ, but we've tried this war on drugs for 50 years now. The violence has always excelled. It's only gotten worse. So maybe it's about time we try something different and make all the shit legal and let the junkies fucking die if that's what they want to do. Then you remove the control and all that shit of the fucking cartels. The prices, then you can make it yourself, make it safe, lab tested, tax it, the whole 9 yards. Do you think these cops know that are going to stop anybody from getting high? If anything, our history has proven if we want to get it, we'll get it. The best thing you should do is completely legalize it, but set up a support system for people that finally want to get the hell off of it. That's where Oregon fucked up. They set everything up and made it legal, sure, but then they left it at that. No, you can't do that. Give them a support system so when they are done being stupid, they have a way to get off the drugs. What's spice? That's K2, synthetic marijuana. It's mainly a fake bud source or whatever that's usually given or grown here in America that it has no THC and no qualities to get you high, and then it's sprayed with a mix of all kinds of different fucking chemical compounds. Been dried. I just told you. Oh, legally? It's the same thing. Back when there was no laws against it, spice was sold in stores and stuff because there was no laws against the chemical compounds to sell it. That's when the law enforcement agencies came up with the actual law, possession of a controlled substance. Get it? So instead of, because they kept making certain compounds legal or illegal, and then just China would change the recipe and put it out a new one. So they couldn't just keep making each one illegal. So what they did is pass a new law called the Controlled Substance Act. And now that's how they're able to charge somebody, thus making it illegal. Because the stores that were selling it, as soon as one got made illegal, they'd get the new one and start selling that instead. And some of them were fucking horrible. Have you ever looked up the prisoners smoking stuff like, it's called also K2, it's called Tucci, it's called Spice. Often people mix up that other shit. What is it? That natural shit. What is it called? Not foxglove, but there's a shit. It smoked like weed, but it'll fuck you up. Ooh, y'all know what I'm talking about?
Like
it's an actual plant, like weed, but like I've heard people having all kinds of crazy nightmares and shit on it. Not nightshade, because that's poison. Fuck. Yeah, it's a specific plant, just like other than weed.
Oh, here, look at this. This is the whole thing. The Sinaloa cartel.
Yeah. Sinaloa cartel, yes. Yeah, this is just Tucci, dude. It depends on your laws there. It'd just be like every other state, and soon you'll have a controlled substance act or whatever engaged.
Oh, look, there's a video.
Yeah. Is that Mexico or the United States?
It's a DEA, so United States.
Oh, okay. Hey, Can you look up Indiana for me and Las Vegas and tell me who they say controls those? I thought I'd prove a point here now that I hear you have this open. Yeah, Salvia! That's what it is. You fucking stoner. Of course you'd know. Yeah, Diana got it. Salvia. That shit will fuck you up, dog. Don't fuck with that. Just don't. Trust me. Salvia? Ooh, shit. Tucci. Oh my God, y'all don't know the difference. I have smoked Tucci, aka K2 or whatever. I used to think that, and if you want to judge me, you can judge me. I've done a lot of drugs in my past when I was a kid and shit. All right. For the longest time, I thought ecstasy and LSD was probably the most strongest drugs you could possibly buy. I was very wrong. And I took a lot of them. Okay, a lot of them. Until I tried K2 or Spice. Or as they call it, Black Tucci. Here. There's regular Tucci and then there's Black Tucci. Regular Tucci will fuck you up. Black Tucci, I'm going to explain it the only way I know how. Imagine you're sitting around smoking a joint. You only take 2 quick hits like you would before passing a joint, correct? Within 20 minutes or less, you are no longer yourself anymore. In your head. And this has happened to me. And I kid you not. I shit you not. I believed I was somewhere else in a different part of the earth, and I was a totally other person in a total different reality that was not actually occurring. And you don't notice it until you come back. You think, oh, it's so real, it's so vivid and everything else. And you remember every fucking detail. It's like a fucked up dream. And then suddenly, like, I don't know, 2 hours later or whatnot, maybe an hour, you start coming to, you start to notice you're still just sitting right there where you've been the whole fucking time. Well, yeah, that's why I said look up prison videos of inmates on K2. You will see what it does to people, and you'll see why
What
I
is
said.
the actual name of that drug?
I just told you. In prison, it's called K2. It's also
Well,
called Spice.
I don't think the DEA is going to have K2 on here. Maybe I'm wrong.
Synthetic marijuana. Synthetic marijuana is what it's called.
Mm.
Other slang names are Spice, K2, 2G, Black 2G. Got to remember, all drugs are called, okay, this is what I know from living in Florida, and I am in the ghetto, so this is how I know. If you want methamphetamines, you know what you ask for. You either ask for yellow, you ask for ice cream. I'm not even joking. If you ever hear these names being used by anybody, now you know what the fuck they're talking about. Any kind of reiteration that either glass, that's exactly what they're talking about. If it's something to do with ice or something to do with glass or the color
You're right.
it's all methamphetamines.
Spice K2 synthetic marijuana. Okay. I have it up. Just go ahead. Sorry.
They didn't even have Tucci, man. See, I'm ahead of them motherfuckers. But yeah, that's for meth. Okay, cocaine is called cake, girl, snow, shit, what else is it called?
Oh, this is also called Scooby Snacks. Sorry.
But here's the problem. Regular marijuana strains also are called Scooby Snacks. You can't live in Florida without having dude, I have a PhD in fucking drugs, okay? Trust me. Anything to do with snow, not ice, but snow, is cocaine. Now, I know what you're thinking, because you know cocaine's in crack. So crack must be something to do with snow or whatever too. No, that would be incorrect. Most of the time, crack is called hard. Rock. What else is it? I forget what else, if there's anything else, but that's basically most people just call it hard.
Man, fake weed sounds miserable.
Just look up the prisoners on it. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm looking at the
The video, dude.
Oh, I'm not even sharing the right screen.
Yeah,
Oops.
it's almost like a fucked up salvia mixed in with LSD, mixed in with some other shit, like meth and all kinds of shit. You don't want to fuck with that shit. You don't. No,
Here we go.
marijuana is not illegal except for by medicinal usage, but we can buy it at the gas station. And I'm not talking about the fake, whatever, something 10 or whatever they call that, or the K, whatever 8 or whatever the hell that shit is. No, literally, the gas station by my house called the Gulf. You go up in there and you ask for the trash can, and he looks at you funny. It's like, dog, I want some of that damn sativa. Hurry up. And he'll pull out a drug, and in the jug is all these regular, like, drug dealer baggies. Each one has a gram in it. You pay $10 per each. You go. I shit you not. In fact, I'd love to go and pop my phone in my top pocket one night and just go in there and buy it. And then show it to y'all and be like, does this look like real marijuana or not? Because you could tell the difference between the fake bud shit. You can tell in the hide, you can tell the way it looks, the way, the quality, all that other shit. And usually the shit they spray on it will make it have a weird yellowish color. This is actual weed. And I asked the dude one time, I'm like, aren't you guys afraid? And they're like, of what? They won't arrest us, they'll just fine us. In the meantime, we make a whole bunch of money off of it. And they're getting it from states that have made it legal. So, and I know they can't be the only one. And the cops know. It's the least of their worries, if you catch my drift.
That sounds miserable.
Oh, like I told you, man, imagine having the worst nightmare, the worst of your entire life. And you're completely not yourself anymore. Literally. But in real life, and like I said, when you look at the videos and shit, you see what the people look like in real life. That's why as soon as I even try to take a hit, I sit my ass down and prop myself somewhere, and I'm like, nope, nope, nope. If I even start getting up, smack me across the fucking head. Right there. Boom. Done. Because you have no bad idea how fucked up. Wow. Well, see, that's the thing. It's really hard for them to rob the Gulf. They don't carry much of it. Like I said, they have a jar that's usually got like 30 or so dime bags in it. And there's like 2 jars. So, I mean, anybody that was going to rob the store would have robbed the store for the money that's for the rest of the stuff. Plus, the store's still open 24 hours a day. Yeah, don't fuck with K2, dude. Just don't. Take my word for it. I mean, you don't even need to take my word. Just YouTube that shit. And you will see why. Why you get so quiet, Peggy?
I'm just reading all this stuff.
Well, maybe you should read it out loud, because apparently TJ wants to hear it.
I'm like, it's on the screen, bro.
Well, I'm not even looking at the screen. I'm trying to go back in the house where my air conditioner is. Well, not in the house, the RV. I hate being in the house, but it's got better lighting.
Okay, so where am I?
I could make an asshole comment, but I'll refrain from doing so.
They're sentenced to 16 months in federal prison for tampering with and stealing what is that? Lorazepam? Vial. Putnam County veterinarian ordered to pay almost $1 million in civil penalties. Harrison County doctor, huh?
Lorazepam is a generic version of Xanax. Yeah.
Harrison County doctor sentenced for unlawful distribution of controlled substances.
See what I told you? Or without a prescription, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. For prescription drugs, they will tack on the whole controlled substances without a prescription type charge onto you.
Here's a psychiatrist sentenced for unlawful distribution of controlled substances.
Yeah, you know what sucks? I couldn't find
Isn't that in like Baltimore or something? Or like somewhere on,
I have no idea.
I think it's Massachusetts? I don't know.
Hey, what sucked was like
APRN and medical practice to pay over $600K and seize Connecticut Medicaid participation to settle False Claims Act allegations.
what are we talking about pharmaceutical drugs?
I don't know. I just was looking at this.
I was just saying, like I thought we were talking about cartel.
Okay, well.
No, I was. Oh my god, stop being so serious. I swear, I can't joke around with you guys.
Oh, what
No.
what did you want me to look at? So what did it say?
Oh, I don't even remember what I was trying to have you look at. Oh, I was just gonna say, look up what people in prison do while on K2. Could y'all imagine putting one of these iPhones or whatever up your ass? Holy shit. I know that was random. I don't care. No, I was just joking around with you guys. Sorry.
Hold on.
Don't do what?
I ain't got no money. I got these niggas geek. Hold up, cuz. These niggas high fuck. Why this shit? Take your time. So whole goddamn queer. He finna be fucked up. Hit that bitch. Hey, look. You ain't gotta look that way. We got you on film. I don't give a fuck about no view. Why this shit? Get that ace up before you see. These niggas getting high here. Hey, Colorado, you hear that bitch too? Oh, he to my own going.
I don't see
Did
them
you see
acting
them?
crazy. Oh, look at this.
Oh, they like do the sweep.
I ain't do it, see, don't run up on me. That nigga ugly here. I'm beats. Run up. Don't do it. I don't fight old people. That one, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. He out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He go another one. Look at him. I don't know what that is. That be about. I'm that nigga about to run, mom. I ain't gonna say no nigga. Look at him. I don't know what that is. This ain't even fun to get what they did to themselves, mom. I'm
That's crazy.
It's most of the time they just go silent and quiet. I don't know what the fuck they're putting on this shit. They sneak Suboxone, the drug itself, into prisons by spraying it and fentanyl too, and the other drugs, or the stuff to make K2. They spray that drug on like paper that they mail into the prison, and then the prisoners will put water on it, then dry out the water to get the drug. It's all kinds of crazy shit.
Can you get high if it's in the air?
Depends on which drug you're talking about here.
Talking about this K2.
K2 has to be burned.
No, but I'm saying, can you get contact high?
Yes, if it's being burned next to you by somebody else, yes, you can't get a contact buzz over it. So I would not advise baking or something with somebody, even if you have weed and windows down. I just wouldn't advise it to be safe.
This trial junkie says they were smoking it around Richard Allen in Westville.
But technically, how do we know that? Is what I mean. I'm not disagreeing with it or saying it's not true or whatever like that. I'm just wondering.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I've heard that before, though. Somewhere else.
Heard of it. So. And it wouldn't surprise me, though. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, but at the same time, they could be just smoking fentanyl, and they could also be smoking Suboxone. Because all of them could be smoked.
All right, Charles. I think I'm gonna drop. I'm getting like tired.
Okay, sorry. I'll go
No,
ahead
no, no,
and.
no, no, no. I'm just saying, like, I'm like, my eyes are getting heavy,
No,
and I
you're
want to
good.
fall asleep on this bitch.
Yeah, I need somebody to come up here to play the documentary or whatever. After that, we just was bullshitting. So yeah, that's all I
No,
was
no,
doing.
no. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I
No
hope
problem.
it was helpful.
No,
Sorry
thank
for
you.
me going in my little rabbit
Hmm?
holes here. All
No, no.
right.
Oh my God! What do you got?
What are you doing? I'm fine. I'm just being
I'm fine.
apologetic because I'm
Don't
tired.
apologize unless you
So
did something you
I'm
didn't do.
fine, Charles. Charles. Just kidding. Good night. Good night,
No,
everyone.
thank you for coming. Good night, Peggy.
No problem.
Everybody say thank you, Peggy. Don't make me repeat myself. But yeah, thank you for everybody coming. It's probably just trolls left and a sleeping Diana I mean she's probably still awake. She's just lurking like a stalker. Charles is hardcore. What am I hardcore for? I told y'all from the get go. Just because I haven't been caught for damn near anything doesn't always. I mean, I literally think I told everybody I was a criminal. That's literally what you're wondering. Have I ever hid the fact to any of y'all that I'm a criminal or I was a criminal? I mean, I live in the ghetto. I can walk around at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning as I please. And I mean the real ghetto. Like if you ever saw where I lived at, you'd be like, "Oh shit, I ain't going outside there during the daytime, probably." Okay, what about it? Who? About what? I don't care. If I put it in alive, I meant for it to be there. And I literally kept telling y'all, I said, look, I don't want to see these specific things and blah, 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 and whatever. I mean, I don't even know which part you're concerning, though. I don't remember proofing any comments. So what were exactly were they screenshotting? Are you watching trash? I told y'all gotta stop watching trash. We don't watch trash here. See, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This is why I specifically said we're being watched at all times. I literally tried to tell you all that. If it's concerning that, now you get what I'm saying. I lived in. I was born um, part of the way outside of Fort Myers and part of the way towards Miami. If that doesn't tell you enough that you need to know, there you go. I was on it tonight. Oh, hey Hoosier, how you doing, buddy? Long time no see. Yeah, go ahead and report it. This is why I tried to warn you guys. I was like, y'all need to chill on that because they're all watching, and this is why I wasn't gonna release any information during the live itself. Well, believe it, don't take offense to this. Sorry, I'm doing it. You're causing unwanted attention upon yourself. Think of it as me being nice and looking out for you, not as me doing anything mean. Okay? Because I'd rather their attention be on me and not on you guys, and that's what I was trying to prevent last night. Once you have my information, that you become a problem. Get to my drift? Right now, I know, but they're vindictive and sadistic, and I don't want them just to do something out of spite. I said they're vindictive and very sadistic, and I don't want them to do something just because they want to hurt somebody. Do you hear me now? I've told y'all once, and I will tell y'all again as many times as it may be necessary. All three groups are watching us at all times. I told you, I already answered that, dude, and y'all didn't like the answer. And I'm sorry. And I'm not telling you that's what you got to do to chat. I'm just saying certain things you want to be careful about asking about this and that and the other. Because if they know you have the information or think that you have the information, then that makes you a target. So that's why I offered you guys specific ways to reach out to me. That way, safely and securely, you can find out specific information if you really want to know. And yes, if you really want to know the information, it does require you to have to trust somebody, at least a tiny bit. And that person actually is me. I mean, I'm not saying that's any better or whatever, but you may not look like all the things you've heard about me, but at least I'm fucking honest about it. Well, I'm just saying, I want to give I know you're barely on anymore, Hoosier. I was surprised to see you. And I just, believe it or not, I try to keep all you guys protected. That's when I had that massive fight with him and everything else. Who was out there with me? Nobody. I mean, it comes down to two different things basically in the end. Well, no, three different things. You either make yourself a target by asking about it, whatever it is, publicly, okay? Or you use one of the alternate means, which requires you putting a tiny bit of trust in me, and I'm lazy, so it's not like I'm going to figure out who these people are. There's ways around that, and I'm not going to put that much effort into finding out anybody's whatever, okay? It'd be dumb for me to, I have nothing to gain from attacking you guys. You know what I'm saying? Just like Peggy and others, including myself, say follow the money in cases like this, right? If you're wondering who or why or what is going to end up turning on you or betraying you or whatever like that, the first question you ask yourself is who has the most to gain from doing so? And, well, honestly, I don't think there's anything I would gain at all. And if you see a name that says necessary evil, that don't mean shit, guys. Don't fucking trust it. I'm banned by chats because somebody ran around and I know who, but I don't say their name because I don't speak of trash. Get what's my draft? Okay. Under the moniker Necessary Evil, because Peggy banned it herself on her channel. So yeah, there's people running around pretending to be me and stuff. So no, yeah, Sheeby's actually got the right idea when it comes to specific questions being asked. When you see somebody that you know now, depending on who it is, aka me or Diana or somebody, just better to have a simple question or whatever. Dude, I'm a nobody. At least I like to think I'm a nobody. Remember, they said I was irrelevant. Damn it, let me be irrelevant, okay? It's not nice. That's Mr. Irrelevant to you. I know, and I like talking to you too. But it's just, how do I put it? I keep all y'all protected, no matter what, no matter if I need to, no matter if I don't. Some of y'all are Billy badasses, and I say that just because every time I try to say I'm protecting y'all, I hear the same shit. I don't need you to protect me. I'm a bad boss bitch. Okay, you're a bad boss bitch. Gotcha. Sometimes it basically has to not be said. Exactly. You've already attracted attention yourself. That should tell you. Well, there's a specific reason why. At least I could probably think of two different ways you draw the attention upon yourself, and that is your past and the other things. So right. Yeah. But that group, they basically found multiple ways to fucking attack you. I know. Look. I have no. Trust me. I trust every single one of you can actually handle yourselves just like I did or whatever like that, because it's fake, guys. It's literal like not a real attack. So really, it's a fight of the mind. And yes, I believe quite a bit of my fucking people fucking whoop some ass. As far as those losers are fucking concerned, definitely. I take my people in that battle every damn day. Because you know why? But there's the one way I know for sure our side wins no matter what. And that's literally, I just walk out there myself and fuck them all up. Because it's a battle of the minds. And if they ever got dumb enough to come here, well, for one, I got an AR-15 that loved to play. Just saying, they would love to fucking play. You just don't know our sheriff in Lee County. You should look him up sometime. He's like the little mini Grady Judd. He's like, they come in your yard, one step. You say, get out. They don't. The deader, the better. That's what he fucking said. The deader, the better. He's like, that we don't have to do much paperwork. Problem solved. No overcrowding in the prisons. Also, when those people were stopping cars and shit for their protests and all that stuff, our same sheriff told us to run them over. And upon hearing that, all the rednecks grabbed their massive pickup trucks and went right for the fucking picket lines, hoping somebody would try to stop them. They aren't. Yes, exactly, guys. I need to tell you that other person that we keep talking about or whatever, the one that has a dick in his throat or whatever, he's not even one of them. They're outsourcing for help. And just because they're on the server doesn't make them a bad person too. I want to make sure I add that. Because there's a lot of people on that server I consider friends and good people. They don't come at me either. I'm not afraid of them. And believe me, I'm Charles. I carry dirt on everybody. I collect that shit. If I see it, I'm like, woo, and I snatch that shit and I just wait and I wait and I wait. And that's sad because you can't even understand what he's saying 90% of the fucking time. On this side over here, it's like there's so many people that can be considered the PR guy. So many fucking people. We got PR guys, PR women. We got some talkers over here. That's the problem. In a mind war, you can't stop fucking somebody who's just so damn good at fucking talking. If you've got to get the gab or to get the shit talk, oh, you're good to go in this situation. You are fucking good. Yeah, really. What is new, Fuja? I mean, I know he told me he was busy on some things because he's still been leaving comments on my stuff here and there. I'm glad he's back, though, at least. That's great. But anyways, I wasn't going to let y'all have to be anywhere involved in that last fight because that was me. That was the war I set up, and that was the war I needed to fight. And I did have offers from certain creators to have all their people and all this other stuff have helped me. I declined it. Plus, I always thought it'd be looking so much better that they were being given a lose-lose situation. See, if they won, they had to use a bunch of people on just me alone, which makes them look weak, right? So there's a loss right there. But if they lost, which in my mind personally they did, because when I got you on my stage and you're shell shocked and you got not a fucking thing to tell me, I won the war of the minds. That's who won me. So yeah, it became worst case scenario as far as I'm concerned because I won all of it. because I will always have that little live where he's up there on the stage with me and just had a fucking thing to say. Yeah. I wish they say, hey, what's wrong, bro? They cut your throat. But, or yeah, they cut your tongue, I guess, whatever. And I know it's gonna, some video is gonna come out about me. Go ahead. Oh, I don't care. I don't watch trash. I don't want to hear about trash. And if you want to watch trash, that's on you. But I don't care to hear about it. I'll ban motherfuckers if they don't listen to what I say when I say I don't want to hear trash. Don't care. If y'all want to go listen to people that don't know the truth from a hole in their ass, you do whatever you like. I don't want to hear it on my shit. I don't want to hear it personally. Hear it. We've had the same 4 loser trolls keep showing up every night. We're pretty sure we know who exactly the 4 are, and we just keep banning them anyways. Why do you think I gave all y'all wrenches? So when those idiots pop up, pew 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 pew, and whether you like it or not, Evil House is one of them. That's what I'll put money on for sure. I don't know if they're a bad person. I don't know if they're a good person. But I do know is they are one of them. You mean on our side? Trust me, I noticed. Because, yeah, it's called... Guys. Certain events were already well into play, and I was just waiting for them to kick off. And as soon as they did kick off, obviously I was in the right place at the right time to make sure, you know, like I said, how do I put it in a nice way, that my allies were safe and sound. Right now, people, y'all don't seem to realize, unless y'all talk to me really a lot personally, the outnumbering that's really going on here. If I really wanted to cause some problems. You have they don't have the creators, they don't have the members, they don't have anything to compete. We got derp, we got crankers, we got filters, and we got troll farms, and we got rejects. Basically, we have members of every fucking group here. And yeah, like I said, if you just pay a little bit of attention, you'll see that also, like I said, I think earlier, somewhere, some way, I've heard, oh, they're scared of me. I don't know why, because I'm just a harmless, nice little person. But apparently, I'm kind of scary. What are we? I don't know what to call ourselves yet, because we're really not a unified group of any kind. I prefer it that way, to be honest with you. But I'd like to think of something at some point. I don't know. Right now, my subscribers are well over 100 at this point now. It's last few days they've gone up down near 20 years ish, give or take, like 15, something like that. And as long as I keep picking lives that's going to catch people's attention, more people are going to show up. The Renegades. Yeah, it'd be cool to think of some sort of game or something like that at some point. But right now, just having fun. I'm enjoying the not drama. That's why I'm just like, yeah, let's keep the trash out of it. Let's keep this not about drama. Let's have a good time while we can until we have no other choice. Let's do something back. And trust me, I'll know about that well in advance before you guys. I'm sure we'll figure it out. Well, I am a truther as well, and I'm very complicated in the way I see things. I do think that there is enough evidence to say that there's a good possible chance that Richard Allen is involved. And that's after you eliminate everything else. Any bad evidence, tainted evidence, You know, any kind of stuff you're not supposed to use, you get rid of all of that. And there's still, I'm telling you, I can find Richard Allen in 2 weeks alone by myself with all that evidence removed in just like 4 pieces. Not even, yeah, 4 pieces. Give me 4 pieces. That's all I need, 4 pieces. And they're all legitimate. You can't make you can't make an argument for why the defense would logically have an excuse for it to be there. Just like Gold said. Because remember what Gold said. Any piece of evidence, if there's a logical explanation for both sides why it exists, then you should automatically rule that evidence in part to the defense. So we call that anything, consider that. And yes, I could take out a lot of fucking evidence just using that alone. Then you remove the confessions because, for one, I can prove them all fake. Very simply enough. See, that's why I said on both sides. Nobody understands because I can destroy the evidence on so easily that the state has, but at the same time, how do I put this? Trying to remember where I was at. Oh yeah, the confession shouldn't even be allowed. For one, he was tortured to give them, and for two, none of them are real. None of them are true. They're impossible to be fucking real. And I can also prove that. Thanks to y'all, a lot of y'all's lovely timelines and shit. And the state's lovely timeline, I can call their story bullshit. You see, they want to use the confessions, well, I can prove they're fake. Simple as that. But yes, once you remove all the tainted evidence used to get by a torture and stuff, and all the evidence Gold said you can't use if they have multiple explanations for both sides, you remove all that, and there's still enough left for me to find Richard Allen. In fact, I don't need his tip either. I don't need his tip. I don't need to find. They set me on the right course. I only need one piece of evidence, and once I have it, the rest is cake. I'm not going to say I can convict him in 2 weeks by myself, but I will say I can locate him and make him a person of interest that quickly, and it's very easy steps. Yeah, no, I want to make it clear to everyone that I'm not saying I don't believe he got a fair trial. I don't believe, all the evidence that was used against him to hear the jury members in interviews, at least 2 of them so far, saying that they really didn't use this, that, and the other. Like, they shouldn't have been able to, and they didn't follow the judge's fucking instructions either. So why can't you fucking file an appeal in that regard? But at the same time, I do believe there's enough there to say, no, I don't want that fucker on the fucking street again, just in case. I in my own little category, and it sucks because it makes everybody basically in their own way hate you. But yeah, that's the one way you can know that I'm not fucking being used by anybody, because I have my own fucking agenda. And honestly, anybody that's willing to sit there and actually hear the whole thing out, anybody that says otherwise either don't know true crime, don't know murder cases, don't know the law, because everything I say makes sense. And I say, all you need is 4 pieces of evidence, because there's not much more than that 4 pieces of evidence. There would be more if I was the cop doing it, though. Major pieces of evidence that would possibly, if we had those pieces of evidence, would prove Richard Allen is lying about specific things, which literally leaves him open for all kinds of more shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying anything, but if we had those evidence and they pointed to what we thought, or I thought, then yeah, it'd be pretty damning for him. Like his car's brain. The fact that we don't have his car's brain like we should have, that pinpoints him where he was parked, from what time on the day of the murders, the whole 9 yards. No matter what that fucker says, we have valid, justifiable, 100% proof that says otherwise. Sound important? Why did we not get fucking rich guy's height? I'm sorry, it's $10,000. But how many people that were male that were around that same height there that day? I think that's pretty fucking important. This is all circumstantial evidence and not the car. The car's brain itself is direct evidence. That's a major piece of direct evidence that contradicts with what you're is saying, correct? If we had it. Remember, they have 90 days to get the car brain, and when they didn't get it, it rewrote itself. But if we had it, I think a lot of innocenters would have a changed mind right now. Because, well, think about it. If we did have it, and it indeed did say that, it would prove to anybody that's actually willing to listen that something's wrong here and that he's lying for some reason. And that's the best way I can put it. I still can't tell you if he was alone or not, but now I'm starting to think that he wasn't. But he doesn't seem like a damn social motherfucker to me, so it doesn't make any sense. I don't like it. It's irksome. Wonder if there's a possibility somebody found the bodies after he left. And then they jerked off on him? That's just fucked up. And no, he doesn't have this person would not be a psychopath, believe it or not. Well, I guess technically they could be still a psychopath. Whoever it was showed actual regret and shit that they committed these murders. Like I said, the branches were used to cover up the injuries because they couldn't look at them themselves. That's a severe sign of regret. But at the same time, Brian Koberger did the same thing when he covered up Ethan after attacking. But that might not be regret. That might be regret for the fact that he stabbed him a bunch of times in the groin area, and it kind of seems a little gay. So I'm not entirely sure psychologically what you would say about that. Because it could be either way. Okay, you know how the branches were used left on the girls, right? What are you talking about? I saw that you said something about a psychopath, and I said I don't believe whoever committed Delphi is a psychopath. They could be, but I just don't think they are. I'm not going to say alcohol did it or anything else. This does seem like somebody was either not psycho, but having a mental breakdown or fucking something like that. Like a triggering event set them off. Which theory are you talking about? Well, for one, if you're talking about the branches, it's very simple. If you've seen the crime scene photos or go look at the drawings, look at where those branches cross their bodies at, guys. Seriously. Is it just coincidence that both large pieces of branch go across their necks where the extensive injuries were left? Oh, okay. Then what are we talking about here? Well, all I said was if we had his car's brain, it would help make him look bad if it indeed actually had the. Yeah, you got to actually say what you're saying because now I'm making shit up and I don't even know what I'm talking about here. Well, like I said, Brian Koberger covered up Ethan because he stabbed him in the groin a bunch of times. That could be for homophobic reasons, or and he'd rather be known as an incel instead. For whatever reason, he regretted inflicting those knife wounds. But I'm telling you, I can find Richard Allen starting with just one piece of evidence. That's all I need, the one piece of evidence. Every car on that fucking video should have been checked out, starting with Carroll County, maybe a little bit farther out first. If they had done that with maybe 6 or 7 detectives, within a couple of days, they would have gotten their hands and eyes on Richard Allen. No tip involved needed. What? What did we talk? Nobody said any. What? No wounds or any odd behavior from who? What piece are you talking about? The piece of evidence? The car. Because nobody else here, everybody wants to just assume shit from the crankers, from the innocenters, all kinds of other stuff. I'm the one that actually got off my ass and went into this, and nobody else has, apparently. I literally took the same picture that they show of that car and that video to many mechanics in my area. And almost 75 to 80% of those people were able to tell me a small 3-year gap of time, but were completely correct. So the thing was, they basically thought it was a 2014 to 2017 Ford Focus SE hatchback. They didn't know either the hatchback part. Some said a station wagon, but it was always the Ford Focus that they got dead on correct in the years. And if you look up Kelly Blue Book and everything, those are the 3 years that correspond with each other with that model. So how hard was it the cops couldn't locate that fucking car that it took almost 9 years for them to identify Richard Allen, period. And once you have that car in a short time, what do you now have access to? Because you can see the cars backed in. They have a picture of it backed in at CBS when they finally figured out who he was. They can ask him what he was doing that day. If he is then dumb enough to say, well, yeah, I was at the rails, boom. Then they have cause and all that to fucking pull his car's brain and this and that and the other. And once you have the car's brain and it shows him directly there at the time and where he parked and everything else, because the brain has GPS and all kinds of good shit. It'll tell you where, when, everything, and what time you left, right? Once you have the car's brain, you now have sufficient cause to drag him in for a fucking interview. Once you have him in the interview, you find out what? You find out circumstantially wise, he owns one of the possible guns that could possibly have left the unspent round. Once you know that, you confiscate his weapon, and sure enough, you can actually prove that there's a chance it came from that gun. While be it mild, it's only circumstantial evidence, but even circumstantial evidence does help because they described it all wrong, and the whole fact that they did that seems sketchy, and they're full of bullshit. But as circumstantial weak evidence, it is still able to be brought in and used. Do I believe that the markings should be identified and placed on one gun alone? No, that's dumb as shit. But do I believe that the markings on there are sufficient enough to locate a certain brand or two of gun? Yes, that's I do believe. How are you going to say they didn't care about Richard Allen? Only one fucking cop and dueling fucking, yeah, you got to be careful what you say, dude, because it becomes obviously not true. Me as the cop, yeah, I've had Richard Allen in my sights in 2 weeks. I've had that car's brain. I've had his gun. I had matching bullet to the rest, and the bullet from the keepsake box, and the pictures, and all that other stuff. Then it's all about getting him in there and having a nice long interview. And I'd have kept his fucking wife in that room too. I'd have kept her right in that interrogation room because he wanted her gone so bad. He was going to crumble if she was stayed in there, in my own personal opinion. You don't have to agree with me. I don't expect you to. But yeah, I think the Holman and all them fucked up pretty bad. They lost their cool and shit. What? Okay, guys. Once again, does anybody ever think to go to Google and type in what is the percentage of people that drive cars in the United States? How many of the percentage backs in? You will find out that it's a very high 20%, like in 28 or 29% to 33%, I think, which means that 67% of people don't back in. The ones that do are usually criminals, truck drivers, former truck drivers, stuff like that. Let me guess, Hoosier, any former job do you do have involving truck driving or anything like that? Because my stepdad backs in everywhere. Yeah, or did you have a family member that happened to be a truck driver? That's also the case. What does that have to do with anything? We're not even talking about that anymore. What I'm saying has nothing to do with the troll farm or anything like that. I don't know why we're even still talking about it. I know all this. I know the entire thing. I've known the entire thing for a long ass time. And I always ask everybody, hey, is there any questions you have for me? Or this, that, and the other. Nobody ever wants to ask me anything. And then when shit goes down, I'm like, yeah, I already told y'all. I knew that. What do you mean? Well, I told y'all if you had questions, just ask. Nobody ever fucking asks. If you do ask, you ask the wrong questions at the wrong place. And I'm not answering them to protect you or yourselves. I guess some of you got to because you ain't. There is so much shit that I know involving groups, involving crimes, not crimes, etc., members, all kinds of shit. And yeah, I don't answer them in here. Like I said, for a pretty good fucking reason. And honestly, y'all should be more careful yourselves, just to be saying. Oh shit, don't tell me I left my damn charger in there. Aw, okay, come back. Gotcha. See, if the person that you were around with or that has taught you to drive or have been around a lot when they drove, or like mainly, he probably, I wouldn't say for sure, but whatever, he probably helped you with your driving, right? I don't back in everywhere, but it's an easier way to get out and it's a safer way to get out. So I do understand it. But at the same time, a lot of people don't like, how do I put it? Backing in between two cars because they're afraid they're going to hit the car, correct? That's why, like I said, nearly 70% of drivers in the United States alone, I repeat, do not back their car in. And guys, I mean, just like, I get the whole thing that it's more difficult to learn details by like me going out to the mechanics and asking them. Because that's just, I want a good rough estimate of how many mechanics could look at the thing and know around what it was. Nobody did that. Believe it or not, nobody actually went to CVS and even asked them to show them a box cutter that supplied to them. But I did it. And oddly enough, it matches so fucking perfectly to what the metal is. So perfectly. I know because I used the same kind of one. I had a feeling it would be it, but I went and asked anyways. And I have a lot of good friends up there at CVS, and they knew about it. Richard Allen, FYI. So I'll tell you what, CBS don't think he's innocent at all. And this was before the conviction too. I didn't think that was a big deal, honestly, but I just thought it was interesting. But no, yeah, the way the medical examiner perfectly described it, it matches literally the stock box cutter that is used by all stock managers and shit at CVS. No, I did this a long time ago. This was before he even was convicted, believe it or not. It's just I didn't want to sit there and make a bunch of accusations and not being able to back it up. So every single time when I get into a little mini debate with these people, I get to ask them the same thing. Well, did you go out and even check to see what somebody else that did have more experience and everything with cars that you did, what they thought it was? No, of course not. Well, then what gives you the right to talk to me? You're not a mechanic and you're not an expert on cars. Goodbye. If it's not important enough for y'all to do your job, and yes, if you're making a living off of being a creator, that's your job. I don't make a penny off this shit. Never have. and I was able to go do it. He is not a pharmacy technician, okay? He was given the pharmacy technician training so he could run a register in the pharmacy if nobody was able to do so at the time. I've also told that many times to people too. Anybody that has to run a register in CVS and the pharmacy has to have that technician's license. What? Why are we talking about schedules for other people? Oh, Lord. So you know what kind of boxes he opened now, too. How do you know that? I would love to know how you would know what kind of boxes, because I actually know people that do the same job as Richard Allen. An African American woman right up the road does the same exact jobs, has the same exact position, has the same exact pharmacy technician's license as well. It's going to tell you he has a. Do you think the AI is going to know what size boxes he opens? Really? You know what's an easier way? How about you pick up the telephone, call up your local CBS, and ask them, hey, I got a quick question for you guys. To run a register in the pharmacy, do you need to have a pharmacist technician's license? Oh, yes, it's part of the state law. Okay, I've worked in like 10 different places using 10 different box cutters. I'm not missing the point here. Nobody's saying he worked on any big boxes. What does that even have to do with anything? The whole point was he needed a box cutter, and he used a box cutter. Because he has oh my God, I just explained that to you. Why do y'all argue with me when y'all could just go look this up yourselves? Since when does a pharmacy technician develop photos? Or did you forget that little detail too? I'm guessing the AI did too, right? Because he developed photos for the victim families and everything. Or did you forget that? Or does that more sound like it's more inclined with what I keep saying, that he wasn't all around having to do all different kinds of things depending on who was there and who was there not that day? No, because if you called up CBS themselves, they'd have told you exactly what Richard Allen's responsibilities and shit were. And this is where the information comes from in the first place. He is not a pharmacy technician except for having the license. No, you don't. They have a whole different counter for photos. The photo area is usually towards the front of the store with the register, while the pharmacy is in the back of the store. And this is CBS. It's not a franchise. It is literally a corporation. When they build a new building, and nearly all the old buildings are pretty much damn near very similar in how the place is built, and what areas and what areas, or one place and what areas are in different one. The photo area is at the front of the store. Usually, when you're coming into the store, you have the register either right in the middle by the entrance and exit doors, or you have it to either the left or the right in the very front hand corner-ish kind of area. On the exact opposite side of the front in that same area, or even part of the actual register area up front, will be where you have the photo area with the kiosk and everything else there. And it's been that way since about 2015. I'm trying to listen to you, but what are you saying? Then what's the point? You haven't made one. I have talked to literally 15 people that have known real well Richard Allen and gone in that CVS many, many, many times, and he's rarely seen in the pharmacy area at all. So if that's the point you're trying to make, you're wrong. Licensed or not, he's not majorly in the pharmacy. You're wrong, period. Don't talk about the box cutter. I'm going to talk about whatever I want because I've worked at literally 10 different places that have a bunch of different box cutters, and only 2 of those places had one that matches, and that one was CVS and the other one was Big Lots. And I've showed people exactly what kind of box cutter it was. And the ME's explanation of the weapon matches that. Brand and all. So there you go again. You can't, there will be no holding back on evidence and shit that actually is real. Circumstantial it may be, but it's still actual evidence. He is, even though it has nothing to do with the case, you're over here arguing where he works at all the time. There's no point in that. Where he works at in that store, the majority or whatever, has nothing to do with the crime that was committed. But yes, it is a big box store, but you know what? They use the same catalog to order their supplies from for store employees, which means they sell the same box cutters. Not sell it, but they provide the same box cutters as CVS does. It's like you keep saying you're listening to me, but you're not. There's a specific brand and everything else that is on that box cutter. The medical examiner even mentions it in his testimony. It was even mentioned in the documentary. It's the murder weapon. You're over here talking about how big boxes are that he cuts into at work. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? This is all common sense. All I'm saying is a very common box cutter was used in the process. That's all I said. I know it was common because he had 10 more at home. You brought up some big boxes. What does that have to do with anything? You know, that's like prop shit. Bring you up and distract with a bunch of shit that doesn't really matter, getting off the facts here. The boxes don't matter. What was used to cut them does, because that was what was used to protect the victims. It's because there's answers for everything. Y'all just don't go look for them. Call up your local CVS tomorrow, randomly, and just be like, hey, is there any special requirements or whatever needed by anybody that runs a register in the pharmacy? You will learn exactly what I did, that everybody that runs a register back there has to have that pharmacist technician's license. It's the law, because they're being and handling controlled substances. It's like if you are a server at a restaurant, the OSHA or whatever requires you to have a food handler's license, even though you don't cook or do anything with the food, right? You don't have an answer of anything because you haven't done the work to get the answer. Nobody's saying it's that big of a deal or whatever, of what the box cutter is or where it came from. You know, it doesn't make any sense. It's the other things you're factoring on. But all I'm saying is when he's got 8 or 9 more at home, it obviously seems to be an object he likes to use on a commonly basis. But that's not even a big deal. The things that can match up to him still match up to him. Y'all can't just keep telling yourselves, oh, that doesn't match, it doesn't do this, it doesn't do that. Yes, it does. Because you can't legally run the register in the pharmacy without it. You are handling controlled substances. I said this 3 times now. Oh, Lord. He literally said the brand of it and everything. Never mind. Oh, this is ridiculous. Have you been through the transcripts yet? Or are you just going by the documentary alone? Because as I said, the information's there if you go actually look for it. I always tell everybody, don't believe fucking what YouTubers say. Get off your ass, go out there, do the research, and you know exactly what you're talking about. I said he mentions the box cutter. Huh? That's not what I said. No, you're making shit up. I said the reason he has the license because you call him a pharmacy technician, which is not true. That is not his fucking position. And also, CBS will confirm that just as well as I can. He is a shift manager / what you would call a stock manager at CBS, or was. That should tell you that is literally a job where you have to do fill-in spots on an everyday basis for anybody that calls off sick, wasn't scheduled, this, that, and the other. That could be the pharmacy, that could be at the front register, that could be stocking, that could be anything. So the photo booth. Now, which of those makes the most sense? What you said or what I said? Well, I'm being as polite as I possibly can. You're saying I said things I didn't say. I said the only reason he has the license because you are required by law to have one to handle controlled substances out of the pharmacy. If you're on the register at the pharmacy, you have to handle controlled substances. Am I saying that's all he did? No. Because if it was, he wouldn't need the box cutters. And I already knew what his position was because it's well known. They sent emails around to all the other CBSs and shit telling everybody what the fuck happened. You know that, right? What are we even talking about? The documentary? Who cares? The point is, we know where he worked. The second point is, I'm not talking about anything to do with the documentary. I'm talking about during the trial. Emails went out from CBS corporate headquarters. Oh, Lord. I don't understand how you don't understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. If, I don't know, some guy that worked for a Wendy's or whatever just murdered everybody inside the Wendy's, do you think corporate's going to send out a bunch of emails the next day to the other Wendy's to tell them, hey, be careful about what you talk about, try not to mention this, blah, 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 blah? Obviously. I shouldn't even have to explain that. It's common sense. How would you know what's not in the evidence? What are you talking about? Okay, what are you talking about? I have seen if you're talking about the brand and all that of the box cutter, for one, you said you didn't want to talk about it. Now we're back on it. Okay, for two, whether it be the documentary or what, I remember seeing Dr. Whatever you just said, literally answering questions about that specific thing, and he even mentions a brand of box cutter. I'm guessing you don't recognize it. It's something like Rossinoff or some shit like that. He clearly states it. Which one are you watching, dude? You can just ask. Oh my God. Am I the only? I must be a fucking genius because I'm the only one that thought or considered to call up CBS to ask what his job position was. It's not that difficult. It takes one call. You get on there with the local people or whatever. You make small talk, like I did, and you say, "Hey, what was he? Well, like if you work in a pharmacy or something? You think he was on drugs?" And they were like, "No, you just have to have that shit to run the register." Which I'm pretty sure if I Google it right now, it'll tell me the same thing that everybody that works in the pharmacy has to have that fucking. Like I said, I even believe it's state law itself. And people would rather just argue and then just, I don't need a documentary. That's the problem. Everybody's waiting for the information to come to them. Get off your ass and go find it yourself. That's the difference. That's why I'm a creator, I guess. I don't know. Because I can't just sit there and wait and be subjective and just not do anything when you could just go out or call or do this or do that and find the information yourself. That way it's you. You're the one that's coming out with the information that nobody had. This, that, and the other. And right quick, I'm going to actually try that real quick. Let's see if Google tells me. Do you have... I hate when this whole thing is... Do you have to have a pharmacist license to run a register in a pharmacy? CVS Pharmacy. Oh. All right. Listen. If you've done the research, then what I'm going to tell you should surprise you because it took me 2 seconds to find it. Google itself literally states right now it is legal state law for nearly every freaking state that anybody that runs a register or whatever to have a licensed required fucking pharmacist technician back there. Well, apparently you're not doing the right research because I just was able to prove what I just said. You're not listening at all. I'm not trying to be mean to anybody. Listen, it is a state law that people back there in the pharmacy that are running the register and shit for nearly all 50 states, guys. Go to Google. Why argue with me? It's very simple. You just type, what are you saying thank you for? You're just wrong. And no, the CBS themselves literally said he wasn't. I don't need any bio whatever. I don't need any of that because his actual boss said otherwise. Then why are you arguing about it if it's a moot subject? You argued about the box cutter. I proved my point. Then it didn't matter. You argued about the license. I proved my point. Then it didn't matter. This whole conversation is starting to get moot or whatever because every time there seem to not be proven otherwise, you just say it doesn't matter. It mattered enough for you to argue in the first place. But it didn't matter enough for anybody to call around to ask a simple question. All I said was the dude used box cutters a lot at work. That's all I said. And this is what it became. And yeah, when you have a specific license, it's going to list that as one of your fucking whatevers or whatnot. And believe it or not, when you're in retail, you're given a certain position for all sorts of different areas. They don't talk about it, but yeah, the company will give you like a position for CSS. They'll give you a position for the photo lab. They'll give you a position for the pharmacy. I had like 6 of them in Walmart. No, that's not the big evidence. The car is. The car. It's always been the car. And I never said I had enough evidence to convict him either. I said I had enough evidence to locate him in 2 weeks. Because I got off my ass and went to actual mechanics. And I asked them all what kind of car they thought this was. With a picture from the trial. And they damn near all said the same thing. So until you start showing me some other guy that's under 5'6", but taller than 5'4", with that size body type, there that day at that time, that drives that exact car, you got a lot of explaining to do. But hey, that owns that same particular kind of gun that possibly could leave an instrument around like that. I'm not saying it's damning, but it's enough for me to get a nice good look at and keep my eye on you. And if you can say otherwise, no, that's actual evidence. None of that can be eliminated. And if I had found it, if I was the cop, find that within 2 weeks, then I have a car's brain that makes him look like a liar. Pretty damning. No, I'm not. I don't care if somebody belittles me. It just it takes 2 seconds to go behind and just type this into Google, and it's like people are unwilling to do that much, and it's just insulting. You know, you're here listening to me. You're listening to what I have to say. What's the point of just not checking it when you have a valid way right in front of you to do so? I don't need his tip to find him, guys. I don't need the tip. Once you have the car and any other car in that video, you start a circle, starting with Carroll County. How long do you think it takes to find those 6 or 7 cars in Carroll County and find out, boom, Richard Allen's is the only one of that specific kind, of that color, with the rims and everything of that color. We ain't worried about the style, but we can obviously see the rims are black. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not trying to point out that I did this. I'm not trying to point out that I did that. I just don't understand people arguing with me when these are simple things. I just went to Google and looked one up, and it verified everything I said just now about the license. There was a tip. He put in his own tip. And there was also a tip by, what's her face, Don Toretti. So yeah, there was at least a couple of tips put in regards to a Rick or whatever, something. I'm not sure if the last name was included in the Toretti one. I've heard both ways, different ways, so I don't know if I trust that one completely. But yeah, his own tip is still his own tip. Guys, they call him calling me. You get what I'm saying? We're gonna get into another tangent and go back and forth, and then finally, when I prove that yes, what he gave about himself was a tip, then y'all just will go, oh, the tip is a moot point. Then what is it? It's not a rumor. Oh, are you talking about Dawn's Ready? No, she did actually put the tip in. She was one of the people that actually put a tip in, yes, and involved. I'm not sure if it was his exact full name or whatever, or you know, half one part, half the other. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, she did put in a tip or whatever. Once again, why are we even arguing about this stuff that doesn't matter? You're just trying to say that what Rick Allen did on himself wasn't a tip. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it is. because he didn't let himself be audio or video recorded, which that makes it not a witness deposition. All he was doing was letting him know what he saw that day. So yes, that is exactly what it is. It's a tip. To even give a tip, you either have to have some source of information or intimate knowledge of the crime in the area that it took place in. Yeah, I'm not trying to sound mean. I'm really not. I mean, I just wish somebody would just look up some stuff. That's all. And it's just silly things to get into arguments about. I don't mind the arguments and stuff, but it's just like, love you, TJ. You have a good night. But yeah, once you go around and ask them about the cars, and you don't want just anybody answering the question about the car. You need to have people that know what the fuck they're talking about. That's why I went to mechanics. And once you ask them, yeah, I mean, at least the ones here, the majority gave me the same amount of cars and the exact reasons why it had to be that car. And I checked for the years and everything else, and what they said matched. There's special lines and divots and shit in the hood, in the back, and on the sides, and on the roof, and they all match up in certain spots. And yes, there's a specific amount of distance between the back tires and the back bumper. All of which, if you know what you're doing, you can find a pretty close approximation of all of them. But mainly, I used the weird body shape in certain parts, including the divots and all that, because the other vehicles that people keep saying are suspect, most of them didn't have those same exact divots in all the different parts of the car. Very simple, period. And well, there's a reason why they didn't look at his car, from what I know at least. It's because one of the witnesses said they saw a purple PT Cruiser parked there, and yes, apparently on the video itself, one of the vehicles that went by was a purple PT Cruiser. But here's the police didn't do their job. Plain and simply, they fucked up, because I remember there being 7 or 8 different cars, or maybe even 9 cars on that videotape whatsoever, including that purple PT Cruiser. I don't know if I'm the chief of police or the sheriff or whatever. I'm having a different cop or 2 even check and run down every fucking car on that video. Common sense, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't need to. Why would I need y'all to agree with me? No offense. I mean this in the most lovingly adorable way possible, okay? I'd rather not have people agree with me that aren't willing to go out and actually do the work themselves. That doesn't help me at all. That just means I convinced you myself and not the facts. And I'd rather not have that. That's why I'm saying, I mean, no offense by that. And I'm sorry if it sounds like an asshole when I said it. I'm not really trying to. I'm not trying to convince anybody. I'm telling the facts as I know them. And that's all I've ever said in the first place. Yes, I'm just literally telling you. We're conversating about what we both know. I'm telling you what I know, that I went out and I found out, and you're doing so with us. You could know some sort of major fact that I don't know that might even change my mind. That's why we have these conversations. But most of the time, people just argue with me about things they haven't even checked. Instead. And that's how the majority of that side seems to go. Most of the creators and all that can't even come up with some sort of ballot. I think Peggy was the one that was damn near closest, and she technically is a guilter. More along the lines of me about like saying, hey, he's possibly guilty. You know, all the people that saying that he's 100% innocent, cool. He can go stay at your house, have some booze, whatever else. And how do you feel about that? Well, no, he can't do that. But why? He's innocent, Amy. Oh, when it's somebody else's kid, it's okay to take the risk, but when it's yours, no, we can't have that. Then shush. If you're not willing to take the risk yourself with your own kids, Don't risk somebody else's. You want him to released or whatever, then if something happens, it's on y'all. As far as I'm concerned, it's on all the people that are screaming that he's innocent. Release him, this, that, and the other. I'm sorry. If he gets out and murders anybody else, that's on y'all. That's one thing everybody's forgetting. Would you let him around your kids with the amount of information you have right now? Would you let him stay at your house? Would you let him get drunk? Because if you wouldn't, I don't want to hear let him free. Because that means there's some sort of doubt in your mind that he might not be innocent of the crimes that he's being convicted of. I've already been this is what I'm talking about. I've already told y'all the story that y'all obviously don't know a damn thing about because you're already forgotten. 15 years old. I was being looked at for 8 different fucking murders. 8. Including my own cousins. So don't tell me about things you don't know about. Gosh. I have been falsely charged for different arrest charges where I had to literally press a lawsuit after the fact, after I won my case using the labs and everything else for a different charge. And I've also been fucking blamed for murder and interrogated like a suspect as a child alone. I was the last one to see my cousin alive. Of course they did. My parents were dumb and let them interrogate me all by myself. And the cops were a hell of a lot smarter than what fucking Rick Allen had. And you know what? I walked out of there without making one incriminating statement whatsoever. So either I'm a brilliant fucking motherfucker or, just saying. Yes, they thought I did it. When you're the last person to see... Oh my God. I'm starting to wonder about y'all. Like, y'all don't know the investigation skills. And you never answered my question. So if you want to keep insulting me and saying things that you don't know anything about me, because I actually told you these things in the past, you never answered the question. If you think he's so innocent, does that mean you're willing to let him stay at your house with your kids? If not, I don't want to hear that release for Gallant shit anymore. I don't want to hear it. Because that means you are not 100% positive he didn't do this. No, I literally gave my own stance on everything. Okay. And I said, I don't think he got a fair trial. I don't think the evidence was pulled back and everything. I've said all the right answers in regards to everything. But if you're going to say that's not his voice or somebody that could be him, if you're going to say that's not his height or somebody that could be that height, the car, this, that, and the other, I'm sorry, there's enough evidence there that cannot be eliminated that somehow implicates there's a possibility that he committed the crime. Once you have that, no, stop saying release this man because no, there's still a chance he did it. I still believe he deserves fairness, but no more of this free him, this, that, and the other, because you can't take the risk to kill somebody else. That's all I'm saying. I'd like to meet him too, because I guarantee any doubts or whatever I would have would either be gone or 1,000% sure by the time I walked out of that waiting room. But you're not saying you think he's innocent either, as in 100% either. If you can explain just in the probabilities alone, and I'm not literally saying he deserves to be there or anything. I'm saying we can't take the risk in letting him out. And anybody that's willing to make that risk, which if they want to say they're 100% whatever, yeah, then I will make the joke, okay, then he could stay with you, blah, blah, blah. But they never seem to want to do it. And that seems odd to me because it's like, if you thought he was 100% innocent, you really wanted to help him, but he had to stay at your house to be able to be let out, would you do it? Saying, I think it's an interesting question, in my opinion, is all. Why are we even talking about clothes? his own words show what kind of clothes he was wearing that day. For one. For two, take that voice, learn a little bit of audio software, and load up samples of Rick Allen's voice compared to that voice. Now, you're not going to get a perfect, expertized match. I will warn you now. But you will get one that literally says Rick Allen's voice cannot be eliminated as the possible voice on the video. Once again, to me, that's circumstantial evidence. I never said they proved it. All I said was there's a possibility he's guilty, and y'all just assumed the rest and jumped my ass, as usual. I literally just said like 15 seconds ago, I was like, I don't believe he got the fair trial. I don't think there was the evidence that was eliminated that was supposed to be, blah, 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 blah. And yet you're still over here thinking I'm literally saying he deserves to be convicted. Nobody said that. Y'all just keep hearing what you want to hear, and I'm being treated like shit in the process. And you're wondering why I get aggravated in these kind of conversations. Because y'all are listening to me. You're hearing what you want to hear, and you're being mean about it. And then I have to keep my calm, and I can only do that so much. And I'm trying not to be mean to anybody because I don't want to be mean. But I've made my point in my stance on the whole case clear for months now, multiple damn near times. And y'all all have heard it. I don't just change my opinion. Like, people change clothes. If you're going to let go a guy that might possibly have killed 2 little girls, you want to be sure before you let him go too, right? That he didn't do it. There's enough evidence there to say he possibly did it. But there's not enough evidence there to prove that he did it for sure. All I said was, hey, let's not say release the motherfucker. But at the same time, we can look both different ways and make sure that he did do it too, in its own way. I'm not telling you not to do anything. But you know my stance on the case. I've said it a million times. So why do you forget all of a sudden and start being mean to me or cutting blunt or whatever you want to call it when you already know where I stand? I'm not having any issue with you whatsoever about the way you feel and your opinion of this and that. I know what your opinion is. I don't forget it. The difference is you seem to keep forgetting my stance on the whole thing. Call them yourself and see if I'm making it up. No, apparently I got to go and record it all myself and then put it on the internet and everything else because nobody else here knows how to use a phone and dial out and this and that and the other. Nobody knows how to. For one, you don't even have to go to a mechanic's office. You could literally just contact the big box mechanics people and be like, hey, I'm faxing you or emailing you this picture. Can you give me an idea of what you think that vehicle is? You see what I mean? Nobody's willing to do anything, but then they're going to call me out on it because I did. How does that work? You're putting more effort into trying to prove me wrong than it would to have checked into it yourself. I have no problem with that. But when you're sitting there saying I said one thing, how is that ridiculous? How hard is it to find mechanics in your local area that you could show a picture to? And if you're too paranoid because you're whatever, that's on you. I'm not. There is literally 50 mechanics just on the major road that's a block from my house alone within a matter of like 3 or 4 blocks.
You know, I'm just hearing excuses from everybody. How hard was it to call Rick Allen's work? I can't even tell you the fucking name of a supervisor and whatnot that I talked to. How hard is it to call your local CBS and ask them specific questions? None of this is very difficult at all. You're giving me shit because you either didn't think of it yourself or don't want to do it. That's what it sounds like to me. These are very easily to figure out things. Think of Diana. Diana took it upon herself to reach out to Richard Allen and Richie Davis and everybody else. Nobody else thought of that. But at the same time, everybody starts popping up saying, I don't believe it. It's fake. This, that, and the other. Why? Because you didn't think of doing it and didn't think, oh, shit, I can actually do that. Yeah, you can. So before calling people a bunch of liars and shit, get up your ass and go try to do it yourself. Before calling others a liar about it. You know, that's what you're sending doubt and shit, but these are dumb things to argue about. It doesn't really matter what kind of box cutter or whatnot was used. Because if there's 5 or 6 big box, massive businesses that all use the same kind of box cutter, then it really doesn't matter where the fuck you work in the process, correct? Then what does it matter? It doesn't. You're just arguing to argue. At one point, you were arguing about box size. I don't even know what the fuck the box size has with anything. But it's like, wait, nobody's even said what size of box was. That's what I'm saying. You're arguing just to argue with me, and that's what that's the part that bugs me. I've never said anything about box size. I've never said anything really that important about the box cutter itself, other than it's pretty generic. It's a little bit costly because they're usually about 20 or so bucks each one for store use. And they have a specific brand on them, and it's the same brand that Homeboy says out loud on the thingy. And then what? You're still going to call me a liar because you hear what you want to hear. Just think about what? I just explained to you every single piece of it. You're either not listening or not caring to. I have to show you how to call your local CBS and ask them a fucking question. I tell you what, better way. I'll just get my buddy that works down there as a stock manager at fucking CBS on camera, making you feel like a dirt. How about that? I'll have that tomorrow for you. Because this is fucking retarded and silly. And he'll also pull out his box cutter if that makes you feel better too. Then I'll apparently have to show you the documentary where the guy says the shit himself in that quick little interview and somehow match it up with the one in the guy's hand, which I don't even know about editing, but I'm sure there's a way to pull that off. It's amazing how much effort y'all put into shit you don't know, but you don't fucking question proper anybody about any of this bullshit that he hashes out on his fucking channel. None of that has fucking proof or evidence to it. Not a bit of it. You don't call him out on anything. Y'all are ridiculous. 99% of the shit I've seen on there, they don't have evidence. They don't have any truth to it. There's no... He's using a theory I made up as a joke damn near 6 years ago. And y'all believe it. Y'all sit there watching him like mindless zombies. You don't question anything he says. Right before all this conspiracy bullshit, he was a guilter. How come he doesn't get the same treatment I do? I'm getting all this shit over a box cutter that many places use. Oh, it's because I actually answer your questions. I've watched you guys watch this shit. Trust me, there is no... Y'all are like weird about that shit. Y'all fucking just, oh yeah. And I'm just like, where's the fucking evidence that any of that actually occurred? There is none. And y'all just go along with the shit. I'm not even saying there's anything wrong with what he says. I know I'm the one, but he's got the cartel wrong. I literally made up It's just dumb to think that Las Vegas is run by the Sinaloa cartel. It's an obvious thing that you can look up yourself and see that it's not truth. Y'all don't look up any of this stuff. You don't call them out on it. You don't do anything. Make it make sense. But every little detail, it seems you're calling me a liar about. That I have to go and I've never seen Prof leave his house to have to do any bit of research or whatever to shut anybody up. I literally got to go interview the guy and everything tomorrow, which I will do. But this is the point of the Mac. No, I've been on this case longer. I was there when Prof got there. I had been here 5 years at that point. 5 fucking years. But somehow, that's the person that gets respect. He's been to Indiana one time. I think it's the only thing they might have over me. Yeah. And just like every other one of those creators, they refuse to debate me, which just tells me everything I fucking need to know. Because every single fact and whatnot they bring up, all I gotta say is, okay, we don't bring up or not allowed to bring up anything that you have no evidence to prove. And what happens then? He has nothing. Not a bit. Nothing. Go ahead and say what you think. If you're going to say that I didn't offer to debate all these guys, oh, I got plenty of receipts for those. I can give you a long, massive list, multiple times where I wanted to debate all these guys. Once they see the words, oh yeah, by the way, we're going to leave out anything we don't have a shred of evidence and proof of. They disagree and they don't want to have nothing to do with it. I'm sorry. Yeah, you would think that something would have some sort of fucking evidence at all. Because you're over here, and I'm just talking about simplest, very simple subjects. Like I said, a box cutter being used by many different businesses. Doesn't really matter the brand, doesn't really matter the make, doesn't really matter the model. What matters is at best, which only is like 5%, the fact that one of the businesses he did happen to work at. That's it. That's not even good evidence in my book. That's not even circumstantial evidence, but it is a fact. That's all I said. Like I said, I didn't say shit about no boxes. Google will tell you right now if you look at it. So I don't need to prove it. My receipts are right there. If you can't type something into Google, that's on you. If you type in, is it required to have a pharmacist license to do such and such, run the register, whatever, in a pharmacy? You will learn, guess what? I am correct. Because you don't think. Half the stuff you argued with me tonight, you can look right up on Google, and you don't. That tells me everything I need to know. And it's really scary because you guys don't see the comparisons that can easily be made between these groups and certain things like cults and shit that actually exist in real life. And the fact that nobody else sees it, it very, very worries me. You will believe anybody as long as they fucking say exactly what you want to do and everything that goes along with it. And I literally told you, and I could probably show the evidence if I dig around long enough, of when I made up the cartel bullshit story so long ago. And I did so right before Chasing Evil or whatever that guy's name is. Basically, I helped him go down the rabbit hole first. And that man's still stuck there. And everybody calls that man kind of mental and everything else. I think he's a decent guy. But that's what they treat him like. But that's the same shit props do. Don't ask me for evidence on what I say if you're not going to ask your creators for the same. And you know exactly what's going to happen if you do. You're going to get banned. And like I said, it seems to say it all in my regards. If your own creators refuse to talk to you, refuse to answer your questions, and ban you, if you question them about a shred of evidence, then why the hell are you listening to them so damn much? I at least have the respect to be okay with everybody's opinion, whether it be different than mine. But if you're going to try to step into some sort of thing or a ring or whatever you want, then you better bring your damn A game, because you know what? I actually do research. In the Idaho case, I could show you 100% how I figured out the motherfucker was wearing that damn suit from step one all the way to the end. Nobody believed me then either, until I one by one by one by one by one. And then, like, even a month later, when I've already left, all of a sudden I hear people going, "Yo, he's right, he's right, he's right." I'm like, "Oh, they finally did look, huh? Amazing." I also told Tom Webster and the Fig that Missy Beavers was shot in the head, and there was an FBI report saying so. Guess what they found, guys? An FBI report showing she was shot in the head. Crazy. Has there been any detail or fact or anything that alone that even your creators has found at all that they can prove? Anything? Anything? Because right now you're being told a story I fucking made up. I didn't use the Sinaloa cartel because everybody knows Las Vegas is not run by Sinaloa, but whatever. As the Gulf cartel, FYI. If you're going to use my bullshit stories and stuff, which, I mean, they're half truths. There is a cartel partial past leader that has a partial ownership of one of the casinos in Las Vegas. That is fact. He used to be one of the higher up members in the Gulf cartel. You see, that's how I made the links and establishments. Bing, da, bing, da, bing, da, bing, da, bing. They don't even do enough work to get the cartel right. Because it takes 3 seconds to type into Google what cartel controls most of the drugs in Las Vegas. And it'll tell you right then and there. So if that tells you anything, guess what, guys? That's the amount of work you put into it. So reach for your wallet. Yay. And yeah, any other story, I wouldn't give a shit about this whole damn thing whatsoever. But when it's my own story, that, yeah, it was not, I wouldn't even call it a story. I call it was one of my theories. It was basically, since I had been here from the get-go, I made up a rabbit hole of my own. And no, you can say whatever you want, but don't expect being responsible. You get to be very nice either. Because you have Google, you have all these different things that you can check before saying something rude or stupid. If you're not going to do that, then don't expect me to be nice either. I'm not going to be a dick, though, but I'm not going to be nice. Because as I keep saying in this actual direct conversation, there's been at least 3 different things that I could specifically not have to argue about with you, but just go right to Google, type it right in, and no, 4 things actually, if we count the whole Sinaloa and Loa fentanyl thing. Yeah. And right now, your record's not very good. I'm just saying, pick your battles, because there's more important questions that need to be worked out and items that need to be thought out and everything else. Most of the stuff doesn't even really matter. I really shouldn't have to be mean to people. I am also going by the context of your typing, and I'm not very good at that either, because sometimes it sounds like people are giving me an attitude to the typing and stuff, and I can never tell. So if that's my bad, then that's my bad. But like I said, if it seems like you're being like rude to me, I will be a little bit stern back to you. I haven't, really cursed it. If I haven't, not that much or whatnot. I don't think I'm being too much of a dick. I'm sorry if I seem that way, but it's not even the fact that anybody's questioning me or whatever. It's just, guys, it's Google. Go type it in. It's right there. That way you don't have to make me feel like a piece of junk by just calling me a liar in the process. It's not very nice. You know what I'm saying? Well, yeah. I guess I'm going to go ahead and end this live because, like I said, I'm sitting here answering it in a very polite way and all this other stuff. And all I asked was that you check before trying to make others feel like shit. But I guess everyone's listening. You guys have a great night. And thanks for coming.